Yo, what up, man?
What's up? If it ain't old Appalachia himself.
You gotta be kind of quiet. Shorty sleeping and shit. The
Oh yeah,
fuck
yeah.
is that what the fuck's that goddamn broad Renee Good?
Yeah, yeah. Right. Uh, yeah. Let's get over naked.
Mm. Man, listen, fuck. I'm taking the night off tonight. Fuck, man. Listen, I need to get some fucking rest. I've been on for like 9 days, fucking straight and shit. Exhausted.
I hear you. I feel you. Well, I appreciate you showing up. I mean, you're always welcome. So,
You know what to do. So what's going on today?
uh, not much. Today's kind of my weird chill day. Family day and stuff to come. See the sights and sounds. And mostly everything looks kind of empty, but I guess it's not too shocking. But I don't know. The world feels kind of empty today. I don't know. Pretty weird. Like it's kind of. I mean, it's busy, but for like the amount of people that have to be here, it feels a little slow.
Gotcha. Yeah, but I say, man, listen, I've been lounging all fucking day. I went and got my, went and got my fucking youngest son. You know, what I mean, the one that just got out the hospital like last week. You know, what I mean, I fucking brought him over. He's been hanging. Him and my dad have like fucking really weird ass relationship. You know what I mean? Because like he's like autistic and shit. My kid, he's like 4. He don't walk or talk yet. But him and my dad, like they get along like fucking peas and carrots. It's the weirdest shit. So like fucking, you know what I mean? And it's the only
That's good
person in the
though.
world my dad likes. It's like let the motherfuckers hang out.
That's
Mm.
good though. That's good. Get us someone to bond with. You know.
I feel you. Something positive in his life. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Shit.
that's awesome.
Hell yeah. Fucking, you know, been running motherfucking ragged the past like fucking month. It's been fucking awful.
No, I
So,
feel you. Yeah, that's you. You work 9 days straight.
yeah.
That's that's always fun. I remember those runs. I used to do that a lot. Where I still feel like I do, but it's not like I did before. Where I remember I counted like one day I did like one time I did like I think the most I counted was like 30 days straight or something like that. And I just remember thinking like, what the fuck am I doing with my life?
I remember
So
one time I did like 65 days straight when I was at the fucking mill, but like I was in my 20s. You know what I mean? Like I can handle it back then. Like this shit now, man. I'm fucking getting too old for this shit. It's fucking too much. You know what I mean? I was fucking
yeah,
snapping out on everybody today and shit. Fucking Shorty's like, why you all snippy today? I'm like, I'm fucking beat. That's why. Like, yo, listen, I'm fucking exhausted.
no, I get it. And, I mean, it's weird. I'm not proud of it, but I used to cope with smoking the ganja a lot, and I was pretty functional. I mean, I have to admit, like I got a lot of shit done, but that shit makes you very short tempered over time, you know, and especially when you're tired on top of it and you're not dreaming, you're not sleeping right on top of it, you're not eating right on top of it. So yeah, I get you. I get you. Like I think that's one of the hardest parts about working is dealing with all the personalities when nobody wants to fucking really be there. Or, you know what I mean? Stuff like that. But that's a good thing. At least you're not around everybody all day long. That's
Yeah, it's still rough. Like I used to cope with like the alcohol and shit when I was younger, to be honest with you. You know what I mean? That's what I fucking did. Like that turned in like a whole ass fucking mess. You know what I mean? That's why I quit drinking when I was like fucking shit. 28, 29, something like that. You know what I mean? Like I just gave it up. I was like, bro, I can't fucking keep doing this shit. Like fucking I'd act like an asshole around everybody and just be, you know what I mean, drunk for no fucking reason, you know, fucking using it as like that fucking crutch going, oh, I need this shit. Like fucking I don't need that shit. Like fucking
yeah. I've
just
been
made me
lucky.
worse.
Uh, yeah. I've been lucky because I always liked alcohol, but I never did it like habitually. You know what I mean? But I just don't. I just stopped doing it because I don't like to loosen up around people that I don't really fucking trust. Dude. Like I don't. Not because not necessarily because something bad will happen, but because you know what I mean. Like you just get too loose, and then you're like, well, I don't know. It's kind of weird. That's kind of why I don't like drugs too. You just loosen up around the wrong people. I feel like,
Yeah, I mean, it just, I don't know, man. Like, fucking, I was always chasing pussy all the time, and I was married, and it was just habitually bad. I mean, just fucking always violent constantly because, like, alcohol don't sit well in my system. You know what I mean? Like, fucking, it makes my stomach hurt, makes my body all, like, fucking bloated and, like, inflamed and shit. You know what I mean? Right? You get that like inflammation and shit from it. And then all of a sudden, like, you're just miserable and you feel like shit, right? And then like that just leads into like just having like a bad experience. Just the whole thing turns into like just you're cranky and you're drunk and like like I'm a monster. So like fucking your fucking fuse is like a 1/4 inch fucking long. It's just automatic straight to like fucking yelling and screaming and throwing shit. Like fucking bad when I was younger.
So
like,
I was. No, you reminded me. I was gonna say this is what I was gonna talk to you about too. Well, first, I'll mention this other thing that's political in a minute, but let's talk about the personal shit first. So, and I'm driving in the rain, so sorry if my audio sucks.
You're good.
But so it's like pouring fucking. It's like Seattle rain right now. So, which I like, but it's people drive like retards, so it doesn't make it very fun. But shit. What was this? Oh yeah. So I was watching this thing the other day. I can't remember what it was, but they were saying something like men need like I don't know if they were saying scientifically or what, but they're saying like men need to spend like 40% of their time with other males in order to like live a normal, healthy, like psychologically normal life, I guess you'd say.
Mm-hmm.
And I was wondering what your opinion is on that. Like, do you think that's true?
What I've found in my lifetime is that what you need to do is you have to compartmentalize shit, right? So like, you have your relationship with your kids, right? Your relationship with your kids is different than your relationship with your female. Your relationship with your female is different than your relationship with your friends. Your relationship with your family is different than your relationship with your friends. And all of them are compartmentalized, but you need all of them, right? You need these relationships in your life. And like being around like other men, like it's important that you have like that intellectual stimulation and that iron sharpens iron type of shit from time to time. You know what I mean? Right. You have to have like somebody to measure yourself against and stay on top of, so you don't, like end up, just being like a couch potato that turns into like just a big sack of motherfucking like pancake batter. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do know what you mean. Yeah. And that's something that I've definitely been lacking for a long time. And even when I was working like in an office with almost all men and around guys all the time, like I think it's really, at least for me, it's always been very difficult to find men that I want to be around and not like, strangle or something. So, because like I'm a very peaceful guy, I'm sure you can tell, but like there's just not a lot of people that I like to spend. Like it's weird. Like I do like to spend time with people in theory, but when you get around them, it's like I think it's like this thing. Like you want to see. I think it's what you said. You want someone who you push each other towards something better, right? And I just never really had. I never really seen myself around other people where I feel like we're all pushing each other to be better. You know what I mean? And it's so hard to keep yourself afloat as it is. That makes I don't know if that makes sense. Maybe it's an excuse.
Let me put it like this, right? So like I have a dude who's like, my hetero life mate is what we call each other, right? And I've known him since, oh my God, I have pictures of me and him playing fucking T-ball when we were like 5, right? I've known this motherfucker forever. Now he disappears, right, and doesn't hang out with any of us for a while. And the same with his brother. When I finally got back a hold of him about like 6 months, a year ago, whatever the case was, this dude ended up like on heroin, and I'm looking at him and like he's like fucking like he's he's like 6'5", right? He's always had like a skinny build, like like a beanpole build. And then all of a sudden now he looks like Dale Gribble. He's all like fucking just fat all over him and shit. And I caught up with his brother. Brother, same thing, right? His brother ain't hanging out with no dudes, ain't doing shit with nobody, you know what I mean? Just kind of like by himself, you know what I mean? And like he doesn't have like a platonic male relationship that's not like family. And you know, he showed up and this motherfucker, like his stomach sticking out underneath of his shirt. And I'm like, bro, listen, you know what I mean? Like, it's important that like you have these like maintained relationships where, you know, you guys like measure off each other and go, bro, listen, like he looks like shit, or like, you know, I'm fucking, oh, he looks good, man. Fuck, why do I look like shit? That type of thing. You know what I mean? And it makes you more conscious of like how you are, because you have like a baseline of like what that person was, you know what I mean? And like what that person is and what you are and what you were, right? That type of shit. And like you notice it when you see guys who just disappear and come back, or even yourself when you disappear and come back into relationships, and like motherfuckers see you like, oh my god, like last time I saw you, you were, you know what I mean, like fucking 40 pounds lighter, or you were like fucking 50 pounds heavier, whatever the case is. Usually it's a negative thing, you know what I mean, right?
Yeah, it's usually a negative for sure. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, the connection, and well, like this guy, I can't remember who it was, but he said something like, you know, the answer to all the men's problems right now is community, right? Mm-hmm. And then I jumped on this communist guy's podcast last night. I did like an hour. I'll send you the tape later. You might find it interesting. And he was doing. He's pretty well known in the communist circles, but the left wing people kicked him out because I think they kind of figured out that he was kind of like still had a lot of beliefs that people like you and I hold, if that makes any sense. Yeah. So he basically got thrown out of their shit, but he was basically saying very similar things to what you and I had talked about, and especially what you wrote about, which is that you know, people need to unionize, people need to like go out and like have local chapters of whatever the fuck, you know, like whether it's through a church or through a union or whatever it is. You know, people just got to go out and like make shit happen IRL. And I really feel bad about myself too, because I know that that's something I've always wanted. It should. I mean, I'll put it like this: I don't like Obama for a lot of reasons, but one reason I do respect Obama is that he was a community organizer, right? That is very, very difficult shit to get done. You know what I mean? Like that is something that's not easy to do. Now, he may have been a sellout or Uncle Tom or whatever he was. I don't know, but I'm just saying, like, whatever the case might be, that's not easy. That's something that's not easy to do. You know?
I mean, like when he first ran, right? I was gonna vote for him because like one of his big things was a fatherhood initiative, right? Where like he was gonna try and chin check some of this like fucking shit that was going on in the court system against dads, right? And trying to like reinstill.
Oh, really? I didn't remember that. Interesting.
Yeah. I
was younger. I had just gotten in college, and sorry to interrupt you. I'm going to say this really, really briefly because I almost voted for him, and I'll tell you what happened. I saw the way everybody was like overly exuberant, and I just got a really dirty feeling about it. I'm like, I'm not going to go vote for him. But sorry, go ahead, please, because I did not remember that. That's an interesting.
This was at the very beginning of his campaign, but he completely abandoned it and wiped it off his shit, which caused me to like turn on him. You know what I mean? Because what it was is like the fucking females got a hold of, and like a Democrat party got a hold of him and said, yeah, listen, no, right? You know, I mean, we'll lose female voters if like you run on these type of platforms.
Really? Wow, that's very interesting. Well, see, that's fucked up because that would have been a real like legacy policy right there. Like the effects of that now will be very, very much felt. But all those kids would now be adults at this point. You know what I mean? So that's crazy. Yeah.
Yeah, and like that's kind of the point, right? Is that like, you know, and that's kind of what happened to him when he got into the White House. The same thing that happened to Joe Biden. Like, I think, you know, I mean, they actually did that shit where they just showed him a picture of JFK and showed him who really shot him and said, listen, you fucking stay your ass in your lane. And he just hit out. Like, he met with his cabinet secretaries less in 8 years than like a president who motherfucking died 3 months getting into office, like William Henry Harrison. Right. Like he like when they were trying to pass Obamacare, as they call it, they couldn't get that motherfucker on the phone.
Right.
He wasn't running anything at all, just as a whole, right? So like, you know, it like I don't think he was ever really president.
Yeah, that's actually fair because I'll put it this way. Like I said, I don't like a lot about him, but I do. Sorry, this fucking recorder thing is pissing me off. No, but no, I think I kind of agree. I've always seen Obama more sympathetically than most people, just because I don't think like you. I always got the impression that he was very much like a Clinton in a sense. I think Clinton was more involved, but I think he was just a pretty face to put on whatever the policies that were going to be implemented, anyways. You know.
Mm. I think Hillary was more involved than Bill. If that makes any sense. Right? Like there's stories of like Bill Clinton where like the night before some like crazy summit overseas and he has to go like meet with these people, the CIA and like the State Department would come over and do a cram session with him and he would just go out and knock it out of the park and then he'd like fucking leave and just go fuck all the bitches. Right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That's what I would imagine Clinton really was like in real life, and I think that's why I liked him so much because well, I mean, I know this is really fucked up, and people might feel a certain type of way about what I'm going to say, but like, I really saw a lot of myself and like my people in Clinton. Like, you know what I mean? Like, he was very similar to like a lot of people I grew up with, where they're just like, you know, smart, charming, but kind of like a procrastinating asshole who just was trying to like get shit to work at the last minute, and then he wants to go and get laid or whatever. Yeah.
Like there's guys who like, you know, they, you know, we were like his handlers and he would end up, you know what I mean, like they'd be like, yeah, we'd meet at a restaurant and like all this motherfucker wanted to do was talk to the waitresses, right? Like they couldn't keep his fucking attention, you know, like he was just like, you see that ass, you see those titties, you see that ass, you see them lips, you see them thighs, right? That he was just worried about pussy the entire time. He was not worried in any way about like the actual meeting.
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing is like, I don't know. It's so weird now. Like I think this conversation that we're having 20 years ago would not have been controversial, but I always think now, like, you can't say shit now. But like, I don't think that's that abnormal for somebody in power, though. Like the amount of testosterone that you'd have to just even put on a face that you're like in charge is like. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, like if your testosterone's over a certain level, like you're just going to be in that mode all the time. You know what I mean? I mean, I know that sounds like I'm not excusing it, but I'm just saying like that's
well,
it just kind of comes with the territory as far as I can tell.
There's a reason. All right, so the guys who seek power and money, the reason why they do it isn't for power and money, right? It's for pussy. It's because they don't have any other way to get pussy.
Yeah,
right?
I agree. I agree. For the most part, I agree. Yeah. Now, or they're gay, you know, unless they're gay, maybe.
Like Bill Clinton's a little different, where like Bill, you know, I mean, Hillary was basically like his handler in the end of the day. Like she was like his manager and she was pushing him to do all this shit. Because like if Bill was left to his own devices, you would have never heard about Bill Clinton.
Oh, I agree, 100%. 100%, I agree.
Like,
well, I think that's the case for a lot of men in power.
Family's fortune on cocaine and pussy.
Yep. No, I think that's true of a lot of men. Like, and this is one thing where I think women, they get it twisted and they say, "Oh, the women have never been in charge." It's like women have always been orchestrating shit behind the scenes, one way or the other. I mean, it's just kind of weird that people don't, you know, acknowledge that fact. But yeah, I think, I mean, I could say it's true for myself, like for sure. Like, you know, when a woman behind you, whether even if you want to pretend that you're fully in charge or not, it always has a huge impact on like the direction that you're headed or trying to go in, for sure.
I agree, right? You know what I mean? Like there's always been like a female behind like most dudes' fucking success, right? At the end of the day. But I mean, how do I put this? There's men like Jeff Bezos or Mark Zuckerberg or like Bill Gates, right? Where like these are men who built their own shit on their own, right? I mean, with lawyers and like other motherfuckers around them, you know what I mean? Teammates and shit. But they did it, right, as a whole to get pussy, right? They didn't do it because that's what they wanted to do, right? But that was the only way they were ever going to get laid and like have any like ability to have any social standing. Let's look at Bill Gates.
Yeah, 100%.
Right. You know what I mean? Like if Bill Gates didn't make something of himself, he'd be a fucking incel nerd until he's fucking 40 playing Dungeons and Dragons.
But I agree, and that's one of the reasons why that's what's kind of weird about it is like a lot of these people end up as gangsters because it's almost like just a part of what happens to them, right? Like they would have just been some nerd, but then they get all this power and women, and they kind of feel like, you know, whether they feel like it or it's just a part of the game, like they kind of become little mafiosos in a sense, you know. And
it's the curse. It's the curse of the short king and like the dysgenic, right? Like so. If you're like, you know, tall and strong and, you know what I mean, like fucking properly genetically built and all this type of stuff, you tend to be, you know what I mean, like successful, but not as successful as like the top end guys. Like all the top end people, if you look at them, they're all dysgenic as fuck. Like none of them like look like a Chad ass motherfucker. You know what I mean? Right. And it's because like in order to reach the top, unless like you were handed money, you know what I mean, like Trump or somebody like that, you know what I mean, you're the only way you're ever going to be able to make something of yourself. And there's only some of them that break through, like, you know, JD Vance or whatever the case is, right? Where they're going to stand here and like be extra. This is, you know what I mean, like how many fucking nerds are like engineers somewhere that you never heard about, right? You know, but like it's the ones who like really, really break out and are exceptional or make like, you know, they're very lucky, right? At that point. And they become, you know what I mean, like much more than what they are. This is, you know what I mean, this is why I bitch about Anglos. It's like, you know, these Anglos, you know, like they're, you know what I mean, not as strong, not as like fucking capable as everybody the fuck else is. They have zero goddamn fucking culture and like they've been conquered multiple times. What do? They go start conquering everybody the fuck else and kill their culture. Right? They weaponize their fucking religion like through their government, and they just took all that fucking force and pushed it into everybody else. That's why I bitch about them, right? Because all the rest of us are like, yo, we don't need all this shit. Like we're good. Like we're fine.
Well,
like,
no, well, I do. As I said many times, I do actually agree with you on the whole of that situation. Like as a semi-Anglo, I don't know if I really fully qualify as what you're talking about because like I've met the real Anglos and like I don't have a lot in common with them, but you know I look enough like them to get blamed for all their shit, so I guess I have to take some pride in it as well. That you know we are destroying the world in a sense, but it's like, you know, it's almost like, well, if anybody's going to destroy the world, it might as well people who at least look like me, since I get blamed for their shit, I guess. But you know, so it's like it's almost like I don't want to like it's almost like what they call what do they call it? Like, I don't want to like punch to the right. Like, well, if they're or whatever. I don't know. There's a lot of different terms for it, but it's almost like I don't want to, you know, like if I'm going to get lumped in with them too, then it's almost like I'll give you an example, right? So like a lot of these communists go around saying like white supremacy is the worst thing ever, and this is why gay people for in like Kenya and Nairobi are suffering because white people all over the world are blah, and again, like, yeah, there's some truth to it, but it's also like it's almost like they're worshiping whites in a weird way, where they like just say everything is white people and they take zero responsibility. Like, yes, it's true, but it's also like infantilizing whatever group of people they're talking about. And so it's almost like, well, you know, it's kind of like everybody calling you Hitler because, or like everybody I don't like is Hitler or something, right? It's like if you're just gonna get called Hitler, it's like, well, I might as well just not. I'm not gonna like sit here and say, oh, I'm not Hitler, because everybody's calling me Hitler. So it's like,
all right, let me first say this, right? Those people are not communist or socialist, right?
Yeah, right. Okay.
like, yo, because no communist would say nonsense like that. That's just
Well, I
completely
call them liberal. I just call them liberal, but yeah, I get you. Yeah.
well, liberals, but they're socialists, right? Like socialism came out of liberalism, right? In the end of the day, yeah, because like communists don't really have that type of mentality. Like communists are more, you know, what I mean, like fucking, you know, everybody should motherfucking have what they need, that type of thing, and nothing more, right? And communists tend to be much more Chad ass motherfuckers at this point, right? Because like they understand what communism is, right? Like this, but that's like communism is not like this bullshit of like white supremacy nonsense, right? Because like the communists understand, like, you know, you fucking it's not about like the global South, right? Like that's fucking retarded. Like the global South doesn't want their shit. Like anyway, doesn't matter. But this is they're socialists.
No, I get you.
Right?
No, I get you. I've been hearing that. I've been hearing those talking points too.
Yeah, right. But like, yeah, fucking, this is the problem of like the Japanese, the motherfucking, the British, the fucking French, right? It's these people who have been the Dutch, right? So people who have been ransacked multiple times, right, by like outside fucking people, and then they like took and they went to war. Or the Portuguese is another one. They went to war with the entire world, right? You know what I mean? In order to like beat back everybody the fuck else, right? And it's really a process of insecurity of like your own people, right? Where it's like, you know, we have to extend our borders forever, right, in order to like be fucking successful. With the thing with the French and the Spanish and the Portuguese, though, what ended up happening is the church said, hey, listen, you know what I mean? Like your king is under us, right? He's under God, he's under the Pope, and your laws are under the God and under the Pope. And so therefore you have to give rights to the indigenous people. That's why like Mexico and like fucking South America and like fucking Central America are all kind of like fucked up, is because like they actually like included them in shit. Right, like the Franciscan monks and like the guys who were over there trained in, you know what I mean, like fucking Rome or fucking Spain or wherever the case was, they fought for the rights of the indigenous people and helped with their revolutions, right? And those people ended up, you know what I mean, like taking power, and so therefore they ended up preserving like a lot of their cultures and their ways of life and all that type of shit. In America.
Yeah, definitely America hasn't. I mean, you know, we got hamburger and French fries and shit, which is kind of cool, but you know,
macaroni and cheese. That's us though, but like still.
Yeah, it's funny. Like I have to admit, I did literally grow up on like bologna sandwiches and macaroni and cheese. Like I have to admit,
Brad, I bitch about it. Listen, I bitch about it because I swear to God, for breakfast, lunch, and dinner for 9 months was government macaroni and cheese, and I'll never eat that shit the fuck again in my life.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Like sometimes my my in-laws buy some vegan mac and cheese. Don't ever fucking eat vegan mac and cheese. It's the most disgusting thing you've ever tried. And I did, and I actually did live on like when I was really really poor in my early 20s. I had to go to like the food bank and eat like the lowest of the low of like the cheapest of the cheapest shit ever, just to get through like a few months. And actually, it was about a year, and yeah, like some of that stuff was like so disgusting. I lost weight in the winter time, in like the coldest winter I've ever been through. So, yeah.
What is this picture you just put up?
Well, this is a dude that I found, and I was going to get your opinion on it because it kind of goes into what I was going to talk about next. It's I don't know if you can read it. If you can, I'll read it to you.
I can read it. I'm on my computer, right? So I got like a big screen fucking monitor and shit, right?
Okay, so what do you think about what do you think about it?
All right. A harem works better than like a one-on-one relationship, right? And the reason for this is because like that woman has somebody else to fucking talk to. Like a woman actually has a community, right? When you have more than one female. So therefore, like, you know, you're not bogged down with all her bullshit on a regular basis. Right? Now, I disagree with mixing with the Asian race. You know what I mean? I don't think that we should be mixing with the Asian race, like just as a whole, because like all your sons will never get laid, and that's a goddamn terrible thing.
Right. But you're saying, but the principle itself, he's on the right track.
Yeah, I mean, like this. I used to have two females in my bed every night, right? That was, I mean, like a normal thing for me.
And well, I found this guy, and he was making some very interesting arguments about it. I don't have my computer in front of me, but I mean, I don't mind. I can send it to if you want to look at his video. I would be interested to cover it with you because I do find it interesting. But I don't need to watch it again. I'm just saying if you're interested. He was making some very interesting arguments about what he's doing, and I think he has like 8 girlfriends living in one house with him. So.
Yeah, listen, like, and I understand all this, right? Like, I get the mental, right, as a whole, and I also understand like that in the West this would never work.
Yeah, exactly. Well, at least as of right now, it's not going to work. I mean, unless you're like Andrew Tate or something.
West, it would never work, right? Because of the fact that, like, the reason why those women are with him isn't because like he is super giga chat and they can't ever find anything to fuck else, right? That's not why those females are there, right? Those females are there is because he can provide better provision than, you know what I mean, they could back in Bangkok. And in the West, this would be considered sex trafficking.
Interesting. Well, wouldn't you say a lot of corporate jobs are kind of like sex trafficking as of right now?
When you say what?
Wouldn't you say that a lot of corporate jobs are kind of like sex trafficking right now?
Yes. I mean, I don't think it's sex trafficking. All right. So, listen, you're never going to catch them on the hypocritical point, right? Where, because, like, yeah, listen, they like take advantage of you because you're desperate and force you to do shit you would never do, right, in any other condition, right? And I mean, but like on the same level, if you have, you know, what I mean, like 2 or 3 females living with you, you know, what I mean, because like, you know, they didn't have any place to go, you know, what I mean, and like, you know, you're like, hey, listen, you come hang out with me, you know, what I mean, fuck me, be around my females, you know, what I mean, be part of my fucking shit, and be on my team, right? You know, what I mean, motherfuckers would go, you're raping that woman. Because like, you know, I mean, it's a transaction that's beneficial to you and it's like monetary. Now, if she would go show her pussy on the internet, right, for money for strangers, it wouldn't be that big of a deal. But, you know, I mean, like we have seen this multiple times recently where like, you know, you have females who, you know, I mean, like are desperate or whatever the case is. And, you know, I mean, they're trading, you know, I mean, their vagina for, you know, I mean, like a place to live or whatever the case is. And it's considered rape. That's why that would never work here.
Yeah, I mean, I pretty much for the most part, I think it definitely works here, and it's just very interesting because the more I've started to look into like the corporate world and the education world with like it looks very much like sex trafficking in a lot of ways. It's just done.
Yeah, I agree. Right. I mean, like it doesn't look like sex trafficking to me, but what it looks like is, you know, it looks like slavery, right? At the end of the day, with extra steps.
Well, it's funny. Like I've been. This is one of the reasons I've been on TikTok a lot. Is just to see like all these very miserable, 20-something, 40-something, actually even up to like 65-something, or women who are just saying like how free they are because they're educated and don't need a man and all this stuff, and even some of them even have husbands, and they're basically just saying the worst things possible about men, and it's like it's very very shocking, you know, to be honest with you. I mean, it's not shocking to me, but it's just kind of it's just incredible how hateful they are towards men and men's sexuality and stuff like that. Which is why, like, I found pictures like this and I started putting it in my videos because it really triggers them, you know. So I started just like putting this out there, and it's very funny.
Yeah, it's the it's a desperation thing, right? So like anytime that like the transaction isn't 100% chosen off like female emotions, it's considered like in a female's mind and in like a liberal mind rape, right? Like anytime you put into like the aspect of where it's like, yeah, listen, you know what I mean, either she finds a dude and like, you know what I mean, she figures out how to live so she can survive, right? Or like, you know, fucking she finds a dude and fucks him so she can have a place to live, right? Or, you know what I mean, like she fucking, you know what I mean, ends up homeless, right? That, you know what I mean, transaction is considered rape in our modern society, right? This is the modern liberal mindset, and this is how women think, right? And what they consider like fucking men, and this is a problem of like our society not understanding like what the transaction is supposed to be, right? Where like you and your female are supposed to be working together to like maintain a family, right? It's not supposed to be like, you know, you're going to work to maintain the family and she's there to like, you know, fucking vacuum, right? That's not how this operates, right? Because her contribution could be like fucking replaced with, you know what I mean, like a fucking Tesla bot, or, you know what I mean, like a fucking Roomba, which is a goddamn tragedy, right? You know what I mean? The end of the day. So
a Roomba bot that gives you sex once on your birthday every year.
You could just pay for pussy, right? You know what I mean? That's the mental.
Well, it's funny because a lot of these liberal or leftists or whatever, they're very much advocating, and some of them call themselves Marxist-Leninists, in fact, and they're very hardcore advocating for the rights of sex workers to use the capitalist system to sell their bodies to the marketplace, even if they don't need to, just because it empowered them in some way. And I just find that like extremely bizarre in a lot of ways, but yeah, and gross, of course. But
remember, Marxism and Leninism is still utilitarian in the end of the day. You have to remember that capitalism's utilitarianism, socialism's utilitarianism, communism's utilitarianism. All of it has nothing to do. All of it just has to do with the way that fucking the goods get from, you know what I mean, the fucking farmer's field to your fucking mouth and your tummy. That's all any of this shit is. None of this is a fucking lifestyle. None of this is a mentality, right? All it is, actually, it's kind of like a religious aspect of how you believe the fucking structure should be built.
That's interesting. So isn't it? I mean, I guess it's women, so it shouldn't be that shocking. Really, I think the worst part of it is that so many of the guys, and it's funny because it's actually a lot of the guys that you're talking about, the guys who are Dungeons and Dragons nerds, or guys who can't get laid, or just guys who are just, you know, whatever their deal is. I don't know, but like, you know, they kind of just repeat the tropes that these women say in order to, like, I guess, get into their good graces because they think it's going to get them something, I guess. I don't know, but it's but you know, they never call out that it's all nonsense, and for this reason, right? Because they're trying to take a utilitarian religion and turn it into like a moral religion, right? And I think that's kind of my biggest problem with it, is like a communist who's just a communist doesn't really bother me that much, because at least I can confront it on its own terms. But it's like this weird, like, feminized, like, morality that they try to wrap around it that I really, you know, don't like. You know,
well, think of it this way, right? Let's say you had to rely on your wife to go to work to feed you, right? And the value of your wife's labor over the past 60 years has like completely diminished, right? It's going like just from like being able to provide you with a home and a family and all this, I mean, shit that you need to like raise kids and food and like, fucking cars and jewelry and vacations, to a structure that not only is like fucking devalued to the point where like you can barely afford that, if you could afford that, I mean, like you can't even afford that. It's stepped up to the point where now like it's not even like fucking stable, right? Where like the guy is probably gonna have to switch jobs like 10 times and maintain massive amounts of debt and put everybody into stress inside of the fucking family in order to do it, right? You would look for a way out too. That's where everybody is.
Yeah. No, that see, I like that. That's a really good, and honestly, like if I want to put it, I want to put it in the right terms, because when you say it like that, and if you see my interactions on TikTok, a lot of them I haven't recorded, but a lot of them I have. But I have one today, and I thought I could get the tape of it, and I couldn't. But it was very much with women like this, and I definitely caught that aspect of what it is, because and it's kind of weird because they don't want to just say that outright, and I think it's because it's kind of like a weird like saving face of, and of course, no offense, ladies, but a lot of women don't want reason and accountability, to quote Jack Nicholson. But that is definitely, I agree with you. I think that is really a big part of it for sure. And I guess the thing is like, is there any way to make the case where women would agree that they want men to be that way again, or is it just not, or is it the situation that we're in now just make that impossible?
I don't fucking know, right? I mean, like, you could sell. All right, here's the problem. No woman wants to be married to a nerd, right? No woman actually wants to like have sex with a dysgenic, glasses wearing, fucking round headed, short person, right? No woman wants that. They will all want to have sex with a dude who's 6 foot tall, what I mean, with like broad shoulders and what I mean, like fucking proper genetics. That's who women want to have sex with, right? That's kind of the fucking issue, right? And the issue is that like over the past 60 years, we've allowed nerds to just replicate like fucking crazy, to the point where like all these fucking guys now, right, who are out here trying to find females. And this is where like the whole incel thing comes from, the MGTOW, like all this shit. It comes from like all these fucking guys who literally, what I mean, like were just born fucked, what I mean? And they should have never been born, right? I mean, without the Industrial Revolution, none of them would have ever been able to be bred, right? It's this massive expansion of like the management class. It's elite overproduction, right? And it's like fucking biological form, not like it's motherfucking like fucking economic and sociological form. It's the biological form of that, right? In the end of the day, and that's kind of where we are.
So what's funny is like this actually leads to the point that I was going to mention about politics. So, and I know this doesn't sound related, but I swear to God, in my mind it is. Which that maybe I'm just fucked up in the head. But okay, so this whole Jeffrey Epstein thing's going on, right? And then you ever heard of Midjourney before? Midjourney's like that, like
yeah, it's an AI like fucking generated joint, yeah.
Right. So that guy who's like the CEO of that or whatever, he invited Nick Land and Curtis Garvin over to his house and threw a party with Nick Land and Curtis Garvin and like all these kind of like weirdo I don't know what you call them, but let's just say like influencers or something.
Yeah, listen. First off, I want you to know, I love fucking Curtis Garvin. He is my favorite writer, right, of modern day, right? I fucking thoroughly enjoy Curtis Garvin's shit, right? I mean, like I'm real adjacent to the neo-reactionary shit. You know what I mean? So like, I don't really like Nick Land because he's a fucking Brit, but like, fucking I've read a lot of his stuff. And they're not influencers, right. They're neo-reactionists, right? So they're basically like tech utopianists, right?
Right. Well, Right. Well, it's kind of weird because like I have really mixed feelings on a lot of the stuff, as I'm sure a lot of people have gathered, and because like in a sense, like I think like if we can't stop the technology anyways, like maybe we should just try to make the best of it, even if we're all gonna die, I guess, you know. Um, and if we can stop it, then you know a lot of people are gonna die anyway. So I think that's the other side of it, right? Like either way you go, you know, there's not really going to be a like good choice in the matter, right? And I'm just honest enough to say that out loud. Like I just think that the I think that's just the truth, right? But the reason I say that is because what you're talking about with the whole nerd management class, you know, whether they intended it or not, it's almost like they bred a whole generation of managerial people who are only, you know, really like who are really only geared towards managerialism, but now there's no real need for managerial people. And I think this is why, um, you know, I suspect that they're kind of depopulating the world and why they're specifically going after, you know, quote unquote whites or other people who are kind of nerds.
Not, again, right? Literally, like it's just the economy has led to this, right? So when you need guys, all right. I mean, let me put this like this, okay? There's a bunch of new YouTube videos that came out in like the past 6 months, and they are basically AI written and AI motherfucking read with like a either like a British voice or like an American voice, and it's really really good. They're good voice models. They're not like today we stood here and they're fucking great, right? They're fucking really really good shit.
Yeah,
And
I've used them for a few of my articles and stuff.
yeah, they're on every one of mine, but these AI voice models are reading off what happened during World War II in particular, right? They're like Americanism, but they're telling secrets that nobody wants to fucking hear, right? Or that nobody knew about. We didn't beat the Germans and the rest of Europe, right? Because of the fact that like, we had better soldiers, right? Or because like we had better pilots. Like the entire idea of dogfighting is nonsense. We have never like Top Gun was completely fabricated, like one
Yeah,
million percent fabricated, right? I don't listen. This is not an agree or disagree thing. What we did was is we built planes, right, that were like fucking flying tanks. And then we put motors in them so fucking powerful that they could like zoom up past everybody the fuck else, like the Zeros and the Messerschmitts and the, like the fucking whatever the fuck other planes they had, right? They'd zoom higher elevation wise and then dive bomb and fire at them, right? With like massive amounts of ammo because we just were able to produce it at fucking scale. Right. And then they do it again. They just keep going up and down doing this. This was not dog fighting. There was no turning and rolling and like fucking doing all this. No, it was just fucking just bombing these motherfuckers. Right. And by the time these motherfuckers were able to like even they couldn't even fight. Like they'd fire at our planes and then run out of ammo because our shit was too tough. Right. There was no dog fighting. Right. And like this is how we won wars is by technical ability. Right. This is how we've stayed ahead of everybody. It's by technical ability. It's logistics chains. It's fucking engineering. It's all this type of shit. We have more people like doing like engineering and brain work than anything the fuck else in this goddamn country. Right. Like that's literally like what we do. And we have bred an entire class of these people. Right. That, never would have saw the light of day before this because there was no way to have mass communication on this scale before 1850 when the telegraph became a thing. Right. So you couldn't coordinate on this level and like transfer information on this level like we did now. Right. With, like the fucking with the internet and the phone system and fax machines and telegraph machines and all this stuff that was able to like inside of America take and run, like fucking you could in Detroit go, hey, listen, we're having a problem putting this together. It's like fucking, a quarter of an inch too big, or it's like 0.538 inches too fucking wide or whatever it is. And they could transfer that in the telegraph to somebody the fuck else in, like fucking Kentucky or, fucking, I don't know, California that was making the part, right? right, who was shipping the parts over, and they could switch the line immediately and motherfucking change everything the fuck over, right? And all this was done by like these nerd ass engineers, right?
Right.
This is the thing. This is the stuff that like we don't have real conversations about, right? Because like we want to have this conversation and go, we're great because like we're a great people. We're not. We had unlimited fucking resources, and we just threw all the oil and all the iron and all the coal and all the fucking all the rubber and all the fucking corn and all the water at every fucking problem we had. It wasn't the money.
Right.
Fuck the money. The money is a representation of all of that.
Of the resources. Yeah. That's a really good way to put it, for sure.
You know what I mean?
And also the fact that they put all the brain power and all the human resources, if you want to say that, right? Like, and would you say that they're using women because they need the women, or because they just don't want as many kids, or some combination of it? Or
no.
There's any consciousness about that, or?
No. They are. Well, first off, here's the thing. Number one, women are really good at like some really dumb shit that we fucking really need, right? They're amazing at paperwork. Women are fucking fantastic at fucking paperwork, right? And you don't believe me? Go look at all the fucking welfare recipients. How much paperwork do they have to fill out to get all that fucking that benefits and shit? Right? They're amazing. Black women are fantastic at that type of shit. White women are great at that shit. Right? And so we use them for paperwork to keep track of all the legal and dumb and fucking copyright and fucking counting and fucking, you know what I mean, like employee files and all the shit that has to be done for that. And they're fucking super docile. But on top of that, when you add them to the labor pool, you're taking 50% of the fucking workforce and putting it into the fucking workforce. Right. So basically you're doubling the size of the workforce while keeping the pay rate down. There you go, buddy. That's why they want women in the workforce. It has absolutely fuck all to do, right, with they don't want any kids or da. Those are second order effects of the shit that they want with the economy.
And what you're saying is we just don't have any leverage to demand otherwise, essentially, right?
Yes, because this economy was not built by like strong men with their using their backs to toil and shit. Yeah, there was a bunch of us working in factories. Like 30% of the population worked in factories in 1960. Yes, that's true. What was the other 70% doing?
I have no idea.
How about like logistics?
Right.
You know what I mean?
So you're saying, so based on what all these people have said, and I'm going and I'm going somewhere with it. I just stopped driving. So
listen. This is not Yarvin. This is me. This is no one else but me. Like this is just me, dog.
No, I agree with you. No, and I agree with your points. And I'm not trying to give Yarvin the credit. What I'm saying is like, because you've read Yarvin and these people, do you think that there's any hope for what we want, or do you think that ultimately, like, it just looks like it's going to go generally in the same direction?
Yarvin is our best bet to get where we want to go.
But how do you reconcile why they would put Yarvin and Nick Land together to talk about this stuff? If you had to guess.
Well, first off, they're like the godfathers of neo-reaction. They're like the post-libertarian thing, right? Because libertarianism's fucking retarded, right? Basically, the structure is that you need a more centralized state to maintain the ability to have logistics and have, you know what I mean, like food and agriculture and trade and all this shit that requires centralized motherfucking shit, right? So libertarianism's fucking retarded. It just don't work, right? Hang on a minute. I'm gonna look up something for you real quick. I want to read you something. I apologize. I know, like, you know, fucking it's, you know, it's not something that, you know what I mean, like fucking I like people doing, but this is not my work. This is somebody else's, right? Oh, that's not what I want to fucking search Substack. Gray mirror. Hang on a minute. Is it gray with an A? It might be gray with an A. Post. Okay, so gray mirror. Let me search. 5. Enter. What the fuck? That's not what I wanted. Go back one. Fucking search for 5. Man, listen. Space 5. Okay, so all right. So in chapter 5, right, which I could probably send you so you could have this too, right? I'm gonna send this to you on Discord so you can have it and you can read it yourself, because this is like fascinating shit that I thoroughly enjoy, if I'm being honest with you. He breaks down all right, the several different, he breaks out the different kinds of people, right? Basically, fucking, you have fucking cosmopolitan, traditional, deracinated, and ancestral people, right? You know what I mean? He breaks down as Armigers, Yeomen, Latsari, and autochtons, right? And basically, we don't really have like a large population of motherfucking like indigenous human beings. Like, you know, Native Americans tend to be a very small population, right? But what we're looking for is yeomans, right? So here's how this works. Armigers are as unique and as atomized as children, which is, you know what I mean, like the cosmopolitans, and must be governed accordingly. Govern your Armigers in the modern way in rows in a big flat database, which you have a row for each yeoman as well. But you do not govern yeomen individually. You not even govern their villages. You govern their sections. In practice, this means your bureaucrats at the culture department oversee their foundations. Empires as different as the British, the Ottoman, and the Roman have used the same pattern, which British called the indirect rule. Everyone is best governed by those like them. Everyone still has to share one physical country. The national regime handles all the conflicts between sections and the exceptions that cross sectional boundaries. Governance of yeoman, which is, you know, I mean, just like traditional normal human beings under this version of indirect rule, happens at 3 levels: the village, the section, and the regime. At the village level, every tradition is different, but a village can govern its yeoman tightly as its tradition and judgment requires. The masculine level of social control is roughly the power of parent over a child. The village controls the person's minds, possession, and of its yeoman. In return, has no job but to defend and nurture nurture them all. This is the small-scale, full communism of the early Israeli kibbutz. The village can tax its yeomen, require to labor, impose punishments on them. It can track their bodies, clothe their bodies, test their bodies, and treat their bodies. The village can tell its yeomen what content they may read, hear, browse, and watch. It has the exclusive authority to educate and discipline their children. It can even decide what tools and technologies its yeomen may or may not use. In short, the village has all the powers of the classic 20th century dystopian totalitarian state. But it's not a totalitarian state. The village is not a huge and faceless bureaucracy, but a little group of people who live together for their whole lives. Nor do its leaders do not have authority without responsibility. They are accountable to their foundation. Their foundation is accountable to your regime. Nor is the maximum the norm. Most yeomen in Colombia are either used to this level or neither used to this level of intrusive governance, will dream of choosing it for their own communities. For the average Colombian evangelical, which is America, right, the sectarian system might just mean a tighter, more Mormon-esque relationship with its current mega church and Christian academy, which is fine. But the last century has left most Colombian traditions in an unusually cosmopolitan condition. Under your regime, they can change that as much as they like, and their ancestors who made and lived in these traditions might as well want them to, which to cosmopolitan is irrelevant, but a little bit less to a yeoman. The logic of indirect rule fits well with strong and insular traditions like the Amish and the Hasidim, and centrally organized ones like the Mormons. The section system is almost a dead ringer for urban American Catholicism before 1960s. It is unsurprising that the pre-modern traditions which have survived best in the modern world have been those that have most effectively retained pre-modern folkways and structures and best divided themselves from modernity. As the village governed its yeoman, the foundation governed its villages, and again in every dimension of government, the political, economic, spiritual, and intellectual. The foundation is the intellectual center of the sect, its version of a university, its best technological scholars construct and maintain the tradition itself, updating its timeless truth and paving them into an educational path from infant to professor. While the doctrine of a section need not even be completely standard, any doctrinal versions must be so small that no one can need to fight over them. Nor can the foundation limit itself to its own ideology. Keeping the section's top mind within their own faith is a core concern. They can always drop out to be fucking cosmopolitans, which is generally bad for them, bad for their section, and bad for the fucking country itself. So the foundation must concentrate excellence in every scholarly and technical field, joining with doctrinal cousins where its section is too small to staff a department. A section is too small to have its own medical school, is too small to have its own doctors. So why not too small to exist? Of course, a foundation maintains its own continuously updated historical narrative or the news. All the yeomen in the section see past and present as the foundation sees them. The traditionalists have social media, the web, and Wikipedia, but online pals are within their own tradition. The foundation filters the web and filters and forks the Wikipedia. Their internet is just a tool, not the vehicle through which Satan enters the world. Yeah, so you know, what I mean, like you kind of getting the point.
Yeah. So it cut out for a second for me. Can you explain what the definition of yeoman is? Because I haven't heard that word in a long time.
Oh, basically like a traditional person.
Like a man of the land, essentially, right?
Yeah,
Landman.
Just a normal human, like somebody works at a fucking warehouse, or just somebody who lives in a place. You know what I mean? Like they can't just go.
I like that better than normie. That's like the ultimate normie, essentially. Yeah.
No, it's a normal person. We're both yeomen, right? At the end of the day, it's what we are.
Right.
Right. We're fighting for a yeoman way of life. Right. So, yeah, fucking. So that, like, and it gets into like the economics. So it's like economic independence is a critical attribute of a healthy sect. A section that spends more money than it earns becomes literally dependent on whatever power fills the gap. So a regime that stabilizes an insolvent sect is paying to ruin its own human asset. At most, your regime should restructure economically weak sections with large one-time grants, giving them a limited and realistic runway to sustainable independence. One way to both measure and enforce economic independence is a sectional currency. If the currency floats and its trade deficit is a zero floor set by import certificates, the market reacts to sectional weakness by making imports arbitrarily expensive, where an import means spending outside the section. A traditionalist money just goes farther when he buys products made by a brother from a store owned by a brother. This automatic mechanism makes a weak section stronger by increasing its cohesion.
So I know this sounds like I'm against what you're saying,
mm-hmm.
but I'm actually digging it. But it's almost like we need to create our own ghettos so we can get out of the ghettos, essentially.
Yes.
That's what's interesting about Jewish history is like the ghettos made the Jews very strong. That's what's kind of weird about it, you know?
I agree. Right. And like, so like this is why like I like talk about like technology restriction and shit, right? So this is he gets in, this is in that fifth chapter. The fifth and the sixth chapters, the best chapters of the book that he's been writing. It's been a while since he put out a chapter, you know what I mean? I'll be honest with you, but like, I dig this shit. Naturally, reality shapes all markets, yet the power of free markets is great. So when a state sets out to distort the free market, it should emulate a state of nature. It is hard to conquer nature, but easy to surrender to her. Power finds it's hard to make things easy, but easy to make things hard. Technology restriction is the best way to distort labor markets because TR emulates a state of nature in which the restricted technology mysteriously fails to work. The more broadly we define technology, the more easily we can appreciate the metaphor. Mercantilism, for instance, works by disabling the technology of importing goods and services. As far as the demand for your subject labor is concerned, it matters not at all whether a product is imported or robot made. Either way, it was not directly worked for, which means you have the law. You have lost the expectation of appreciation of human capital from labor, unless the import was paid for by a labor demanding export product, or the robot took thousands of hours of demanding hand assembly by an army of watchmakers. But of course, the literal purpose of both imports and robots is to replace human labor. So smash a robot, stick to container ships. Well, maybe. To beat the technology resource curse and the human catastrophe of mass uselessness, you need to create a demand for both armigerous labor and yeoman labor, cosmopolitan and traditional labor. Some of this labor supply overlaps, but most does not. So we consider two stratas separately, right? As we saw in the example of shovels versus spoon, appreciation of human capital from labor is highly dependent on the quality of the labor. Every man is different. His ideal job has to fit in the way an ideal boot fits the foot. Any grade of boots has to be broken in. Over time, the boot molds to the foot. And the very finest, some say, do the reverse. Over time, the foot molds to the boot. Whether or not this is true, a man's ideal job molds him into the man he should be, which means it may feel like a poor fit at first. Bulk labor demand is easy to generate. Hire men to dig dishes and fill them in again. But this is pure prison camp work and palpably useless paperwork. And David Graeber's bullshit jobs is even worse. It isn't even good exercise. What a man actually needs is for his work for his own benefit. It is meaningful labor that trains him to the highest level of skill in the strongest area of human potential, then stably and predictably rewards him for exercising that skill. The backbone of artificial difficulty is conversion of economies from industrial to artisanal production. This conversion, which like anything can be overdone, can generate an arbitrary level of stable market demand for high quality artisanal labor. Well, not every yeoman can be an artisan. Not everyone is good with their hands. This kind of work can take care of a large percent of the yeomanry, fucking the traditional people. As for the capacity of artisanship to express human potential, the uber aristocratic English actor Daniel Day-Lewis took a year off from his career to apprentice with a master Italian cobbler. Maybe this was just a publicity stunt. If it wasn't, it should have been. Everyone needs shoes, and all shoes wear out. If the only way boots for Colombians' feet can be made is by Colombians' hands, Americans, right, with natural American materials and approved American tools, since it will never stop being the future, your boots, which will be $450, will come with a raw making of video. America will need a lot of cobblers. What are we doing here? We're restricting technology. The technology of importing shoes from Vietnam, where shouting natives stamped them out of scrap leather and tire trimmings in the giant coal-fired colonial era steam presses, or whatever. It is hard to be sure where the shoes at DSW come from, but it doesn't involve Daniel Day-Lewis. And in returns, everyone's shoe budget is taxed to support this new cobbler economy. Most of the traditional people in the section are not cobblers, but by buying only traditional shoes naturally from traditional people of their own sect, they had to spend more on shoes or buy fewer shoes or both. This is a tax. Instead of buying human decay, it buys nice shoes. When we think of technology restriction, we usually think of regulations that prohibit new technologies. These regulations are mostly pernicious, which gives technology restriction a bad name. Among the thoughtful, but actually the technologies whose abolition can best restart these high-quality artisanal jobs are old technology, like steam-pressed upper soles. The first professions canceled by the industrial revolutions will be the first to return. Use cases for artificial difficulty abound in unglamorous areas such as construction, textiles, furniture, and agriculture. All these are full of restriction potential for the generation of high-quality traditional labor demand. All your regime needs to do is to prohibit certain industrial processes in certain fields, which is about as difficult as debatable as banning Harleys from the Tour de France. Essentially, you can create arbitrary high-quality labor demand by Etsyifying arbitrated productive processes. The truth about the old blue-collar industrial jobs is that they suck. They largely amount to serving as human robots or human brains as steam-powered robots. While this kind of labor is not as dehumanizing as idleness, it is nowhere near as humanizing as turning out a sick pair of boots. Remedievalizing the economic production by restricting old technology can even solve two problems at once, both improving labor demand and reducing the productivity of an over-efficient sector. For example, maybe intercontinental travel and trade is fine, but only on wooden sailing ships. This classic example of absolute public policy both strikes a savage blow against globalism and recreates a kind of human being once called a sailor, rescuing a whole way of life from history grave. Or is it too extreme? Maybe it's too extreme, but that'll be up to you, buddy. Not everyone is handy or fit. Many of the others can be small businessmen. Another way to increase the quality or quantity of labor demand is to disrupt large formula, or franchise businesses. Perhaps no store can be too big. Perhaps no store can own more than one store or restaurant. Perhaps internet shopping is a crime against humanity. You get the picture. Technology actually makes the problem of creating high quality labor demand easier. Once you take that problem seriously, automation takes care of the low quality work. Automation is better at dumb jobs anyway. The problem of economic management is the design of an economy whose labor demand matches your country's labor supply at a high quality level for every worker. The more automated the system this design has, the more interesting it can be, and the higher quality of labor it should demand, as it produces a higher quality of product. Perhaps what will shock our great grandchildren about the present, most about the present, when they look at grainy old 2D pictures of us, is just how badly dressed everyone is.
Who wrote that? Is that
Yarvin? This is Curtis Yarvin. Yeah.
That's really well. I have to admit, what's really interesting when I read your stuff or his stuff or a select other thing, it's very similar to ideas what I had when I was a kid. Because I that specifically I actually wrote papers kind of along those lines, not exactly like that, but obviously not that good because I was a dumbass. But
right.
But along the lines of what he was saying about like international travel, like I've always thought it was weird that like the Greeks gave up like wooden shipbuilding, right? You know what I mean? Like if you could sell or you get the idea, or the English or the Dutch, like if you could have people employed building wooden boats that can sail across the world, like why wouldn't you continue doing that? Like even with all the technology and everything, like it would just be cool as fuck to have that culture like not disappear. You know what I mean? And like you said, like and I think that and honestly, like that's I've always just found it weird that the rich didn't advocate openly for like maintaining the traditional, things like that, right? I mean, maybe not like armor, like maybe not like knight's armor or some shit, but you get the idea, like stuff like that.
The rich did, but they just got beaten to death by the mercantilists, right? So, like, have you read my article about like the Roundheads yet?
I don't think so. How long ago was that?
I don't know, like 2 days ago, something like that.
Oh no, I haven't been on Substack for 3 days. So,
all right. So, okay, all right, hang on, man. Let me go down to the part where it matters. Okay, so English Civil War.
Yeah, right. But that Yarvin writing was really good, by the way.
Check it out. Our basic structure of how our country works as a whole is a continuation of the English Civil War. It is the loser Cavalier South versus the winner Roundhead North. This is shown in the election maps to this day. These cultures, which in modern England have absolutely no bearing, are clearly visible here due to the distance and geology of our country. The Keystone State has acted as a natural barrier between the two. William Penn, in his tour of tolerance, invited Germans who filled the state, which had kept the North and South separated for 200 years. This is also why Pennsylvania is the most important state in elections. Whoever we side with will win, given its large population and economic similarities with Ohio, Michigan, and Wisconsin. I don't know if you know about like the English Civil War.
Well, I know it was what's his name? Cornwall, not Cornwall. What's his fucking name?
God damn it. Shit. Listen, you fucked me up by saying Cornwall, bro. Like I forget his fucking name now.
Cornbread? No. No, it's
man. Corn Pop was a bad dude.
No, but I agree. Well, I agree with you because I definitely think that there. I mean, I can't remember as much detail as I used to because it's been a long time since I read it. But I definitely think there's huge connections between the English Civil War, the French Revolution, and the the American Revolution and stuff. Like I think there's like a pretty solid line between all that.
It was Cromwell.
Cromwell, there you go. Cromwell.
Sorry, I'm fucking typed into Google.
Yeah, but Cromwell's one of those like he's like a I mean, he was basically like a proto-Jacobin in my opinion, for sure.
No, he was a Jacobin. He literally invented the Jacobins.
Oh, really? Okay. So I was right.
Yeah,
I forgot. It's been a long time. I haven't read that shit in so long. So
that's why, like, I had to look it up the other day. because I wanted to.
I thought
to
that
add
was
it
like a
in.
unique opinion of mine, but if I'm right, even better. Perfect.
Yeah, no, like that's the basic historical context. Is like it was the Jacobins, you know what I mean, and the Jacobins, which are also called the Roundheads, right, versus the Cavaliers, right, you know what I mean, which is like basically the old nobility, and so the old nobility was fighting for this way of life. Hence, you know what I mean, the Civil War. In the end of the day, right, like the upper class has fought for things, where they just get smashed by people who can make more money than them because greed,
Right.
right? Yeah.
Yeah, you know what's funny? You just fucking reminded me of something. Hold on one second. You know what's fucking crazy? I know that you're not interested in Star Trek whatsoever.
I mean, like, no. I like the Ferengi. I think the Ferengi are like fucking awesome. Like, listen, I list like their laws of power in some of my articles and shit because I think it's fucking hilarious.
Yeah, well, I do. No, I like the Ferengi too. I watched I watched a little bit of Deep Space Nine here and there, and I grew up on TNG, but I'm not a huge I'm not like a huge nerd about it, but I did watch a lot of it as a very young kid, like 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Like I watched probably every episode more than
Yeah,
once. So yeah.
I've seen all of them too. My dad is a fucking giant TNG fan. Like he's fucking just
Yeah.
He was watching it with my kid earlier. Like
Yeah, my stepdad was big into
West.
it. Yeah, my stepdad was huge into it. So I had all the toys. I was. It wasn't for me; it was for him. But I had them.
My dad had like the fucking Christmas ornaments on the fucking tree and shit.
Wow. Okay. Interesting. But there's a lot of interesting stuff. There's a lot of interesting stuff in that, and I actually wanted to do a whole series of like talking about the philosophy of and the occultism of Star Trek. Not because I'm like super interested in it, but I think that they are telling us very similar things to like Yarvin or Land or something like that. I mean, somewhere underneath all that, But
I mean, so like here's where I'm at, right? So like the TNG shit is, I think it's a, like, you ever heard of the term of totally gay or fully automated gay space communism?
say that one more time.
Fully automated gay space communism.
Yeah. I like to say that. I think I've said that a couple times, but yeah, I like that.
Yeah, that's Star Trek. That's
pretty accurate.
Right. You know what I mean? Like, so that's really where like the shit is in the end of the day. It's that, like, fucking, Star Trek is, the liberals' wet dream, right? It's the end result of where like liberalism's heading, right? That's what they want.
Right. I think that's what they say they want at the very least, whether they really mean
that's
it or
what
not.
they want. That's the end goal, right? I don't think it's fucking possible, to be honest with you, right? I think because of the fact that like they're fucking retarded and they keep shipping fruit cups from fucking China, we're gonna run out of oil before they fucking have the opportunity to be able to do some shit like that. But then again, I don't know. You know what I mean? Like fucking
right.
There's those black patents. You ever heard of a black patent before?
No, I haven't.
All right, so there's like a group of patents that, are not allowed to be filed.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah. Like free energy or some shit.
Like 0-point energy and shit.
Right.
Right, or gravity defying type of shit. If you do this, the government will come and like snatch you, right? They'll come and collect you like they did the Venezuelan president.
Right.
Yeah, so I don't know what we have, right? At the end of the day, I'm not sure.
What do you mean?
Like, I don't actually know how much technology we really have.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's something I've been trying to figure out myself.
We're not going to figure it out. No one's going to figure it out. It's just, we don't know.
Well, I mean, if I were in charge, I would also leave everybody guessing as well. If I didn't have that much technology, I certainly would project that I did, but not openly, right? And I think that's where that's kind of my opinion on UFOs and stuff, is like, whether they're real or not. If I didn't have the technology, I would still
use holograms and tell everybody I did, you know, or show people that I had it, but then deny that I had it, right? You know what I mean? So,
I mean, I'm torn, you know what I mean, between like knowing that the elites are fucking retarded, right? And on the other hand, knowing that like there's shit that I don't know about, right? You know what I mean? Like it's a hard case to like argue about. You know what I mean? Because like you just go, I'm not sure, right? Like who's still competent, who's not. Like I know the military is fucking so goddamn corrupt, right? Like there's all types of contracts going all over the fucking place, you know. And there's an investigation I kind of want to do a little bit, right? And I mean, which I might do at some point. Which this is like there's all this stuff, right? Like you ever heard of a guy named Igor Pasternak?
no, definitely not.
All right, so Igor Pasternak, I covered him back in 2019. He was a major campaign donor to Adam Schiff out in California, right? And he had a DARPA contract to build blimps with a company's called Aeroscraft, right? And this guy ended up getting a contract back during the Crimean War to build MWAC 47s, which is a fucking AR-15 variant, right? That allowed like the whatchamacallit to be swapped out, the barrel to be swapped out, and so it would allow for the gun to be able to shoot NATO rounds of 5.56 and AK-47. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that would be dope. Yeah,
Yeah.
I think I heard about that a long time ago. Yeah.
Yeah, but he was a Ukrainian gun runner, right? Who had DARPA contracts.
Interesting.
Right? You know what I mean? And like, I feel like he should probably be tied to Epstein, right? He just seemed like the type, you know what I mean? Which is something I kind of want to like research a little bit. You know what I mean?
Well, I'll tell you this: you definitely going to run into some spooky ass people looking into that bit for sure.
I agree.
Because I'll tell you this: the people that I knew, I didn't know them personally, but like I definitely watched them very closely during the alt-right. A lot of the stalkers that were like watching them came out of like FSB and Ukraine and shit like that. So
yeah, I'm aware. I mean, I've ran into a few of them through my days. You know what I mean? Like I've ran into a bunch of these motherfuckers. I've also ran into like CIA guys and like high level intelligence motherfuckers who were like wandering around Discord, right? You know, and had some like real conversations with them. And once they like, you know, I showed them my work and I was like, listen, I do actual journalism, blah, blah, blah. You know, and they told me about stuff that like, you know, fucking is going on and shit. You know what I mean? At one point I had a UN security clearance somebody gave me. But like, yeah, as I said, I don't know what I don't know. You know what I mean? Like I'm like, I've been around the real world, if that makes any sense.
yeah, I remember you told me a little bit about that. So yeah, I mean, here's the thing: is like I've never been around the real world in that sense, but I've definitely had people drop me enough like hints to like get the drift of what's happening in some ways, right? For example, when I first started doing YouTube, one of the things that motivated me was I was watching all these ex-contractor YouTubers. You know what I'm talking about? Like the ex-military, I mean, basically CIA, but they said, oh, I work for Blackwater or I work for whatever the GNA or whatever. I can't remember what they call it, but some shit like that. And I watched how this network of ex-military YouTube's grown. I'll give you an example. Sean Ryan. I watched Sean Ryan when he first started, basically, you know. Now he's like #1 podcast in the world. You know what I mean? So if you watch that dude and the people around him, like I think you learn a lot about how, like, they don't really hide what they're doing, right? And so it doesn't surprise me that you run into those kind of people on Discord because I mean it would make a lot of sense that they would be up in there like looking around, you know.
Yeah, this was, you know, like, listen, there was a lot of like crazy shit that happened on Discord, and like there's a lot of like terrorists, you know what I mean, like, and shooters, and you know what I mean, like fucking leakers and shit that were all like on Discord and whatnot. And you know what I mean, like, fucking I wander a lot, you know what I mean, I get in like some real deep corners of these fucking places. And so like, it makes sense that like they were fucking sending guys in on a regular basis for all this type of shit.
No, I get you. I mean, I know that's not really related. I just want to mention this because it's kind of weird. Like I had a couple weird experiences. Nothing like you, but for example, I got into like some Silicon Valley like Discords, trying to see like what they're talking about, you know. And when you get in there, you know, I was expecting that it's going to be like all the super serious technical. It's not. It's a bunch of stalker, like weird fucking incel guys, like gang stalking people's information, talking about, and they were talking about Pill Eater in there and shit. And I was like, what the fuck? Like, Pill Eater doesn't even live out here. He lives in New York and Pennsylvania, and they're like in there, like exchanging his info, like, oh, I know about him. He's blah blah blah. Blah. I'm like, why do a bunch of like 22-year-old kids working for like Peter Thiel's, you know, YC Combinator and Sam Altman, like, know, like, so interested in like this weird avant-garde artist and shit. You know, it's like, it's just weird. You're like, it's just it's a whole network of these people that just you know, you go to a party and they're all just in there talking, and like who's allowed to be cool, who's not allowed to be cool, essentially.
Yeah, again, like this is what I'm saying. Like I know the elites are fucking retarded. That's my problem. Like I know like they're completely and utterly fucking retarded and incompetent as fuck, right? But like they're really good at what they do is the issue. Right. So like you have these guys who they can program their ass off, and I mean like they know everything there is to know about like computers and automation and robotics. But on the other side, like they're just fucking dog water. You know what I'm saying? Like they're fucking they're too fucking autistic to just do basic shit. You know what I mean?
Well, this is why I really believe that, you know, for the last 20 years, and maybe for the next 20 years, what average guys from the Midwest and the East Coast should be doing is trying to hit up the women in tech, because they're so underserved. If you know what I mean, right?
Well, no, man. Listen, what they do is they go get immigrants. You know what I mean? They go find like guys from like, Saudi Arabia, or, you know what I mean, fucking Pakistan, or, you know what I mean, like some Japanese dude or whatever it is, right? Who's a top shelf. Like, and this is the thing, like when we bring in immigrants, right? Like a lot of the times we're bringing in like, the most military fucking aged men, right? We're bringing in like their best and their brightest, like quite literally. And whether or not that country has a best and brightest, like Somalia, the average IQ is like 68, right? And I mean, they don't like their best and their brightest isn't really, really good, but like we're still bringing over their best and the brightest of whatever country, you know what I mean? So they're going to be,
right.
Fucking proper, like, fucking upper class individuals coming over because they have the money to be able to do so. So, you know what I mean? Like we're bringing it, we're doing it from Europe, we're doing it from fucking Australia, we're doing it from Costa Rica, all these countries that have, you know what I mean, proper motherfuckers who have an upper class to send over. So, you know what I mean? It's, don't think that like, they're underserved out there. They're fucking not. But it's just, there's so many goddamn nerds, right? That like nobody wants to fuck. And the only reason that people fuck them is because, the only reason women fuck them is because, you know what I mean, they have money.
Right, but what I'm saying is that, the electricians and the plumbers, they would probably get laid out here,
If they can make a fucking living.
I think that's fair enough. Well, don't worry, Sancho and Jose are making a good living out here.
They're not even making good money because there's too many Jose's and Sanchos.
¿Qué pasa, man? ¿Qué pasa, you mean, man?
They pinch you, hey, right? Like fucking, yeah. Like
Pinche gringo, you talking about my people?
Yeah, like I can't, you know what I mean? Like this is why nobody wants to go to the West Coast, is because there's just too many goddamn fucking people. You can't make a living when there's that many people. It's fucking impossible.
You're not totally wrong. That's for sure.
I know.
But but the other part is, did you enjoy that halftime show with Bad Bunny?
Yo, listen, I didn't watch the Super Bowl. I was working.
But even if you weren't working, would you have watched it?
No, probably not. Right. I mean, I probably would have watched it if I wasn't working. I would have sat down with some wings and ate. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, I was just joking because apparently it was like really, really bad as far as the like, oh, it's all in Spanish, and I love all the people, Puerto Rico, Chile, or whatever he said. I don't know. Whatever.
Yeah. Listen, I'm fine with that. Listen. This is the problem. Okay. You can't think of the NFL as like, you know what I mean, like they're trying to do something to you because you're already a fan if you're watching, right? If you're already watching, they already have you. They don't care about you, right? The purpose of that
I
halftime
get it.
show was
I
the
get it. Yeah.
game, you know what I mean? Like motherfuckers in South America, like they want to take over soccer's area. And like Mexico, they're getting there, you know what I mean? Like fucking Brazil, they're getting there. Germany's getting there. England's getting there, right? Spain, they're having fucking games in Barcelona every year, right? They're trying to open up, you know what I mean? Like this, you know what I mean? Like
Oh, I get
fucking
it.
shit,
I get it.
you know what I mean? They want to open that market. And I'm fine with it. You know, I'm not mad at them. Like I'm cool. Like why? Like why would we be mad at it?
No.
Imagine expansive franchises from like fucking Argentina. That would be cool as fuck.
Yeah. But a lot of blonde hair, blue eyed, Hitler's granddaughters or something. I don't know, but
I'm just saying. Imagine expansion franchises from like you know what I mean, like fucking Chile or fucking Puerto Rico. Tell me that would not be cool.
I mean, I think it would be cool because you get to see a different brand of people get brain damage on television for free, basically. So
Listen, I'm a football fan, right? And I like the
no,
NFL.
I like I like football too. I'm just saying, I actually do like football. I just don't like the culture of the NFL. I used to be in the professional profession of, let's say, legal ticket scalping. So I used to watch a lot of sports. So yeah, it's one of those things where it's just one of the I just don't like the NFL, honestly. I just really don't like the NFL, but I do respect the sport itself a lot. So.
Yeah, I mean, like I like the NFL more than I do like the NCAA, right? Like,
yeah, that's true. Yeah, for sure. I mean, I'm just saying,
college.
yeah,
Like, college is so terrible, right? My son plays college ball, and like you know, it's just God, that shit's such a fucking mess. It really is.
yeah. Well, I don't know much. I don't know much about the college football because honestly, I wasn't really much of a college guy. But
Me either. Me either.
a lot of people I knew are like I knew guys in their like 70s who were huge college football guys, and they're like, I got to go to every college football. I'll tell you this though, like I've seen some college football games, and it looks like a great place to go and like mingle with people. Like, you know what I mean? Like if you want to go and meet some cool people, like seems like
No,
a
it's
pretty
not.
good place to go.
No, it's not.
Really? Why is that?
No. Listen, go to a game, right? And you'll notice that you don't mingle with anybody.
At a college football game? That
Nope.
sounds fucked up. How's that possible?
All right. So when you go to a college football game, what ends up happening is, and by the way, like I've taken my kids to like college football games, you know what I mean? And like still nobody like fucking will like talk to you. Right. What ends up happening is like you get seats or like you go and you have to go find parking first off, and you got to park in like a regular lot. Right. You know, usually you pay for like larger colleges with Penn State, Ohio, whatever it is, right? And then you have to like go and walk, right, to go to like the fucking stadium. All that idea of like, you know, fucking tailgating and all that type of bullshit, right? You have to pay a fee to park near where like the tailgating is and participate in that activity.
Well, that sounds like a fucking nightmare.
This is what I'm saying, though. You know what I mean? Like, you know, I'm trying to explain that.
Yeah, that's not what I expected. I thought it was like I would expect that. Well, maybe it's just for the college kids. Maybe they all get to tailgate at their fucking frat house or some shit, I guess. So
Yeah, they hang out. Yeah, they hang out with their other players. You know what I mean? Or like other college athletes. You know, around the dorms or in like, you know, the whatever. Right. But like when you go to like a college game or like a college, go to like a university, bro, listen, number one, these places are fucking massive. Number one. Number two, like literally, like you'll be in a parking so far away that you have to be bussed the fuck in. it's fucking trash, right? And on top of that, it costs money for every fucking thing. Sometimes the food's okay, sometimes the food's shit. You know what I mean? Depending on what stadium you're going to, right? I've been like, it's not a positive experience. Like, it's really not. Like, do you go to a concert to go meet people?
I mean, if ideally, yeah, you would, but I mean, probably not. I mean, I haven't been to that many concerts, honestly, because I don't really like concerts, to be real honest. So
I agree. Right. I mean, like, do you go there to meet new people?
I mean, I don't imagine that I would, but I think if it were my ideal, like, I mean, I'm into punk rock, so like, in my opinion, like, it should be like you're going to fucking meet the scene, in my opinion. But I mean,
if you're going to a bar to go watch like your artist play, sure, right, you're going to meet new people.
Yeah, like that's kind of like most of the concerts I went to were like that, where like I actually knew the fucking people playing and stuff. So like that's more like how I am personally. So like
I've done that.
Yeah. So like that's more how, like I went to go see like Blink-182 and some Incubus and a couple other bands, like, and I liked it, but it's just, I just found it like too. I don't like to be around shitty people, and I just found that like concerts draw like a lot of shitty people.
Well, it's also, it's like going to like McDonald's. You know what I mean? Like, you're a fucking customer, right? You're not there to like mingle. You know what I mean? There's no place.
Yeah, you're shuttled in and you're shuttled the fuck out.
Yeah.
You're basically getting dropped off at like adult daycare for like 5 hours or whatever it is,
It ain't even that, bro. Like, you're literally like, you're going in and you're gonna like find whatever the fuck you're supposed to say it, or your fucking area or whatever it is, and you're just hang the fuck out and watch the fucking show. You're not like intermingling with the people around you. You know what I mean? You're not like fucking, fucking hanging out at like the fucking bar or on like the second level or nothing like that. You have to pay to get it all, like, get into places where there's like people actually hanging out and having conversations and chilling, and you know what I mean?
Yeah, maybe if I was rich, I would have got that opportunity, but
that's what I'm saying, bro. Like, this is where it's at.
What's funny is like when I was doing this ticket scalping stuff, like I did get to go do some of that, and it was not what I expected. I was like, this kind of sucks, honestly. It kind of like dispelled like the myth of like how it's cool to be like an artist and stuff, because I really wanted to be a musician when I was in my teens, just because like it wasn't because of like the fame, or I mean, I think wanting to get women was part of it, but it was more of just like I did not want to work a 9-to-5 job. I was like, I just want to do something that's cool and like travel the world and shit. And like I would have done Jackass, except for I don't want to like hurt myself. You know what I mean? Like I would have loved to have done that kind of shit, like pranking and shit like that. But yeah, when I went to go to these concerts and stuff, and I saw like the lifestyle that a lot of these people involved in that live, like it's not glamorous, and it's pretty shitty in a lot of ways, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, like I know,
miserable.
Like the guy, like I was hanging out with a guy named Mike for a while. Like, me and his family, like, and my kids, we went to like a Nobles Grove and like a couple years back. He did all like the album art for like CK1, which is Bam Margera's brother's motherfucking band and shit, right?
Yeah, I love CKY. They're one of my favorite bands. Yeah, I love
right.
Their
You know what I mean?
cool.
Like, and like if you look at their lifestyle, it is not a fun lifestyle to have.
Yeah, I feel really bad, honestly, because yeah, I've heard some stories. I met Bam Margera one time, and just very, very briefly, and I felt really bad about it because he looked so fucking whacked the fuck out, and he had all these people around him, like, enabling him is the way I would describe it. You know what I'm saying? And I just thought that was so fucked up. You know what I mean? Like, I just did not like to see that.
Yeah, it's fucking tragic.
Yeah, I was genuinely shocked. Like, this was not long after Jackass 2 or 3 came out, you know what I mean? And I went to this like event that was like a Halloween event, and I genuinely just wanted to go because it was a Halloween event, and then I found out that he was going there too, and I was like, oh, that's fucking awesome, right? And then I found, like, it took me a long time to figure out where he was, and then like you get up to him and he was just like so high on whatever he was doing, or drunk or whatever, and it was just yeah, it was really bad, really, really bad. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, like, that's kind of like that's kind of like the whole thing, right? Like this, like that whole scene's kind of just dog shit, right? At the end of the day, I mean, now there's two of you. Look at that.
Yeah, I added myself on the computer because I want to share this video with you that I kind of mentioned before. Whoa, this is kind of weird. Oh, okay, I see. Okay. Let me pull this up. Because like I mentioned, I showed you this picture before of this weightlifter guy, but actually I just wanted to cover it with somebody, and I think you're the perfect person to cover this with because I genuinely find this very, very fascinating for many, many reasons, and I just wanted to get your impression of like what you think of this shit. So let me see if I can find the one that I was watching. And it's funny because like I was actually hanging out very close to where this guy lives at, and it's like I'm pretty sure that I've met people that this guy knows, and it's just kind of surreal for me because like I know that this is not bullshit. Like I know that this dude's for real because I've seen guys doing pretty similar things to this. Not exactly, but similar, right? And so let me just show you this. I wanted to get your impression of what this dude's. Because he's not just promoting that. There's more to it. There's more going on with this dude than that. So I wanted to get your. I think this is the right video. Let's see if I'm right. Yeah. Let's see. Because and again, I think it's more interesting to me for another reason too, because this guy is American. So this is an American guy, right? So he has an American perspective in a sense. So. Let me see if this shit is working. Okay, it's working. Okay. My audio is not working now. All right, let's see. Okay, let's try it.
Airport to pick your Tony up. Come back home to Harlem. Come back to drama. Drama waiting for you, Tony. We need you.
All right, you got to pause it real quick. All right, what do you notice?
She doesn't speak clear English.
Come on now. I was 5 seconds in. I was 3 seconds into seeing this chick, and I immediately knew like where this bitch came from. What do you notice about this broad?
All right, she's got tattoos.
Okay.
Braces.
Okay.
She's probably a really good driver, which is a red flag for sure.
She's missing 2 of her teeth on the backside.
Well, I think she has braces, so it might just be like really severe.
No, she's missing 2 of her teeth on the back.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean,
Drama waiting for you, Tony. We need you.
Let's see here.
Yeah, back it up a little bit.
Pick your Tony up. Come back home to Harlem.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
See it?
You're right.
Come back to drama.
So, okay. What does that tell you about this female?
All right, here we go.
Waiting for you, Tony.
That's why I need your sharp eyes here.
Hang on, wait. Hang on, wait a minute. What does this tell you about this chick?
She's from the gutter.
Okay. What does okay, so she's not from some like dirt hole, right? She didn't grow up in some village, right? You know what I mean? Where like, she was, around fishermen. What was she before he found her?
Oh no, she was definitely probably selling herself for sure. I'm pretty sure that she admits that. I'm pretty sure like all these women were doing that before.
She was selling her ass.
Yeah, pretty sure.
There you go, dog.
Tom's not gonna miss anything. It's gonna be play by play here.
Yeah, because you can look at the tattoos. Like, look at the tattoos, bro.
She has his name tattooed right here. I don't know if you can see it. That's his name.
Well, look at the one on the hand's old.
Huh?
The one on the hand is old.
Yeah.
On the right hand side, that's an old tattoo. Look at the definition on it.
only 1 minute and he accident here. Oh my god. Oh. How I get annoyed with this girl and who is my favorite girl. If we talk about my favorite, I don't have any girl. I'm introvert. I like to stay alone. I don't like to stay with, but I get along with any girl. Only one girl I'm not getting along with, but we can talk about her later. Yes. Drama queen. Small little girl and this and I know how to do that. It's like she don't want to feel like she lose. Who is my favorite girl?
All right, pause it, pull it back a little bit. I want to see the other chick.
Say what?
Pull it back just a little bit. Yeah, like right.
You want to see all of them?
Go a little, yeah, just go a little bit. Yeah, I want to see some of these girls.
All right. I'll do it play for a second. Tell me when you
Okay, so pause it. You see the butterfly and fucking like tree tattoos on that bitch's arm?
Oh, sorry, I was muted. Yes, I do see it. Yep.
All right, you see the music note on the fucking upper right chest?
All right here?
Yep.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, she was a motherfucking singer and like a fucking probably like I'm gonna say Thai bar.
Yeah, this is in Thailand, so yeah, pretty sure.
Mm-hmm.
So you're saying that this is like she was a part of like a criminal organization or some sort?
No. I'm saying like she was gutter trash before she met him.
Right. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I just feel like drama queen. Drama queen. Yes, that is what I think. Yeah, I don't care. But I care how I care. No, I don't care at all. It's just like she is drama queen. The drama. Oh my god. I'm sad everyone fight with me. Oh my god, I'm the small little girl. And then after fighting, and they come. Oh my god.
So if one girl I want to kick is Nita.
She is. I don't like her.
Why? There's like
Hold up.
if you don't know her.
Back it up. Okay, so like you see the name?
Oh my god.
First off,
No.
that bitch was in America before she met him.
Which one? This one?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you said one of them was in America before.
She was in America before she met him.
So if
Okay,
one girl
now,
I want to
that
kick
one
is
there. Pause. All right, she's like 34, 35. 100% she was like a fucking dope fiend.
I think you're right.
You could just tell by the look.
Yeah.
Right? Like look at her. You know what I mean? Like, oh, she's a monkey Asian. She's a sea monkey Asian.
Yeah, he talks about them in very interesting. Like the thing that's the most interesting thing about this whole thing is when he starts talking, the shit he says is very like, it's very interesting the way he describes a lot of it.
Yeah, she came out of like a very, very, very poor place, right? You could tell by her genetics.
Yeah, I think she's from a very poor part of the Philippines. Like if I had to guess where she's from, she looks like she's from the Philippines.
Like Jakarta or something, like some fucking
Jakarta,
like backwoods spot.
Yeah, it could be Jakarta. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Because I'll tell you this, I never saw anybody who looks like this when I was over there. That wasn't from somebody else.
Yeah. This is an extremely poor fucking part of Asia that this bitch came from.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, let's keep going.
is Nita.
She is. I don't like her.
Why?
All right, that
There's
bitch.
like
Pause.
against how if you don't know
He
her,
buys-
if you
he
met her
buys
for
them
the
for
first
them.
time,
You know, you can hit your arrow keys and it backs that chick. Okay, that's a prostitute. That is 1,000,000% a prostitute. From the raw amount of makeup she has on her fucking face right now.
Right. What gave it away? The pink hair, the pink lips, the pink shirt, or the matching of all three, or the makeup, or
No, the look on her face. I know the look.
yeah, the jowls. Yeah.
All right, you know the look of a fucking prostitute when you see one. You just know, right?
I agree. This is definitely
You just
definitely
you
the
know.
most obvious one for sure.
Yeah. These are not quality women that he has around him.
there's like against about if you don't know her, if you met her for the first time, like, and you will think like she's so nice and like yeah, but then the more you know her, the more you see how she acts, the more she have always some type of jealousy on her head. It's like, when you say that you do something or you have something, she always like, oh, I have that too. I know how to do that too. It's like she don't want to feel like she lose like a lot or something. You know what I mean?
Okay, I will talk about on the girl, how I get along with this girl, how I get annoyed with this girl, and who is my favorite girl. If you talk about my favorite, I don't have any girl. I'm introvert. I like to stay alone. I don't like to stay with, but I get along with any girl. I'm never get along with Jenny. Jenny, she really hate me. She really hate me and don't like me. The first time meeting, she talk bad about me all the time. She really make bad face to me, like something like this before.
When Jenny first met Nita, she hated her. She saw her as competition. She saw Nita as the person who's going to come between her and me and my love and my resources, as is normal with any women, right? But I fixed it with mastering female psychology and biohacking. On the biohacking side, I use oxytocin. Oxytocin creates a bond between those who are using it together. And so they feel more comfortable with each other. They feel more connected with each other. That's on the biochemical side. Then on the psychological side, I treated Jenny like a dog or a child. A child loves the parent because the parent gives them their basic needs of nurturing, safety, support, food. And so I gave the money and I gave the resources to Nita to be the support for Jenny. And then Jenny started seeing Nita as like a dog owner giving the dog a treat. And then, of course, she likes Nita. So it's that simple. I'm sure the women don't fully understand that that's how I do it, and they don't need to understand. But you don't ask a fish how to fish. You ask a fisherman. And I'm the fisherman, and this is how I fish.
And I don't know how.
So I just wanted to get your take on that because I thought that was an astonishing way that he put that.
He's a pimp. Right? You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, pimps do pimp shit. This is basic management structure 101, bro. This is not, yeah.
Right. Well, I've just never seen anybody like openly admit this, like on YouTube, that like this.
Yeah, he's going to go to jail in a few years.
Yeah. Well, I'm honestly surprised that I think he's been there for a while. And I'm
He probably
surprised
can't come home.
I'm surprised he hasn't gotten whacked by some mafia so far, to be honest with you. So.
I mean, he bought most of these broads, I'm guessing, right? Like, he bought out their contract from whoever they were with, right? Or he, like, picked them up, you know what I mean? Just flew them the fuck out, right? And they can't go home. Right? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, like, fucking, he's going to go to jail eventually.
How we get along, but that time she I think she drank a little bit on, I don't know. She come to Tony house and she want to order cab to go back her condo, and cab not come because too far and raining, really big rain. So I say, okay, Jenny,
Those fake
I
titties
can
are crazy.
take you to condo. And that time she say something to me like, okay, Nita, I'm sorry. She say really nice, but I don't remember. And she cried. And that time is make we get along together, and we have fun together. Like, make Tony happy and have one girl come in Tony life. We call her Gorilla. Everyone call her Gorilla. That girl. She named Pao. I think everybody know. She's. I don't like her.
For me, drama from all the girl, I can handle it. But if from Tony, I cannot.
Oh.
Because if I get drama from Tony, because I have my reason why I get drama, and then he had his reason. He just want to work. He don't want any drama. But my reason is to say and understand each other. But he don't understand about it. I think maybe he understand, but he try to teach me another way. So if I get drama from another girl and I get drama from Tony, I feel I want to break up.
Okay, so like again, she always says everyone's against her. But
Yeah, she was in America.
I tried at first. I tried to get along with her. I try not to be any drama, but she still like be complaining or saying something about me to Tony. So it's sometimes like, yeah, I don't understand what she's trying to do, or it's like, does she see the way she act? Because I used to be nice to her. I used to be nice to her. I used to try to get along with her, but now she's don't like me about some type of stupid thing. So yeah, she's old, but she's acting like a child.
See the injection site?
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, he looks like a villain from like a comic book. Like a Punisher comic, like maybe like a Punisher. Dick Tracy.
Sometimes I just think so weird. Like another day she will go crazy and acting like texting out some all this thing, and the next day she's like, oh, but everyone is against me, blah blah blah.
All her girls like against Chow because she have a plastic attitude. They're like she wanna be a number one from Tony. She wants to be like all the girls, get rid of all the girls and stay alone with Tony. And she tried to compete with Nita to be a boss in the house because they cannot be the boss, like only Tony be the boss. It's crazy. She wants to control everything in the house, Tony's house. At the beginning, she will try to be nice, flirt with other girls just to make Tony's like, oh, I'm so proud of you. You cannot trust her, like everything she wants. But later on, she get jealous a lot, get crazy, start fucking drama because she said, I don't get jealous any girls. I'm not drama, but look at she now. She's the only one who fucking jealous, and big drama with Tony. So now,
So what did you want to know about this?
Move out yesterday.
Say again.
What did you want to know about this?
Well, what's interesting is this, and then this might not be the right one, but he starts talking about his regiment. So he does like biohacking. It must be the other video. Let me see if I can find that really quick, because he has another video about the biohacking side of it.
Yeah. Listen. There's going to be like a combination of like fucking drugs, right? And like psychological fucking shit that like keeps this type of shit operating.
Right. Oh yeah, this isn't the right one. Yeah, but he has some stuff. He has some stuff about let me see if I can find the one about. But this dude's like taking like crazy amounts of like chemical stuff that's like, it's like stuff that makes you like lose weight and build muscle. It's not steroids. It's like, and it's not like testosterone. It's like some other like niche stuff that I've never heard of before.
Yeah. Fucking listen, there's a reason he's not in America or in any Western country, because he could not get away with this shit.
Right. It's just it's just really it's just very I mean, it's just shocking to me that he would put all this out on
Why?
on such a level. I mean, if I were to ever be like this guy, I don't think that I would put all this out on the internet. You know what I mean? Like, but I mean, maybe he's got some. I'm sure he must be part of some business thing that he's doing, but I just don't understand that.
Yeah. Listen. This is another Liver King type of situation. You can tell by like the fucking video quality, you know what I mean, and all that type of shit.
Yeah. I just found it very because I know that you like you said, you just you have more experience with this stuff, so that's why I wanted your opinion on it, because I found another one that he went into some more detail about the details of what he's doing, and I don't know where it is right now, and you probably don't want to watch it anyways, but yeah, I just thought it was very strange, because like I was into like I kind of wanted to go into the biohacking, but they didn't have that name for it when I was in college. Like I basically wanted to do like natural medicine, essentially, is what I like, the way I would describe it, right? And I've never experimented with any of that shit, because like I'm very I'm like overly cautious. Like I don't want to do testosterone. I don't want to do like roids. I don't want to do any of that shit. Like,
Yo, Avian, I can't give you the link in chat, buddy, because I don't have the permissions. You know what I mean? So like, you know what I mean? Or I'd give you the link. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, I mean,
like, I don't have you on
Avian,
Discord either. You know, because like my fucking account got nuked.
Yeah, I'll let Avian up, but here's the thing: is like he told me earlier he wished he never came on any panels or something like that. So like now he's asking for the link. So like I don't understand, but okay.
Yeah.
So. Yeah.
Right. But, yeah, man. Listen, like, yo, this dude, it's in our Liver King situation. He's going to get pinched. You know what I mean? He'll go to fucking jail. Right. This is how all these fucking cycles work. It's a crash and burn cycle. You know, this is dangerous to like the American liberal way of fucking thinking about things. Because again, he's literally like, he's drugging chicks. He's fucking, you know what I mean? Like, he's, you know what I mean? Like fucking picking them up out of prostitution and shit. He's like what they would call sex trafficking, where the rest of us would just call like, you know, rescuing bitches. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I get what you mean. Sorry, I was laughing. I had it muted. Yeah. I thought you. I wanted to show you this picture too. I thought you might like this one. This is James Lindsay.
Oh yeah, listen, of course. Like, listen, the atheist himself praying to the motherfucking Soviet Wailing Wall. Of fucking course.
Yeah, I knew you'd like this, and nobody else got this one, so I just had to show it to you because I felt kind of bad. Yeah, nobody else got it.
Fucking James Lindsay. I swear to God.
I just like how he triggers though. Like he's very triggering, even to me. Like I agree with some of what he says, but I just find him like extremely like grating to listen to. You know,
He's a piece of shit. Fuck him.
I don't know much about him. I found out about him like through like one series that he did a few years ago, before I met any of you guys except for Machine.
Oh no, like I've known about James Lindsay since he became like famous, right? Because he got famous for the whole, like, you know, he put out fake scientific papers, right, and got them published in scientific journals, saying like, you know, there was like gay dog parks and like trans dogs and all this other fucking nonsense. He was on like Joe Rogan, and I've known about him since, and I've always said he's had the dumb face and he's a fucking retard, and I never liked him.
Yeah, I didn't know his history at all. I just knew like one series he did, which I thought was really interesting, which is why I covered it. But
oh, he's been the one running around screaming about the woke right for the past 2 years.
I mean, I think he's right in a sense about that. But
I don't at all.
I think he's right about it, but it's a lot more sophisticated than what he's saying it is. I think he's kind of like doing a poor job of representing what he thinks it is, right?
No, I don't think he's right at all.
What I mean by woke right is like I think that like this liberalism is so ingrained in the right side that like what is funny is like he's a liberal and he's calling out other liberals. That's what I'm saying. Like that's what's weird about it, right?
No, it's not that, bro. Like he's calling out people who are anti-liberal, right, as being woke, right? And that's the problem with like, you know what I mean, the fucking the shit that he's bitching about, right? So like the wokety wokes on, you know what I mean, like the left side are pro, you know what I mean, like corporatist, right? That's the fucking, like the people he calls Marxist are fucking the most retarded shit I've ever heard in my entire fucking life. They're not Marxist at all. They're the most capitalist of our entire country, right? Of everybody in the nation, there's nobody more capitalist than a wokety woke. But like the fucking the motherfucking right that he's calling out is he's calling out people who are anti fucking liberal.
Well, I got some stuff on that, but I mean, I'm not going to fight you on it because I'm not really ready for that. But maybe eventually we'll talk about that more. Because, for example, like, do you like Leo Strauss?
No.
All right. Well, I think that's one of the influences I would say. Like, I think is kind of concerning on some of these people. You know.
Yeah, the people he's calling out are like Aaron McIntyre. Fucking I'm trying to think here, like Aaron McIntyre, fucking Nick Fuentes, shit. I'm trying to think of like all the motherfuckers he called woke, right? Because it's like everybody who isn't motherfucking like a classical liberal. Everyone who isn't liberal, he calls out as calls out as woke, right? Right. And he did like this whole crazy thing. It was, hold up. Let me see if I can find a picture for you. Hang on a minute. Fucking, James Lindsay schizo post. Hang on. Post Twitter. Hang on, see if I can find this shit. Enter. Hang on. God damn it. Listen. All crazy religious post Twitter images. Man, listen, because he put out some fucking insane shit, bro. Like, I can't fucking find it. It's fucking aggravating. It's on YouTube on Aaron McIntyre's joint. Aaron McIntyre. James Lindsay. God damn it. See if I can find this fucking post. Fucking, this shit's fucking crazy, bro. Like his shit.
I'm looking up the list of people he named. So like Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, Joe Rogan, Andrew Tate, Dave Smith, Fuentes, Gottfried, Hoppe. What? Hoppe? All right, that's getting a little.
Hold up. I'm gonna send this to you so you can put it up. Fucking, you can see like this is actually from James Lindsay's Twitter, right? Oh wait, hang on. I gotta send it to your motherfucking actual.
They don't be understanding what I be posting on Twitter. All my saying
here.
And Avian, go ahead and say something.
Yeah, I was gonna ask a Pinoid about something, there's this book that interests me, and it kind of seems like it intersects with some of Pinoid's interests too, especially in the question of sustainability and clean natural resources. I'm not sure if he read it when I texted him it. So here's it.
Again, my shit got nuked, bro.
Yeah. So you see, I found this book series. It's called Overshoot: The Ecological Basis of Revolutionary Change and Bottleneck: Humanity's Impending Impasse. Cotton presents a single tightening argument. Industrial humanity has achieved spectacular short-term success by living on phantom carrying capacity, the one-time breakdown of fossil energy, soils, water, and ecosystems, thereby overshooting the Earth's permanently supportable limits and mistaking this temporary subsidy for genuine progress. In Overshoot, he reframes his theory ecologically, showing how population growth, technological amplification, and cornucopian faith transform humans
Cornucopian fate transform humans into Homo colossus, expanding consumption beyond renewable flows and locking modern society into diachronic competition, prosperity for the present, purchased by deprivation of the future. Bottleneck sharpens the diagnosis by arguing the Overshoot has already committed humanity to an unavoidable constriction as depletion, pollution, and systemic interdependence converge. The global system must pass through a narrowing bottleneck in which complexity, affluence, population are forcibly reduced, regardless of ideology or good intentions. Across both books, Catton rejects a technological salvationism and moralistic blame, insisting that the collapse dynamics are ecological, not political. Civilizations obey the same biophysical laws as other species, and that denial and euphemistic economics and doing something without ecological realism only ensure a harsher, less humane descent through the bottleneck. Yeah. I agree. 100%. I agree. Yeah, I said, you listen, in the side chat, in the private chat, Avian, I put the motherfucking my Discord link. Hop in there so you can I can find you, and then we can become friends again on Discord so you can send me stuff. Okay?
Sure.
Yeah, I apologize. My shit got nuked. But Neuro, Jack, did you see the shit I sent you, buddy?
You sent it on Discord?
Yeah, I sent it in your DMs.
All right.
I had to grab screenshots out of a YouTube video.
All right, let me
it's a long YouTube video. We don't have time to be watching at the moment. As soon as I get off of here, so my female can fucking sleep.
You're about to sleep too?
No, but she has to sleep. And I can't. I don't got any place to fucking go. But yeah, fucking check this. Check the shit out I sent you. Look at the fucking shit that fucking James Lindsay was posting on this goddamn fucking shit.
Yeah, I'm gonna download it all right now.
Yeah, look at this fucking insanity, bro.
Wait, let me see. All right, most Americans, even Catholics, don't know anything about Archangel Michael, except in a very vague sense. I grew up Catholic. Michael Moss was not a thing with any Catholic I knew. Now, Michael idolatry will be a big thing for our side, and the Theosophist will fill in the detail of what it means most broadly. Ignorant Americans. What? What is he talking about? I mean, I understand what he's talking about, which is weird, but it's you know what it is? I think what it is that, okay, let me see. This is serious. The cult that rules the world and the left believes in the cult religion will certainly co-opt the right. See, this is true in a sense, but what I think it is that he's reading it so literally that it's it almost becomes nonsense, where it's he's just too literal with it. There's some truth in what he's saying, but it's I think it's I think he's autistic about it. I can see it's almost like he's not really serious in a sense.
Yeah, elements of this view will be sprinkled in various subtle ways, never openly invoking Lucifer or Ahriman, but only their positive-seeming attributes to ensnare good-believing Christians and new Christians who lack the needed discernment to avoid being taken astray. Michael Flynn's Christian nationalism has been appealing to Michael, in the exact words of Theosophist Claire Prophet, for years, leading unassuming Christians to repeat their incantation word for word in mass groups as a prayer beyond heretical. This is serious. The cult that controls the world and the left leads its cult religion religion will certainly co-opt the right into a dialectical foil version and partial spiritual contamination. It's also covered over the fingerprints of counterintelligence operations, which we should be slow to touch, slow to trust. We must be more careful. We must also find out who fed this idea to Trump and expose the bad actors and dangerous fools in a circle. This is no coincidence.
Okay, so here's what I'll say to you in a schizophrenic way, just to see what you think about it. Okay, so if he grew up Catholic and all the people he's talking about are like Anglo weirdos, Protestant people that are like into some weird shit, do you think that's maybe what he's reacting to? That maybe he's just like a Catholic who just hates Protestants or Anglos?
No. James Lindsay's an atheist.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of Catholics that are atheists, though.
No. I mean, he's like an actual atheist, like an atheist, right? He doesn't believe in anything, right? He thinks that like they're going to utilize the religion like as like a fucking brainwashing mechanism because like he thinks that all fucking religious people are fucking stupid, right? Number one. Number two, he was literally just schizo posting nonsense, right? Because like he wants, excuse me. He wants to like fucking stand here and fight back against the right wing's ideas of throwing the immigrants the fuck out and not being liberal anymore and like being nationalistic, but he wants to do it through like a religious aspect, right? Because he can't scream Marxism. Like with the left, he went with all the wokey wokes and he broke down like all this Marxist shit that they were doing and and this all comes from, you know, fucking Marxist Leninist ideology and it's fucking Soviet fucking infiltration, blah blah blah, nonsensical bullshit again, right? I don't believe in Marxism. Like I don't think it's ever. I don't think it's actually a fucking thing, right? As a whole, I think Marx was right about some things and like he's just proving to be right, and therefore like it's one of those like coincidental things where it's like, yeah, like of course, like fucking, you know, Marx was correct because he was a fucking economist, right? There's a lot of economists out here like fucking Kalecki, right? Who, you know what I mean? Like sat here and motherfucking like, you know, predicted shit back in the 1920s that happened in the fucking 2000s. Like this is just how economics works, right? Because it's all just numbers, right? And sociology. So therefore, when you stand here and you like break all this shit the fuck down, you know what I mean? You can kind of almost predict the future at the end of the day. So like, I don't think Marxism is a fucking thing. I think really it's just capitalists co-opting motherfucking liberalism or using liberalism because like capitalism and liberalism is literally the fucking same thing. And like they want to include more people. And they did this first off with like civil rights where they sat here and they included black people and women into things because they wanted to get the fucking cost of labor down and open up the fucking market of like the black fucking neighborhoods and fucking communities, right? Like the people who paid for Martin Luther King shit was McDonald's and Coca-Cola. You know, I mean, get nothing misunderstood about what all this is in the end of the day, right? This is all just capitalism expanding into new markets. And because they don't have any low-hanging motherfucking technological innovation fruit to be able to pick off of, they're fucking just expanding into humanity itself.
Well, I do agree with you on that for sure. Yeah, and again, like I'm not a Marxist by any stretch of the imagination.
I'm not either. I fucking like listen, like you know, I like Marx. I hate fucking socialism. I hate managerialism. Like fucking stupid.
Yeah, but his analysis is correct about a lot of. I mean. Again, as somebody who hasn't really read Marx, to be honest with you, a lot, like I've skimmed a lot of Marx, but I've read enough of people in the postmodern stuff now where I kind of get the gist of like how he was utilized, I guess you'd say. So yeah, I think I think he was right about his analysis of the problems of capitalism, but at the same time, I think that a lot of these people who are pretending to be communists are actually just fine with capitalism. They just don't want to get run over by it. And I think that's the problem with everybody, frankly, is like everybody wants their cake and to eat it too. And you know, I get it, but it's just going to be the way it is, man.
Yeah, it's capitalism and liberalism at the same time. Right.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And you know what I mean, like that's wokeism. It's that simple. And anybody that fights back against that system, fucking Jane Lindsay calls woke, right? They call them woke, right? When you're anti-liberal and you go like, yeah, I don't want to include everybody. How the fuck is that being woke?
Well, yeah, I think what it is. Yeah, now I kind of see what you're saying because like what's funny about it is like the thing that I do respect about the woke right, as he calls them, is that they're using postmodernism and all this stuff as a weapon against the people that use it as a weapon against them. And I do respect that aspect of it. But at the same time, if either one of two things is happening, either one, they're agents of liberalism, in which case he should be happy, or two, they are actually anti-liberal and they're being honest, and he's a retard. So either way, it's like it doesn't make any sense that he would be against them, right? So yeah, that's how I would frame it. And because I've read some of the stuff, like I think he's right about the occult stuff, but I don't
think he is. I don't think he is at all. I think it's just hope and seed.
Well, like Michael Flynn is definitely into some like weird theosophy stuff. I mean, but again, like I don't know how real that is, or if that's like a part of a larger thing, right? Like obviously, like you said with what do you call it? Bernays, right? Like maybe this is like the next level of Bernays, where they just kind of like dress it up in some weird occultism or something. I don't know. I mean, that's kind of the way I look at it. So I don't really know how deep it is.
I think we as humans need a God, right? And when we don't have a God, like we invent one. Like we start seeing him everywhere, right? We start not him, but like a God.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, that's been my new argument against like all these like weird atheist liberal people, is I just say like when they say like white supremacy this, white supremacy that, I say you have white people derangement syndrome, or I'll say like white people are your God or something, like or a reason is your God or something. And again, I'm being a dick about it, but I think that's the truth. Like you said, I truly do believe that everybody has a God, whether they want to admit it or not. So, I mean, some people say pick your poison. I say you got to pick your God, essentially. So,
yeah, I think what it is the government's their God.
Or education. Well, yeah, I would agree, but most of them would never admit that. But I think if you say like education is their God, they would admit to that, like in some way, right? Like I think you can get most liberals to admit that, like, they're just like a slave to the God of like education, or like virtue signaling or something like that.
Well, here's what it is. Okay, so like, the economy is their farmer's field, right? And like when the farmer needs rain, or like the farmer, needs like the fucking plague to go away, or the farmer wants people to stop stealing shit, or whatever it is, right? He prays to his God, right? And who's the God of the economy? It's the government. So when they're screaming about white supremacy, what there is they're pleading to the government to like fucking allow their field to grow.
Yeah, well, I do like that analogy. I mean, I was raised on the Stefan Molyneux stuff. Like, I know you don't like the anarcho-capitalism, but I do like his arguments. Even if I don't agree with his conclusions, I do like his arguments. I think his arguments are very powerful, because it basically takes liberalism, and it forces people who are liberal to look at themselves and admit that like they're basically like fascist or like extreme communist, or like, I mean that in the pejorative way. Like I mean it like in the sense like they want violence against people they disagree with. Like basically here's what I'll say. Like most liberals are actually like they want to be like Pol Pot, they just don't want to admit it, right?
It's not that the liberals want to be like Pol Pot. Right. It's not exactly what it is. Right. What it is that like the liberals want the government to be like their fucking parents or the teachers. Right. Where like they get their education regardless of whether or not they behave. You know what I'm saying? Right. They expect people to give them a meal regardless. And like this probably should be true in most communities throughout history. Like human beings got, like as long as like you You know what I mean? We're like a fucking human being. And you know what I mean? Like, oh, you fucking went and you worked the field and you did the shit you were supposed to do. You got to eat. Right? That was the basic structure of how humanity operated for about like fucking 10,000 years. There was a good chance, you know what I mean, that like you might die throughout the year because like, you know, you stub your toe and you ain't got no antibiotics, nigga, you're going to die. Right? And diabetes has been a thing since we fucking formed agriculture. You know what I mean? That's why, like, you know, when we first like went from, you know what I mean, like hunter gathering and pastoralism to like straight agriculture, you know, like fucking people's teeth started falling the fuck out. Right? Because they had diabetes. Right. You know what I mean? And we didn't know how to deal with any of this shit. So this shit as a thing, right, that we're looking at right now, right, is people going like, hey, listen, we want to be able to eat regardless of like how good or bad we are, what the fuck we do. Right. And back in the day, it didn't take a lot to be able to be just like a normal human being that, you know what I mean, like functioned. Today, it's everybody's hyper specialized in like this crazy ass fucking thing. And, you know what I mean? Like it's a Pareto principle is 80-20. You know what I mean? Fucking 80% of shit gets done by 20% of people. Right. And the other 80% of human beings are basically useless. And you can't make an argument where you say, well, yeah, 80% of humanity probably shouldn't be able to eat. That's fucking stupid. Right? That doesn't work, especially in like a democratic society. You motherfuckers will just vote for their shit. They'll vote the fucking military to come take your stuff. So you have to set up a system and like make you believe the system. As long as you try hard, as long as like, you know, you're good at what you do, you'll be able to like, you know, be successful. You know, and then like women try to hack the system with HR, you know what I mean, and like fucking sexual harassment and all the bullshit that comes with it in order to be able to like fucking, you know, get their piece, even though like they're not able to compete with their male counterparts. Right. And this is the stuff that James Lindsay trying to fight against. Right. On the left. And then on the right, they're like, yeah, listen, you know, I mean, we don't want immigrants in here taking our fucking jobs. They're like, well, you know, you should be motherfucking having immigrants take your fucking jobs because like, you know, you're, you know, I mean, you know, fucking, you're not like as good as they are, as cheap as they are. Right. And he's defending the capitalist system from the motherfucking, from the right wing. Right, because like he wants meritocracy for like the upper class because James Lindsay ultimately is a Peter Thiel guy. Right. I mean, he's an upper class motherfucker. Right. He's a libertarian. He believes in the system. Right. And like, you know, this is all this shit that we're doing right now. And this is why like I fucking hate James Lindsay because like, you know, I'm like, yo, fuck you, bro. You know what I mean? I want to be able to eat. I want to eat more. And the more immigrants we kick out, the more I can eat. Basic mentality.
Yeah. Well, here's what's funny is like I feel like if there were actually people around who just said that openly, I really do feel like that like women would actually respond to that better than the bullshit that people are trying to do now. Like they would never admit that, but I do think that like in you know in their heart they would actually be like okay with that. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And so I do think that's interesting that, I mean, I understand why nobody does that, but yeah, I think if people just more plainly said it, like,
yeah, listen,
I need my own shit. So
again, if we were capable as human beings of having that basic conversation, right? Of going like, yeah, listen, I want to kick out the immigrants because I want more money and a cheaper place to live. We could have an honest conversation about that. You know what I mean? And negotiate, because at least then you have a starting point negotiating. Instead, we're having, and I wrote an article about this, we're having a conversation about like fucking criminality, which is fucking dumb, right? Because Indians are like fucking, you know, pushing everybody back down the economic ladder out of like the fucking tech sector. Right. And it's like, no, you know what I mean?
Well, this is kind of what I did earlier today. And this is why I like doing TikTok, because these people were talking about like trans, athletes or some shit. And I just went in there and started saying like, okay, do you guys believe in discrimination for like, I can't remember what it was now, but for whatever it was, like, do you think that I say, you guys think that the government should not interfere? I mean, the government should interfere if somebody says, I don't want to hire you because you're black, right? And they're like, oh, of course, we don't want a racist corporation. I was like, okay. because they were telling this other guy who's like, well, that's a private company. If they want women to get beat up by men who are pretending to be women, then that's their right to do that, essentially. Which I thought was really weird that a liberal would say that, but I was like, okay. And I was like, okay, so you said that. I was like, but you also say that corporations should like get punished if they don't hire somebody or fire somebody because they're black, right? And they're like, oh, of course. And I was like, okay, great. I was like, do you think that women should have the right to discriminate who they want to have sex with? And they got freaked the fuck out. They're like, what are you trying to say? Well, but again, it's like, well, I was like, well, the thing is like discrimination, right? Like you guys are saying like, you don't want people to discriminate based on like certain things because it's the law, right? But then we're talking about a woman get punched in the head until she has like brain damage, right? Because it's like Mike Tyson versus like 100-pound lady, right? Like at some point,
this is the dumbest shit. I fucking hate it so much. I fucking hate all of it so fucking much. Like that's a second order effect, right? Like, can we stop having that conversation? This is the same as like the criminality with immigrants. It's fucking dumb. It's the stupidest shit, right? Like, listen, why are we talking about crime with immigrants? Because we let immigrants in. Why we let immigrants in? Because it lowers wages. That's it, right? So that is a second order effect. It's a criminality, right? Why do we have trans athletes punching females in the head? Well, why do we have trans? Well, why do we have trans? Because like corporations need motherfuckers to be good cubicle monkeys, and human beings are trying to fit into an economy, right? Why do we have cubicle monkeys? Because that's what corporations want. Well, listen, so people are becoming trans to become proper cubicle monkeys. I mean, so then all of a sudden now we have trans people in college, motherfucking like, fighting motherfucking females and punching them in the head. Can we just stop?
Well, here's the thing is if you say that like, well, if the issue of crime and immigrants comes up at all, they say, well, the statistics say that Americans do more crime than the immigrants, so really the immigrants aren't a problem.
I'm like, yeah, but if you take Indians and Asians out, like that's no longer a fucking thing.
Right, but see, this is the thing. This is what's funny is like,
listen, if you take out like major urban areas in America, right? You know what I mean? Like as far as crime statistics go, we're safer than every country in Europe.
Yeah, exactly. See, this is what I was telling them, and they get so angry at me. I was like, if you correct for like inner city gun violence, America is one of the safest places in the world, right? And again, people just don't want to face that fact. And again, I'm not saying America is like perfect or anything. I'm just saying like you're pretty fucking safe in America. And the people who don't think that should go somewhere else and then come back and tell me that I'm wrong. You know what I mean? Like,
yo, if you want to have a conversation, right, with these fucking retards, right, which I'm fucking 100% behind you having a conversation with these retards, hit them with the economics. Explain like, yeah, listen, trans females, right, in fucking like trans females and women's sports, right, are a second order effect of corporations forcing everybody to like work in the fucking cubicles. That's all you have to do.
Well, that's what I ended on. So I backed them into a corner because it said, you sound like a fascist, because I said I don't believe in rights. And they're like, oh, you're a fascist. I was like, no, I'm anti-liberal. And then they're like, oh, well, what does that mean? And I was like, well, I think liberalism is like the ultimate fascism. And they're like, what? That doesn't even make sense. So they weren't even mad. They were like confused, right? And then I was like, and then I hit them with like, I was like, well, I think the global corporation, I can't remember. I said something about corporations, and they're like, oh, I agree. It was really weird. I wish I recorded it. I thought I could get a recording of it, but I was wrong, unfortunately. But it was a really good one, honestly, because I really fucked with her head pretty good. But and I did that to experiment because I didn't, honestly, I was so distracted. I wasn't doing a great job at it. But I think what you're saying is starting to sink in because I'm starting to like figure out how to maneuver with them because I kind of lied to them, to be honest, because if you say that you didn't vote or that you vote for Trump, they'll immediately not listen to you. So I told them like a half truth. I said, well, I voted for Trump last time, and I voted for Harris this time, because to be honest with you, I almost voted for Harris just out of spite, just to be a dick, because like I knew my vote wouldn't count in California anyways. So it's kind of like a half truth, but I just did that because I knew if if I said I didn't vote last time, which is true, or if I said that I voted for Trump, they just wouldn't listen to anything I said. So I kind of fucked with them. And then they started saying like, "There's no way you voted for Harris. There's no way." But and then they're like, "What are you, an anarchist?" And I was like, "Kind of, yeah." And which is kind of true. And so it just got really weird. But then when I hit them with the economic stuff, they 100% agreed, right? When I started like saying that like corporations are doing whatever it was, I can't remember, but. Yeah, I agree. I think that's interesting, and I think that you just have to figure out new ways to maneuver to get them in the right mindset.
Listen, just explain to them that they're the foot soldiers of the capitalist motherfucking machine, right? That every time they fight for people to be inclusive, right, what they're doing is they're fighting for more labor to be put into the goddamn fucking economic system. That's it.
Yeah, well, that's something I did the other night. I think I recorded that one, and I did say that pretty close, something very similar to that. I think I said something like, I was like, basically said something like that. Like you're like, I said it in a nicer way, but I said something to the effect of like, you're basically the bitch of like the international global corporations or something. And they're like, "Oh, that's not true. I just care about immigrants or something." And I was like, "No, not really." And so I try to get them to admit in some way that they don't actually care about the immigrants, right? Or they don't actually care about gun control, or they don't actually, and it was funny because I kind of like trolled these two black guys, and they were like, "I wanted gun control." I was like, "Oh," and I took a long time to get to it, but I said something to the effect of like, "Oh, so you guys are black and you want to take guns away from black people in the inner city?" I was like, "That's kind of weird." I was like, "That sounds kind of racist," And
again, all you have to do is just explain to them, like really simply put, that they are the foot soldiers of the capitalist goddamn machine, right? That like capitalism is literally like motherfucking eating its own seed corn because it's ran out of the ability to innovate on its own, right? That like we pumped immigrants in to suck up motherfucking like all the inflation. Right, to get rid of inflation, they put in motherfucking immigrants to drop wages so that the working class can't pull money out of the upper class, which in turn motherfucking benefits, the top fucking 2%. Right, that's all you have to do. Right, and they don't know how to handle that. Like their brains will fucking explode. Right, like you're fighting for you're fighting for the demise of your own fucking people.
Yeah, well, that's definitely what I'm trying to get across to them for sure. And I mean, if I figure out how to put that into video format, I definitely want to do more videos like that because and it's kind of funny. Like I honestly have mixed feelings on it. Like, for example, like if I was talking to a black guy, or I just use that as an example because it's the most easy one to think of like, how do you show that these liberal black guys who are over here, like trying to pretend to be like a bleeding heart for the immigrants, like, how do I make it clear that like these people are literally like the Uncle Toms, of their generation. You know what I mean? Like that's really what I want to do.
Like that's really easy to do, right? You go, "Hey, listen, like the absolute best thing, right, for black people, right, is to motherfucking have like homes or like they have fathers in them, right? Number one, and number two, have the ability as a people to be able to build their fucking wealth. Right. And the best way to do that is to have less people, because the less you have, the more valuable things are. Supply and demand is a fucking iron law. And the more they fight for liberalism, the more people get included, the less motherfucking money they have in their goddamn pocket, and the less fucking wealth that their people are able to build. They are fucking themselves.
Right. And it's funny because then they'll say, "Well, I'm against capitalism and I just want to crash it," or so. They haven't said this directly, but I get the sense that that's kind of what they're in the back of their head thinking that they're doing, I guess.
Yeah, listen, I gotta get up off of here because my girl's having a hard time sleeping with me over here bullshitting on the internet. So listen, I'm gonna holla at you tomorrow, man. You know what I mean? Like, yo, fucking think about the shit I told you, and look up this thing, look up that fucking article I sent you.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna read your articles tomorrow too, for sure. So
no, I sent you an article in your DMs. Fucking, it's Yarvin's motherfucking chapter 5. It's a great fucking joint, right? You'll enjoy it. And if you read 5, you want to read 6.
All right, cool. We'll do. All right, appreciate it,
brother. Peace.
All right, have a good night.
Have a good night.
Hello, Avi.
Hello, how are you doing?
Good, man. I have a question for you. Are you? Do you have a TikTok?
No.
Are you willing to get one and do an experiment with me?
No, I'm not interested in TikTok. No.
Oh man.
Yeah.
You're such a good troll, though. I think you'd be like really good at
Yeah.
it. I think you and Brown's boy would be like the masters, and not only you. Like I think a lot of the people. I think Lorp. I think a lot of people will be really good at it, better than me. But I think you guys should highly consider doing it because it would be very fun. Like I have this idea, and I would show you an example, but I will literally get my whole channel deleted if I showed you what I'm thinking of. So I can't do that. But yeah, I do want to start doing that. I think I think we should go in as groups and not just troll, like do honest dialogue, but do it in a way that's entertaining.
Yeah, I think that's fine if you enjoy it, but I'd rather read because I have to like balance, reading and other stuff. I actually, have to, balance my time more and stuff. Yeah, so I'm not interested in that. Like right now I'm reading Plato's Republic. It's kind of tiresome though, but I'm reading that, and have some other stuff to read also and stuff. Yeah. Yeah, also I'm thinking about maybe applying to a PhD program, but I don't know because I think academic funding is drying up. There was one program that's research that seemed interesting. I emailed the professor and he said that they're underfunded. So I don't know what the future will hold. So maybe academia will kind of die out, and so it seems
Well,
like.
why do you want to be a PhD?
Well, yeah, I don't know if the corporate work environment it really suits me and stuff. Like I was working, I lost my job after like 2-3 months. I had other jobs, but each of those jobs I got through connections. Something about the corporate environment hates me. I don't know why and stuff. So I can't survive in it and stuff. I don't know. I don't know. Like I can't find a job and other stuff. So I guess maybe just go for PhD. I guess it's like all I can do and stuff. Yeah, this past few months I've just been waking up, reading a bit, maybe do some meditation, but I've been just stuck in this room just reading and stuff. I don't know if it's mentally healthy and stuff, yeah, just wake up, read, maybe.
You ever played some sports? You ever played sports before?
Yeah, I used to box when I was younger, but I don't know,
Okay.
yeah, I'm not interested anymore in
Well, you
sports.
probably beat my ass then. I never did anything like that.
Oh, well, how tall are you?
Um, I'm in the upper range. I'm not over 6 feet, but I'm close to it. Depends on the day. Sometimes I'm a little closer than other days.
Yeah. Yeah, but let's say height is very important for strength and other stuff. So I'm like 5'8", 5'9", which is not
Yeah,
that.
I'm pretty close to that. So, but yeah, I don't know. I guess I don't know. I'm not really that strong, honestly. Like, I wish I were. I think because like what's weird is like I used to work out. I used to like lift weights and stuff, and like I never really felt like I really got that strong. You know what I mean? So maybe I just wasn't doing it right or something. I don't know, but like I was stronger. You know what I mean? But I never felt like I got like that. I never really felt like I got like that super strong. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I was strong for some time. Like in my 20s, early 20s, and late teens. I could do one arm push-ups on a medicine ball, elevated and stuff, and I could do like 20 or 25 pull-ups. I was pretty strong and stuff, but not so much anymore. Now I'm pretty weak. Yeah, but in the past I was very strong.
But I think sports are. I think working out is important for the social aspect just as much as the strength stuff. I think you know what I mean. Like I think that working out should be like it should be a I think it should be a like group endeavor. I feel like
Yeah, well, I'm not really interested in socializing unless I know I can make connections. Like I'm kind of reclusive. I'm a very reclusive guy, so I don't see the point. So I'd rather play video games or read a book or watch the birds. I'm kind of a schizophrenic. I wouldn't say schizophrenic, but a very paranoid person. Especially
Cats
after.
in the cradles and the silver spoon, little boy blue and the man on the moon. You know that one?
How many people do you know who's actually shot someone? For example, I actually shot someone during a home break.
Well, not enough, if I'm honest with you.
Yeah, but the problem is my parents blame me, and so I didn't do anything. He broke in the other house, then he came through the front door, and they confiscated my gun. And so why? It wasn't my fault.
Well, if you don't want to socialize, you can hang out if you want. I'm gonna try to troll these people and see how it goes.
Sure,
you
can
give me some advice if you want to stick around. Give me some talking points because this should be interesting. Let's see how it goes. Well, I'm gonna let you listen.
It's really normal that because everybody smells the same. So
What? That's the lack of sleep.
Yusuf, go to sleep, please, please.
Think
So
about
you need to
How
go.
are your guys' college in Oregon? They're all
He might
right.
not let me on actually.
You need to go work concrete or work a
Not
construction job.
elite.
After 8 hours or 10 hours of that, you'll fall asleep, no problem.
nah, man.
He lives a pretty busy life.
With all respect,
him
bro.
back up?
Like,
This guy has
Walaikum
this one has one cell and this one has one cell, brain cell.
Here we go. Pass it back and forth. Volleyball.
That shit is
funny.
Oh my god.
Are you calling me dumb and dumber? Like,
Yes.
I don't even understand what these guys are talking
That's
about.
what we meant.
I can't stay here too long.
You said
what the heck? I just realized your profile picture. What the heck, JJ?
It's Plankton. Don't make it weird. It's a cartoon character. Just
Why
like
you keep
yours.
staring at it? That's weird. Just look and go down back to your.
No, matter of fact, not only am I gonna stare at it, I'm gonna screenshot it too.
Like we should.
Flag or something, Jasmine?
No.
Oh, they're just dropping.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Those guys seem like trolls.
Well, one of them could be real.
You seem very sleepy.
It's been a day.
I'm not a fan of Dom, but Dims are equally flawed. Thoughts on Ice? I can probably. Well, can I make a F Ice one?
You're from the South, so you like ice in your tea, is that correct?
And that's about it.
So why don't you like ice? What's wrong with them?
I don't really dislike Ice. I kind of disagree with Democrats when they say like F completely Ice, but when something is perverted, like you have to call it out. Like it's not doing its original purpose. Like it's unaliving citizens and breaking the Fourth Amendment and stuff like that, and it's being used as like being used as like a fascist tool rather than what it's supposed to be.
A fascist tool? What do you mean?
So why were they sent to Minnesota?
I'm honestly not sure.
Because
I think
of
they
the
were just trying to
fake-
pick up people who were here without permission, as far as I understand. But I don't know the.
So why this that has more undocumented immigrants? Why were they in Maine that has one of the lowest amount of undocumented immigrants?
Well, if I had to guess, probably because there's a lot of rich white people there in both those places.
Yeah. So how does so when you think about undocumented immigrants, you think about rich white folks in mansions?
Well, I mean, maybe they're the ones who are wanting the immigrants gone, so maybe they want them gone from their area.
No, they said they wanted him out. Most white rich people with college education are liberals because they actually are educated and know shit. So no, they wanted ICE out. So it's being used as a tool. If you're sending them to only liberal areas and not Texas that has the most undocumented immigrants, you're being used as a tool, right? Why would you send them to a place that has the least amount of undocumented immigrants like Maine?
I honestly never really thought about it like that.
Yeah, you have to, dude. That's why I'm up here to try to get people to think.
It's a blue state, bro. It's a blue state. That's why.
Yes, it's being used as a tool.
But you said that white people are smart and educated. Are you smart and educated too?
Well, one, I'm black. Two, I'm not. I said those white people are. I didn't say all white people are. I know a lot of ignorant, dumbass YT people. That's why Trump. That's why Trump's president, right? So I didn't say all white people are smart, rich, and whatever.
Well, let me ask you this: as a black man, how do immigrants help the black community in America?
I don't think it's up to them to help us. But do you want to try to make a counter argument that they hurt us?
Well, I mean, a very simple equation.
I don't think they have to help us. I don't think white people have to help us.
But why would you want them? But why would you want them here if they're like lowering the wages for the jobs here, though?
They aren't lowering the wages. How come? Okay, so you guys you deported how many immigrants this year? 2.5 million.
Why?
Right.
I didn't. I mean,
would you take that figure?
Sure. I mean, it could.
Okay, so if you said it's hurting black wages, right? So you deported 2.5 million citizens, but yet my black unemployment rate has soared to 7. Right. Yeah. So if they're hurting our wages, how come you guys have gotten rid of 2.5 million of them, but my unemployment rate's rising? It's almost as if they're not taking our jobs. Any other questions?
Well, I didn't say that they're taking their jobs. I said they're driving down wages. I didn't really say
well, obviously not, because if you don't have a job, you can't have a wage. So,
hey, do you think like, say we do take out all the immigrants, you think corporations are just gonna
the Passover is back? Sorry, Eddie.
No, I was just gonna ask them. So I think people think that once all immigrants are out, like these corporations are just gonna start paying us $80 an hour. Is that what you're thinking?
Well, here's what I think. Here's what I know for pretty sure. You know that like the average wage corrected for inflation right now would be around like above $100. I'm pretty sure, right? Like that's what a normal job.
I don't believe
right
that.
now.
I don't believe that.
Well, I mean, to buy an average home in America, you would need to make like $165 an hour on average, right? Like to buy like a house in the metro. You know,
have so many openings. We already don't have enough workers, and yet the wage still fucking sucks. So I just disagree with that.
Well, would you say take women out of the workforce as well?
No, I would not. Because then you definitely wouldn't have anybody to work.
I mean, isn't it weird though that we have all this technology?
How do you say your name, Ceci? Cece?
You can call me Jack, but isn't it weird
I'm talking
that we have all
about this? I'm trying to introduce the other people. Ceci? Cece?
Yes, sir.
Age, state, and who'd you vote for?
I'm 37. I'm from Texas, and I vote for Kamala Harris.
John Stone.
Yes, sir. Hey, I'm 64. I'm in Las Vegas, originally from New York, and I voted for Vice President Harris because I have more than 2 working brain cells.
That sounds good.
Hey, before you get off the subject, I just want to interject one thing, and then I'll be quiet or I'll leave. So not only the deportations, let's pretend it's 2 million, like the Trump administration says. Not only that, but it's been more than a year. And if you take the claim that they all make that Biden just let everybody in 16, 20, 18 million, let's go with the lowest number. If you take the lowest number, which is 8 million, 2 million per year. So that's 2 million less people in here just from immigration, and then another 2 million that supposedly have been deported. How has anyone's life improved one iota?
Well, let me ask you a question, John. Why do you care more about somebody from another country more than the people that are born and raised around you?
Can you answer his question first?
We don't. We actually care more about people around us than you guys.
Yes.
But I would love to hear you answer his question of how
I didn't hear
your
a
life
question.
has. He asked you.
So
how
you were
your
just so ready to say what you had
Right.
to say.
Right.
No,
Yes.
I tuned him out because he only has like 3 brain cells. He said he has more than 2, so I was just waiting for the.
Yeah. The question
So
was,
let me tell you, yeah.
at least according to Trump and all maggot numbers, there's at least 4 million less people in this country right now. How has your life improved 1 iota?
Well, do you think that virtue always has to make your life better?
Wow, are you?
You
Pam
asked
Bondi?
about how immigrants help blacks, so I guess so.
Is that Pam Bondi in disguise?
Yeah, the down is $50K.
$50,000. It's not dollars.
Well, see, what's funny about her saying that is all the rich people the next day went and shorted the market and made a bunch of money. So.
See, that's all you guys care about is the rich. You don't got.
No, I
give
don't.
a
I'm
shit
just
about
telling you
you.
that's why she said that. She said that so the rich people could go and.
So you
make a
admit
bunch of
that
money
your
the
party
next
is
day.
corrupt. Next.
Well, I'm not. Who said I'm a Republican or a conservative? I never said
It
that.
seems like you've only been defending Republicans and attacking Democrats.
No, I'm just questioning your worldview because I don't think you guys actually care about the immigrants like you say you do.
We do care about the immigrants, dude.
But well, why do you care about them more than Americans?
We don't.
I
Okay,
don't
hold
care.
on.
I don't
Go
care
ahead,
about
John.
them
Go ahead,
on
John. Go ahead.
I don't care about them on a day-to-day, hour-to-hour.
Yeah, we're not
business.
just sitting here like immigrants,
Right.
immigrants.
Yeah, because if you
Right.
did, you
When-
let them come sleep in your bed at night, right?
Whenever
Just like
whenever I see a
we're waiting
fellow
on you
human
guys to
being-
let in all the babies that you want not AB'd. Yeah.
Whenever I see,
Yeah, I'm glad you're
human
laughing
being-
about someone.
I'm not laughing. I'm
awarding-
saying, are you opening up your house to the children to children that you don't want to be AB'd?
Yeah, how many people? have
Yeah,
you
I'm
adopted?
just turning your logic back on.
I'm
you,
also
dude.
not out here advocating that women should have the right to that rather than people actually help each other.
So you just said we're not opening up our house to immigrants. You're not opening up your house to adopted kids, are you?
Yeah, but you're the one ever here saying that, like,
you
American.
just said you're not.
You're the one saying.
Go ahead, John.
You're the one advocating that immigrants
Go
are
ahead,
better
John.
than
But
Americans.
you're the one advocating for women not to have ABs. But go ahead,
Yeah,
John.
I
know you. Yes.
Speak, please.
Go ahead. John.
You could
I'll
tell
tell
them
you-
the same thing. Like, how many veterans have you taken into your house? And
I'll-
how
Why
many-
don't
virtual signal.
I think the military works for evil corporations. Why would I do that?
Yeah, right.
One more thing. So
You probably
in Texas, the
gotta-
reason why they're not in Texas is because there's anywhere from 1.7 to 2.3 million undocumented people in Texas. Does anyone here think that Texas could take a 1 million person hit in their economy and survive? I don't.
I mean,
no.
China had like 70 million wiped out like not that long ago.
Well, this is not China. This is America.
Yeah, but my point is that people die all the time or go away all the time, and things
Unalive. But I got a question for you. When you said that, what was that question you said? You said that we care more about immigrants than we do the American people. Okay, which party wants to cut SNAP benefits, Jack?
No.
Again,
see,
I'm not a Republican. I'm not a conservative, so I don't know. What
No,
the
you
thing
said
is.
our party doesn't care about the American people. Which party wants to cut SNAP benefits?
Well, how
You
is
can
it?
answer-
Hold
Oh
on.
my god! I know you're mad because
How is it? Hold on. How is it helping people to keep them dependent on the government, which doesn't care about
Which
them and is run
party
by
wants
evil
to cut
corporations?
SNAP benefits?
I have no idea, honestly, because I don't really pay
Oh
attention. to
yeah,
that.
right. You're just disingenuous. Is there another MAGA down there that's actually going to debate?
Well, I think MAGA's a cult, so I mean, I'm not a MAGA person.
I can't tell because you agree with you believe everything that they say.
We have 2 new panelists.
Melissa.
I was just going to say, I don't think either of your new panelists are MAGA because they haven't unmuted and interrupted anybody.
Yeah,
No,
Chris.
I would say that Silvio or whatever his name is independent, maybe, but it's still the same.
It's a hard independent.
It's
But
hard.
hold on, Chris on 10 age state who'd vote for?
32, Oklahoma, and I don't vote.
Okay, Melissa, age state, who'd you vote for?
Oh, hold on. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. 51 New Jersey, and who did I vote for? I voted for Trump.
Okay, you've been very respectful for a Trump supporter, but
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't support everything he does, though. You know, like I voted for him because I thought he was the better of the options. It doesn't mean like people that talk about like it's some kind of a cult. I don't know what cult you're talking about. I missed the cult gatherings. I haven't been there for it. There's plenty of shit that he does that I don't support.
Well, don't worry. Even if you didn't vote for Trump, they would say because you're white, you're bad too. So that'll be the next one.
we none of us. You've been on this live for like 30 minutes and nobody said that. So just live your pipe dreams. Yeah, you're definitely not. You're definitely our MAGA, dude.
No, I'm not.
No, not you. I'm talking about the crazy Jack dude who's just got kicked off because has no brain cells apparently.
No, like I don't. Honestly, I haven't been paying attention to news lately. And the next thing I know, I wake up and like we took over Venezuela, and I'm like, why are we messing with Venezuela?
Well, here's the thing. I actually agree with you. I don't think all you guys are cult members. I think a lot of you guys were just ignorant, and you just voted for Trump. Like that just happens. You don't have to be a cult member. Now there is a lot of cult members in the MAGA movement, but a lot of them were just.
What'd you think of that, Avian?
You know, they were suffering during Biden's economy, and they just felt like, okay, I have to vote for this madman to get, a better economy. That was wrong. I don't think you guys are all cults.
Avian, leave me hanging.
I don't know. I can go into my I have paid attention to politics the majority of my life. Like I said, I'm 51. Trump was the first Republican I ever voted for in my life. I was a Democrat my entire life.
Recording.
Just like Democrats kind of fucking left me too. I didn't leave the party. They left
live
me.
or recording?
How did they leave you?
They're dumb bullshit. Well, I was a Bernie supporter, and then let's.
Well, how can you be a Bernie supporter and say the Democrat Party left you? Like, oh, I want to hear a point.
Oh, did you miss that? Did you miss how
Would you say?
Sassy, that is her point. She said the
Is
Democrat
this
Party
live
left her,
or
and I want to
recording?
know how can she support the leftist Democrat up there and say the party left her? Okay, go ahead, Melissa.
Did you watch what happened during that election? It was the whole it's Hillary's time.
You're talking about when they stopped Bernie from winning?
Yeah.
Okay, so how does that make you want to go to the right?
It didn't make me want to go to the right. It didn't make me want to go to the right at all. It's just I just sat back and I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna sit this one out, and I did. I sat it out, and then I just watched the Democrat Party go absolutely ape shit over everyone. There's this Trump derangement syndrome thing.
How's it a Trump derangement? It's more of a Trump
got
devotion.
so mad over nothing. I was like, bruh.
Over nothing?
He won the fucking election. He won the fucking election. Just let him do his thing. And nobody, and it just didn't stop. It was never.
So you were okay with him fomenting an insurrection? You were okay with him dancing and acting stupid when people were unaliving from C-19? There's not Trump derangement syndrome. I voted for Trump.
I voted for Trump. Did you?
Okay. Yes, I did. I supported Trump.
When? Which time? The first time or second time or both?
The first time.
I didn't vote for him.
And then
you know who I voted for? I voted for Jill.
And then when I see him betray this country and commit treason, basically, and cause an insurrection with January 6th, I left the party. So it's not a derangement. I didn't just hate Trump, and then all of a sudden just wake up and be like, support him, then say, oh, I hate him, I have Trump derangement syndrome. No, this guy he's pretty evil. Like, everything he does is corrupt and evil.
I can't agree with you on this.
He's doubled his net worth. Yeah. If Obama would have doubled his net worth in office, everybody would have had a cow.
I don't like shit he's doing lately. I could say this. All right,
word for word, but ultimately it said that this Constitution was for immorally just people with the same, I think he used the word emotive reactions. I don't quite remember the exact word again. And he also said a people of the same founding stock. So
he said immorally just?
Morally or morally just. I don't quite remember. Again, I don't remember the exact words. But he also said that the people should have a common language, a common founding stock. So in other words, the Constitution, even though it guarantees individual rights, but at the same time, the Constitution rests on the principle that the American people speak the same language and are of the same founding stock. So, which means homogeneity, in other words, right? So that is actually, even though that's not directly written in the Constitution, but Thomas Jefferson, based on his review of the preamble, he wrote that in his diary, is that this is like, based on the assumptions that this and this.
Yeah, he's getting, man, you gotta silence those notifications.
Somebody hit him.
Sorry about that. Yeah. So Tom, in other words, the Constitution, even though it exists, right? But even though it guarantees personal, rights and freedoms, right? Rights and liberties. But it was written, according to Thomas Jefferson, based on the assumption that the American people are a people with a common outlook, with a common language, and a common founding stock. So, in other words, it assumed a certain level of societal cohesion. What level of societal cohesion? The level of societal cohesion that is achieved when everybody speaks the same language, everybody has the same dedication or loyalty to the Constitution, and the people who look alike, who come from, again, his exact words were, I think, common founding stock. Now, as we know, America in 2026, we no longer fully satisfy that that condition that Thomas Jefferson wrote. So if you just give, individual rights and liberties without a common, I don't want to use bloodline, but without a common nation, let's use the word nation, without a united nation, right? Then you tear the country apart. Because if you just respect individual rights and liberties and there's nothing binding the American people together, then we're not going to be united for much longer.
Well, here's Sevish. Can I get your age real quick, and then you address the problem, and then you can.
35. And
how do you feel about the prompt?
I mean, I pretty much agree. I don't really like democracy myself. I mean, I think it served a purpose, but probably not the purpose that most people want to believe that it has. You know what I mean? So.
Yeah, well, not necessarily. The founding fathers necessarily didn't oppose the idea or value. They just didn't like the purest form of democracy when it was put into practice.
Well, there's a reason why all the people that we don't like on the TV are saying like democracy. They don't want to talk about what a republic or a democracy or like what Plato wrote about or any of this stuff. They just want to obfuscate everything and make it as confusing.
Yeah, hold on. Guy, can I get your age real quick? Guy.
Not Guy.
You're on teacup. Yeah, I pronounce that shit like it was French.
And if I could say something about Plato, okay. Plato, of course, lived in ancient Greece. And we have to keep in mind something about ancient Greece. There's a fundamental difference between the Greek city-states and Rome. So we know Greco-Roman culture, but there's a fundamental difference that separates ancient Greece from ancient Rome. Does anyone know what it is?
Say that one more time.
Not off the top of my head.
So there's people talk about Western culture emanating from Greco-Roman culture, but there's actually a fundamental difference.
Nation.
There's actually a fundamental difference between ancient Greece and ancient Rome. Does anyone know what it is?
It's the Jews.
Oh my God.
So the ancient Greeks, Greek citizenship is only inherited, but Roman citizenship can be earned. And so America is much more like Rome than it is Greece. In fact, the European countries, arguably, they are the modern day, equivalents of ancient Greece.
Yeah,
So
you're
Plato-
almost saying like Rome was more like a system and Greece was more like a nation. or nations.
That's correct. So when Plato wrote his treatise or his views, I believe that his starting point, his assumption was that you are working with a nation of people. You are working with the people with a common with a common stock and a common language.
Holy shit! I actually have Yeah, guys, if you're not talking right now, like Lee or Carbon or me, tap that screen so we can get more people, so we can get that live out there. Damn, this is the most views I had. Shit.
So I think because of that, Thomas Jefferson based his thinking, I think, on that, and his condition for the Constitution was that America, we have a common vision, we have a common morality, we have a common language, and a common founding stock. Which, of course, in 17, the first Immigration Act was the Immigration Act of 1790, and there it explicitly mentioned that citizenship could only be earned by those who are white Christians.
Well, and I just want to touch on something really quick. And again, like, look, I'm going to sound like I'm being liberal, but I'm really not. I just want to say this really briefly. So, like, here's the thing. White people, we have our own problems, right? Like, we definitely have our own corruption. We have our own issues, whatever, right? But I don't know if you guys ever been into the third world or other places, like the level of lack of the lack of standards for morality in a European sense is shocking. And I think that most people have never really experienced that. And I think that most people in the world, I mean, most Americans and Europeans would like kind of be okay if there was like some standard that was kind of being imposed. Like, you have to meet this level of morality to come into this thing. Now, look, our elites are kind of bad and have been doing bad things to other Europeans for a long time, right? But obviously it's a whole nother game now that we have a global corporation and a global economy and a global situation going on, right? And I think that the morality is one of the things that never gets talked about, and about how really my biggest problem with the left, or whatever you want to call them, I don't even know what the right word is anymore, but whatever they are, like, they don't want morality. Like, they specifically don't like European ethical systems and stuff like this, right?
I agree. They're like what I call liberal nationalists.
I've never heard that term, but that's interesting. Can you tell me more about it? I would call it Trotskyism, but
oh, sure. Yeah, it's no, that's actually Trotskyism. I would say it's a close, if not identical. It's good. It's good. I like it. So what liberal nationalism is that nations, basically the former nation states, that includes let's say Britain, France, Germany, etc. They transfer themselves into credo nations built not on common founding stock, but based on creed. So that is the definition of liberal nationalism. And this, of course, starting after 1991, because at that time liberalism was in its heyday. Many European countries, including, of course, the United States, due to the success of the quote-unquote success of the United States defeating the Soviet Union in the Cold War. 1991, that was the heyday of liberalism, because Western European nation states, and I do want to emphasize that word nation state, because back then they were pretty homogenous. They saw the success of America and their new elites, not the ones, not like Charles de Gaulle, but basically the new elites, starting from 1991, they believe that they can transform their nation states into basically sorry about that. They can transform their nation states into a version of America, of the United States, i.e., credo nations instead of nations bound by blood and soil. So this opened the door for immigration. Some people who are anti-immigration would refer to this period as mass immigration. And the reason why they use the word mass is, so let's just use Germany as just an example here, just to illustrate this. Germany starting in 1999, it disconnected ethnicity from their citizenship. Before 1999, in order to earn German citizenship, you had to be married to a German, assuming that you're non-German, you had to be married to a German, or you were, let's say, of German ethnicity, but left the country a long time ago. So after 1999, that requirement was gotten rid of. And once it was gotten rid of, from 1999 to, I believe, 2024, I think, Germany accepted accepted an incredible amount of immigrants. How many, you may ask? Right now, some are saying that the number of non-ethnic Germans with German citizenship has almost exceeded, not yet, I believe it's 45%, has almost exceeded the number of ethnic Germans with German citizenship. And when once it exceeds it, in sociology, there's a term called downgrading. Downgrading sounds bad because it is bad. How downgrading is defined is that when a once dominant ethnic group or majority ethnic group slides down, or in other words, it downgrades to a minority. And by minority, I mean your population is now below 50%, because the majority is any ethnic group above 50%. So if you're above 50%, then you outnumber all the other ethnic groups, hence the word minorities, put together. But once you drop below 50%, that's no longer true. Once you drop below 50%, essentially every ethnic group is now a minority. And when that happens, this downgrading event is actually, in the history of civil wars, it's the most likely trigger for a civil war.
Yeah. Smokey, can I get your age?
Yeah, sorry, I was just being polite when I came up, making sure that's why I needed my mic. I'm 50, I live in Vegas.
Okay. Yeah. How do you feel about the front where I claim I oppose democracy, so did the founding fathers? How do you feel about that?
Well, I know depending on what you say for democracy, I know our founding fathers didn't write a vote into the actual Constitution originally, didn't come to the 14th Amendment, Section 2. I know they othered persons, and so the Bill of Rights wasn't for persons, because if you were another person, it didn't cover you. I know Dred Scott versus Sanford confirmed that.
Hold on, but do you understand? Hold on.
So I know that our founding fathers had a democracy for straight white male landowners.
Well.
So I'm answering.
Hold on. You're so. I understand where you're coming from, but you're kind of like jumping past history. But do you understand what
they didn't want democracy for everyone.
Well, it's not about that, sir. Do you not understand what the Federalist Papers was about?
Federalist Papers got no bearing in laws. The Constitution is the supreme law of the land.
Well, yeah, but do you not know why they opposed?
Again, we're governed by the Constitution.
Yeah, exactly.
And so I know in the Constitution, we othered people, other persons are 3/5, Article 1, Section 2. I know an other person couldn't vote because they weren't a person.
Well, it's not about person this, person that. Do you know why they oppose a democracy rather than a republic? It's mentioned in the Federalist Papers why they critique it. So? Until he comes out. Red, yeah, what's up? Can I get your age?
So I'll drop down because you actually don't want to have a constitutional conversation. Have a great evening, everyone.
Okay. I'll drop you there.
I'm 25 and I'm from Pennsylvania.
Yeah, how do you feel about the prompt?
I completely agree with it. Our country was made as a constitutional republic, not a democracy.
Yeah. So you pretty much, are you familiar with the Federalist Papers?
Not particularly. I'm more familiar with the Constitution.
Yeah. So the Federalist Papers made by Alexander Hamilton, John Jay, and James Madison. They pretty much gave their reasons why they did not want it. They want to still encourage a centralized government. They didn't want to give too much power to the majority rule. They also believe in the idea of checks and balances, in which your three branches of government, the executive, judicial, and legislative, pretty much the check and balances were there to make sure, to keep each other in check and make sure there's no specific entity or party in holding too much power, per se. Same thing with the majority rule. And because we've seen in history where we had a pure democracy and it turned out to be not really helpful. In the case of Athens, Rome, and Lee, I think you even mentioned the French Revolution, correct?
Correct, yes.
Yeah. Yeah, at that time, the French Revolution was there, and it was pretty much a confirmation of their fears of a pure democracy.
So the French Revolution ultimately then led to the onset of European nation states or European nationalism, because once people stop believing in the divine right of rule, right, and the French Revolution replaced that with, hey, everybody should get a vote, right? So in other words, the people, right? But here's the thing: people come in different, languages. People speak different languages. People have different religions, and people look different, right? So unfortunately, unfortunately, it led to, because in a voting system, whoever wins the majority wins the game of politics, right? So it becomes, hey, is my group bigger than your group?
Yeah,
and then
that's pretty much what the founding fathers. Well, I mean, I think Lee explains it differently or sees it differently. That's one of the key things they kind of worried about. They didn't want a mob majority rule to where, like, pretty much they can say they have pretty much the say. They can confiscate your property, so on and so forth. They determine who gets to have power anyway. Yeah.
And if you look at what's going on right now, that's like the Republicans and the Democrats always infighting and fighting against each other. That's pretty much the, like why are we?
A red-blooded American. Do you know why that's happening? I have a theory behind why it's happening.
I have a theory too. I believe it's because they want us divided. The people who are in power want us divided so that they can take over what we have.
So again, this is just a theory, so it might not be right. So I think it's actually the opposite. What's happening is that when Lee Kuan Yew, the founder of Singapore, once said that and multiracial countries should not be democracies because people don't vote their politics, people vote their identity. And I think because our country is so diverse right now, with in fact, it's not just multiracial, but there's many languages, and now even many multi-religions, right? So multiracial, multilingual, and multi-religious.
And subcultures and all this stuff. Yeah.
Right. So when that happens, you're basically representative candidate, either in the House or Senate, right, is after your vote. So ultimately, if there's a lot of separation or a lot of tribalism, at the grassroots level, it's going to be reflected up in the high federal level. And of course, since the politicians fight for your vote, they, in a way, they're speaking what you're speaking. Not directly, of course, there's some distance, but this tribalism down below, because of our diversity, our ethnic diversity, this is causing, I think this basically, it cascades. It's like dominoes, right?
Well, what's an interesting part of that?
Define dominoes, though, because what could that mean?
I'll be really brief with what I'm.
Hold on. Did someone took a shit?
Is there still sovereignty?
Hold on, Ventura. Hold on. Hey, Ventura, can I get your age real quick? Okay.
So
19.
Oh, sorry.
Wait, how old are you?
19.
19?
Yeah.
Okay. How do you feel about the prompt?
What's the prompt? Sorry.
So pretty much the prompt says, I oppose democracy, but so did the founding fathers. How do you feel about that?
I think like I really go against the Pledge of Allegiance. I don't know if you ever hear it. Like, it says like we're united. I don't really think this country's united, and I don't really think the founding fathers were correct on anything.
Yeah, kind of didn't. Well, somewhat did not answer my question, but can I?
He did answer it in a sort of like his own way, but
yeah.
Well, we can get into it. I want everybody to get a chance. I just wanted to say this really briefly to Lee. What's interesting about what you're saying is that, dude, mute yourself, please. It's like really loud.
Sorry.
No. I mean, Will. I think it's Will or something. It's like sounds like a wind tunnel or something. But I'll just be really brief. It's what I was saying is that the irony is that they're using democracy to cover up for fascism, and all these people who are pro-democracy are actually supporting fascism against their own best interest, which is the ironic part to me.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You know what?
I think
You make a really good point because my teacher, Miss Dyer, she like talks about that a lot in our college class.
Yeah.
So
What's up, big girl? How are you doing?
Yo, what's up, Big Way? How you doing? Good morning.
Yeah, can I
So-
get your age real quick?
Man, you know I'm 25.
Yeah, same age as me. Not that different.
So
yeah. So how do you feel about the prompt? Hold on, dude. How do you feel about the prompt where it says, "I oppose democracy, so do the founding fathers"?
And I do too, because like somebody was just saying, the people that is supporting this democracy or whatever they want to call it is literally going back on what we all fought for as Americans, to be free, to have, you know, our rights. And I'm not down for that. Like, not at all.
Well, not only that, well, not necessarily for that reason, but the reason why I oppose it was because the founding fathers, if you actually study
They
history,
were RASIST.
not only that, but I mean, that's a whole different discussion, but they had very dissenting views on like the idea of a pure democracy.
So wait, can I
are
ask a
you
question?
familiar? Yeah, are you by chance familiar with the Federalist Papers by
Wait,
chance?
Will has a question.
A little bit.
Sorry.
Yeah, so so the Federalist Papers pretty much like the reason why they opposed that idea of a pure democracy was because
May I ask
they
a
did
question
not
real
believe. Yeah, they did not believe in majority rule, because throughout history, people are known to like be selfish, so evil, kind, and they don't have good judgment.
Will, what's your question?
So
Big Maui?
basically, I was just gonna ask. So, are any of you guys aware of the 34th rule of the Constitution?
I have to freaking. I only know the basic bill of rights. But
Okay. Ventura, are you aware? I know you're in college, probably.
Yeah, we've touched upon that topic, but I need a refresher.
Okay, so I mean, I'm not an expert on it, but the 34th
Hey, can you
rule of
mute?
the
Yeah,
Constitution.
Farron, can you mute your mic? I think someone had a really bad echo.
That's not me.
Okay, it's probably someone.
I'm in a quiet room. I'm in the studio.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, go ahead, Will.
So basically, the 34th rule of the Constitution. I'm not like an expert or anything, but that's why I kind of need someone like help me like clear it up, because I was just wondering, because it was brought up to me in like a reel or whatever, and I just needed help like determining whether it was like a good rule or like something we should probably like work.
What do
on,
you
like,
mean? 34th rule, is it on the U.S. Constitution?
Yeah.
34th Amendment he's talking about.
34th Amendment.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Equal protection, citizen right, due process.
Yeah.
If I could say something after this.
Who just going?
Go ahead, Lee. Go ahead. I'm listening.
I'm also
Well,
listening.
So I think the biggest issue right now in America is, I'll be honest with you, demographics. Because
Can you define it for me?
Yes.
Wait, demographics or Democrats?
No, demographics.
Demographics, got it.
Right. So demographics based on country, based on race and ethnicity.
Okay.
So why is this important? So I would like to give a very quick intro to human tribalism. Right. People keep saying humans are tribal. What does that actually mean?
Oh,
You're
I
tribe.
heard about this.
Right.
I don't,
So
can you
there's
stop
three.
interrupting, please?
community.
On a reservation.
So there's three key, parameters that can describe tribalism, and I'll explain why these three are important. One is language, the other is race, and the last is religion. People have fought wars over essentially these three, and the reason why these three are
And
important,
resources, by the way, and resources. But yeah.
right? But
you can't forget the
it's
resources.
different identity groups fighting over a resource, right? So the resource itself, that you're fighting over, but the reason why there was a fight to begin with is because that other group is not the same as your group, right? And by not the same, I mean there's a difference in either language, religion, or race, or all three, for example.
You know,
and the
what?
reason why those
this
three
all
are
ties back to
important.
Rule 34 of history.
And the reason why.
In a way.
Can you stop interrupting him, please?
Oh, thank you.
Sorry.
And the reason why language, race, and religion is important is because they. So due to human primordial tribal nature, so there's something called primordialism.
Family, it's going back to like family
Can you
oriented.
stop interrupting him, please? I'm learning.
So human primordialism is, for example, when you breathe, you don't need to think to breathe, right? You breathe automatically, right? If you fall, you automatically, you know,
just get up.
Right. You put your arms forward to basically to cushion the fall, right? So other is reproduction. So due to our human primordial tribal nature, and this does not single out any group, every human group. Interested.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
I get what you're saying.
For those that look like this.
Yeah,
let me ask you this question. Now, if me and you were the only humans left on this whole planet, would you reproduce with me?
Yes, and there's a reason for that. So,
wait, but how would that
Brazil,
be possible?
How would that work? Because it's two.
So I think he's saying that two people, a male and female, two different races. I think.
Oh, I
That's
get you.
what he means.
These three people are just here to troll you. By the way, I'm pretty sure. So.
So
I'm actually.
No,
learning,
I'm listening. I'm actually listening.
No,
Right.
can you stop interrupting? I'm learning.
Can you also stop interrupting?
I'm not.
So most people who marry or date, for example, dating and marriage, most people tend to date and marry within the same race. In fact, in 2023, if you take a look at the census, there's marriage data in there. And in 2023, 83% of Americans chose to marry within the same race. Those were the number of people that are granted a marriage certificate. And 17%, they were in what's called an interracial, or officially it's called miscegenation. Miscegenation means that you are mixing. Miscegenation.
I'm aware of that.
Is this in America?
Yes.
Okay.
These guys are not going to have it. They're not going to let you go on seriously. They're just going to keep asking you retarded
I'm
questions.
learning. Please.
So most people who marry, in other words, and
Don't worry, it's just
So most
notifications
people
that's what is going on teacup.
most people who marry tend to be of the same race, speak the same language. Speaking the same language is obvious, right? Because to love somebody, to marry somebody who, you got to, to reproduce with them, you need to be able to speak the same thing, right? And the other, last but not least, religion. So, for example, Muslims and Christians, they tend not to marry, right? So because of that, they tend not to have kids. So, in fact, one could argue that, especially
well, the main reason why that is because Muslim men are allowed to marry outside their religion, and Muslim women are not allowed to.
Right. So so in other words, religion has an impact, on your future generation. In fact, all three do: race, language, and religion. And because of that, these are the three key parameters that describe human tribalism. If there was ever a war, if there was ever violence, more likely than not, it's going to be at least one of the three. If not, it could be all three of the three, for example, right? And so this describes our human tribal nature. So when you have such a diverse population in the United States, right? Let's just take the Black people and white people as a hypothetical example here, right?
And this all ties back to the 34 rules of history.
Well, why don't you tell us how it ties back rather than just keep saying that over and over?
Sure.
It's not rule, it's amendment.
So it ties back because that rule, assumes a homogeneous citizenship, that everybody is united towards the same goal. But when you have, let's say, different ethnic groups, or in this case, let's say in America, we keep talking about race, right? So Black people and white people tend not to marry. In fact, the interracial marriage is very low. So what this means is that these two groups.
That's a lie. I feel like in America it's very popular.
That's a lie.
In fact, I can tell you, 3%.
It's on the rise.
Yeah, maybe.
So three.
Honestly, it's on the rise statistically.
It is on the rise, but like I said, it's still
I have a lot of family members that are married to white men.
My daughter, my grandchildren are half Jamaican and half.
Just to give you a statistic,
like my boyfriend, he's Black. Like,
okay, so just to give you a statistic,
these guys are just going to keep interrupting you. Just to
Hey, Sabi,
Are you like the only one that's interrupting? So
I want you to calm down. You're interrupting us, actually.
So most people marry date and marry within the same race. 83% of Americans in 2023 married the same race. In fact, of all interracial marriages, Black people, Black-white intermarriage is only 3%. It's a very low number. And what happens actually when you marry a Black person is that, and this is why you cannot assimilate a Black person to a white person. So when a Black and a white person marry and they have kids, there's a 90% chance that their kids wouldn't marry somebody who is black. So in other words, you lose the white person, right? So what this means is that the second generation chooses to marry somebody who is black, right? So all future generations.
Wait, can I just interject really quick? Can I interject?
Wait, I have a
and this
question.
is gonna
Why do
be
you
this is
think-
gonna be like a personal, but like I've seen it before in other families. I beg to differ. Like my mom was married to a Caucasian man, and I am engaged to an African American man. Prior to that, I have
Lee, she
had
kinda has
other
a point here.
interracial relationships. I've dated
I'm giving you the
Hispanic,
general
Native
statistics.
American, but like no, but that
I'm
doesn't
giving
that
you the
does not
statistics.
involve for all communities though. You can't just put it out
Hold
there
on,
and
hold
say
on.
that because
Let me-
it's
Well,
totally
we can
unbiased.
because these are the marriage statistics for
I feel like
2023.
in other countries,
Can you
it's
stop
very
interrupting,
popular
please?
to have
How does
same-racial
that-
Hey,
marriage.
can people stop interrupting?
Hold on, guys.
He's
hold
stopping
on.
a jackass.
Let's give them a chance to speak. Lee. You were saying, Kitty?
So because of this, when you have different racial groups, you have different interests, and when you have different interests, you don't have the same citizenship. You're fighting for another nation, in other words. So the word nation and ethnicity are common for almost every country except America. In America, nation and race are synonymous, right? So your nation is your race because you most likely you're going to marry somebody of that nation. And so
Is he boring you? You can leave, Ventura.
So in
That's
other
what I
words,
was
you're going to
saying,
have
yeah.
conflicting interests. And this
No,
is
they just
why
like-
multiracial republics.
Ventura, if he's boring you, you can always leave, dude. I'm learning.
Please don't interrupt him.
So
It's
this is
just
why
very,
multiracial republics are not a good idea because humans are tribal.
So
in
you're saying
fact,
we should all go back to our roots, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
I didn't say that at all.
Wait, are you
Can I agree
promoting
with
this
that?
statistic, or are you saying that? Are you just stating it?
I'm just stating it. Humans are tribal. So what your race is, most likely you're going to marry somebody of that race. There's an 83% chance of that.
Can I say something real quick?
What he's saying is that within any kind of government, the more multiculturalism you have, the easier it is to polarize the individuals within the system and thereby absolutely create disarray within the system.
Hey, host, can I say something real quick?
Oh.
So I just looked it up. There's no 34th Amendment in the United States. There is a 34th.
Cool. We're chill.
So
No,
I just
but my
recommend-
thing
I
is
recommend that you study it very
Bro.
strongly
Don't just take your word for it. You study with other believers and you ask questions. You answer. So you do verse by verse. Read one verse and give your idea of what that verse says. Somebody else will give their idea of what that verse says. But you also have to take in consideration what was happening at that time and that era in that place. So the reason why those verses were written that way. So there's one, how many people are here? 5, 6? So we will do a Bible study. We read one verse, you explain, you explain, you explain, you explain. We have a discussion on it.
I just think pedophilia should be punishable by death, as simple as.
Right. Like, dude, I cannot
Like,
believe
I don't need religion for that. It's simple as.
Well,
dude,
your religion is called tea.
No, bro. You
Like,
literally just said that,
simple.
like, if you're a trafficker and you've trafficked people, sex
I
trafficking.
didn't write Ephesians chapter
I'm just
4,
a patriot. I'm a patriot above like a
It says-
cultist in this
It says to
sense.
be tenderhearted, forgive one another, just as God has forgiven you. So
Yeah,
who
I
are you
support
to
no
hold
I've
on to-
never trafficked anybody nor touched a child. God has not forgiven me for that because I have not did that.
It says to forgive them, just as God has forgiven you.
No, I'm not forgiving my traffickers. I
So
actually
then-
hope. Oh
so
my
every-
gosh.
So
Oh my
Jesus died
gosh.
on the cross for nothing.
Let me ask. So you're telling me right now, because I'm a victim of trafficking. Like
Okay.
the ones who know
why
me
did
know
Jesus
that
die on the
happened to me.
cross?
No,
Why
I'm
did Jesus
asking you.
die on
Are
the
you
cross?
telling me to for like just like be like, yes, I forgive them, the people that literally gave me PTSD for me being trafficked? Because that did happen to me when I was
I
younger.
am so sorry that happens to
I
you. May
can
the Lord have
understand your
mercy
point of
on
view
you
on
and
that,
look
as I
upon you
was
with favor.
essayed when younger, and I was also essayed by one of my most recent exes. I've also been groped before, so I understand where you're coming from with the fact of like you're thinking it's bullshit to forgive them. Because to be honest, I don't forgive the people that did that stuff to me. When one of them, sadly enough, was my own mother. So
Mine, mine was my stepmom, so I get you. My stepmom was the evil mastermind behind my trafficking.
my mother essayed me when I was 9 years old.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I understand. My
And
stepmom
then
made
right
the whole
after she
plan.
passed away, like not even a week afterwards, she passed away in a house fire.
But let me tell you something. You see, now this is another thing. Karma happens, bro. So that's why I'm confused as to what he's saying. Because for me, I believe in Jesus and I believe karma comes back. So how she SA'd you and then she passed away in a house fire. I've heard a lot of stories like that. Are you telling me that God didn't make that happen because they did something very freaking evil?
Did that person give themselves to Christ or they died in their sins?
I mean, my mother was also an atheist.
Well, she died in her sins, so she will be judged for everything she has done. But once you give yourself to Christ, God sees Jesus in you. Go to Corinthians, go to Colossians chapter 2, verse 20. Somebody go there and read that real quick.
Hold on. So I'm asking you, the people that trafficked me and me being raped by multiple men every single day.
That's what Ephesians chapter 4, verse 32 tells you to. I didn't write the Bible.
I don't think so.
I didn't write it. I'm sorry. I did not write the Bible. I'm just quoting it.
I can also understand Papa's point of view as I can also understand Papa's point of view as like in Christianity, the Bible state to forgive any and all people for their wrongdoings to you, as God would forgive you for any of your wrongdoings.
But I literally read him a verse, right? I read him and I can read it again, where the verse basically says, like, it's in Matthew. It's in Matthew
the New
something.
Testament.
The New Testament one, where it's about P3 files doing stuff to kids. So where basically God told them to basically go take their life and jump into this water with rocks so they would float to the bottom. That doesn't seem like God is saying, like, yes, like he forgives those P3 files. That was a very harsh verse.
Yeah, but if you see that verse, that's a person that didn't give themselves to Christ. Because
I have a question for you. Do you believe like essaying a child should be punishable?
He just doesn't want to hear what I have to say.
In my personal opinion, yes. I believe that anyone who is convicted guilty of essay or grope of any other individuals should be executed live, publicly, by their firing squad or hanging.
Exactly. Yep.
It's the same penalty for treason.
Actually, my belief is actually a little worse because the people that were graping me every single day when I was a sex trafficking victim, I would actually watch them get graped. I'm not gonna lie. I would watch it. because that
Wait,
no.
Another
did,
thing, yeah,
did you go
literally
to
speaking of that, another
Galatians
thing that
chapter
me and
2,
one of my
verse 20?
friends were talking about was we talked about what if America had a system where whatever crime you commit to another individual, the same crime shall be committed to you. So if you were to unalive someone else, you are to be executed yourself. Or if you were
Exactly.
to grope someone else, you were to be groped as well.
Exactly.
That way you can understand and feel the exact same pain of what you brought upon the other individual.
You know, Moses was a murderer. King David was an adulteress and a murderer. Noah was a drunk. Peter was, he chopped the ear off of the guard. I mean, just saying. Can somebody go to Galatians?
Okay, I
chapter
understand
2,
you,
verse
but you
20?
still never answered my question. Like
I'm
you answered it, but you
answering.
didn't really answer.
I'm asking
You
you.
didn't tell me who the child molester was that sat with Jesus, because not one sat with Jesus. And I'm telling you, that verse that I read,
I told
that's
you
in the New
that.
Testament,
You're not listening.
God does not play about innocence, bro. You're
When
wrong.
Jesus was at the Garden of Gethsemane after the Last Supper, he took on the sins of the world, not certain sins, all the sins. All of them.
Okay, Papa. So you would
But not the
hang
sin of
out
not
with
believing.
so you would hang out with someone who assaulted a child. You would,
No.
as long as they're saved. You will sit
I
with them
hang
and talk to
around
them.
with saved
As long-
people, and a lot of saved people do not tell you personally what they've done. They say it to Jesus. So I don't know, half the people that go to church, I don't know their sins that they repented from.
Okay, but let's say you found out, and let's say they did repent and they are saved or whatever. Would you still talk to them, knowing that they did touch a child before?
Well, I won't hang with them. I would just keep studying the Bible with them and making sure that they get salvation.
But the whole thing about the Bible is you have to understand it in your way. I treat it as if I'm going to school, you know, like as far as myself, as far as myself, I have to educate me, period. I have to educate myself on the Bible and break it down in my and
you have to understand.
But the Bible
you have to
also
understand the
states
times.
that
You have to understand the times, the year, the era, what was going on back then. In the Bible's time, women they looked upon women as second-class citizens. You have to understand the error. Okay, you have to understand the error. And when Jesus spoke to the lady at the well and told her she was living in adultery, he also sent her out to preach the Messiah's coming. And the first woman to know that Jesus has risen was Mary of Magdalene. So for Mary of Magdalene to go back to the men and say he has risen, and they believe, back to the men and say he has risen, and they believe. Back then,
it even states that for individuals of which worship Christianity, they are supposed to preach the gospel to other people. Now, they're not supposed to force the religion on other people.
Yeah, we're not forcing
They're supposed to talk about it and encourage others to turn to the gospel.
There has been plenty of fraud already caught, already prosecuted, and there's a lot more being investigated. So once it goes through court and if people get in trouble and held accountable, it very well could go back all the way to Tim Walz. Now, if you're going to just sit here and act like there's no possible way, that's ridiculous, because you don't know that. You have no reason to believe that other than you want to believe that Tim Walz is a great guy and he would never
you
do
want to
anything.
believe that he's guilty.
Can I say something about this too? Can I say something about their claim that
How is he guilty? You don't know that.
Hold up.
I have a question.
Let Chauncey speak, please.
Can I say something? I love how both you two at the bottom sat there and said that his video was proved or illegitimate when it was. Hold up. It was the reason why the FBI and Homeland Security started their investigation. So if it wasn't legit enough, how come they're using it to start an investigation?
Because the administration is disingenuous and corrupt.
What do you mean?
Then they're going to have to fabricate a whole bunch of stuff. Huh?
Let's slow down. Under Biden.
Why?
No. Let me finish. Let me finish my point.
Question: why you guys
the corruption in Michigan? Let me finish.
Anger.
The corruption in Michigan, dude. The corruption in Michigan. The investigation started under Joe Biden. It wasn't the Trump administration. It was investigated initially under the Biden administration in 2022. What I'm talking about is the YouTube video where he went to daycares in Michigan and harassed them into
Okay. I'm gonna let you
showing the
I'm gonna
inside.
let you. No, I'm gonna let you be quiet because he did not harass. He literally asked. What he did, he asked, "Hey, can I sign my kid up for daycare like a normal
started
parent
under
would?"
Biden.
Yeah, and Jonesy, we went to healthcare centers too, saying, "Hey, can I sign up myself to get healthcare benefits at this quote legitimate healthcare center?" And he went to many of those.
Exactly.
Wait, I just have a really quick question for Free Dulce. Why do you care more about
real quick,
Somalians?
SBS, can I just get your name, your age, and who you voted for, please? I just need to check you in, bud.
Yeah, of course. 35. Well, I didn't vote this last time, but I voted for Trump before that. So.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, go ahead, man.
Yeah. So I just have a quick question for Free Dulce. Why do you care more about Somalians than Americans?
I don't.
Yes.
So why are you arguing this point if you don't?
You
even
can
care about
look it
Somalians?
up. I mean,
but why do you care so much? Why are you so passionate? Like why don't you go move to Somalia and hang out with them? Like, why are you so passionate about this?
because they are targeting daycares run by Somalians in America. What the fuck are you even talking
But why do you care about that? Like, out of all the problems in America right now, why do you care about that?
Because this is what these MAGA people brought up to me. It's not on the top of my mind.
But I mean, out of all the things going on in this country, I mean, like, is there anything that you care more about than that? Like,
yes, everything.
Like, okay, so do you want open borders and let everybody in the world to come here or what?
Yeah, I totally do. Are you fucking? Are you serious?
Dude, a lot of people want that. It's not that crazy.
No one wants that.
I've literally seen a lot of people say that. So
Bagel probably wants open borders, right, Bagel?
Look,
I don't understand why you would
I
want
want a
very
comprehensive
strict borders
asylum-seeking system. I want a system of immigration that allows people a pathway to citizenship. Sure,
Well, don't you want Americans to own homes and have good-paying jobs and like actually
Yes.
like not be destitute in their own
Oh my
country?
God! Yes, of course.
How
I do.
many should we let in every year? Free?
Immigrants?
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean,
How many do we let in now, do you think?
I think we should let all the Somalians take over America and we just move to Somalia and see how it goes for them.
How many though, Dolce?
I mean,
This conversation is no
they-
longer serious.
Well, they're MAGA
fine.
people. It's never serious. It's
No,
fine.
Dolce, how many should we let in? In your
I don't know,
perfect world,
5 million, 10
5 million, 10
This is
million?
kind of the reason I moved to the right.
Whatever arbitrary
I mean,
number he thinks is,
seriously.
like, whatever arbitrary number makes you feel
But
happy in the mornings.
are we talking now about immigration? How many immigrants we think should be allowed into the country?
Yeah, that's what I asked you.
How many?
Sure, I mean,
would you? Oh, here's a real question: would you send your kids to a Somalian daycare?
Sure. Yes.
Well,
I think you should. I think you should do it. I think you should
Suicidal
do it.
empathy right there on display.
What's wrong with some Somalians?
Nothing. Their average
they
IQ
couldn't
is
spell the name
below.
of their daycare.
Their average
It's like keeping
IQ is
it
below
dumb. No,
70.
thank you.
See, this is why I just can't do it anymore. I can't be MAGA and I damn sure can't be left. I don't understand what's
CF,
going on with free.
let me check you in quick, CF. Can I get your age and who you voted for, please, bud?
Yeah, I'm 35. I voted for Trump.
Yeah. So yeah, what's on your mind, man? What's
I just think it's a bunch of disingenuous shit going on from everybody. I'm listening to what this guy's saying. There's nothing wrong with Somalians. Man, bro, they've taken more money than their country's GDP. Okay, that's a problem. They've taken from America. It's also a problem that we haven't audited our Pentagon. Where the fuck was Doge for that? It's also a problem that Pam Bondi is dodging questions about PFAS. And it's also a problem that leftists are agitating ICE officers. I'm not cool with any of this shit. I'm not down with Trump, not anymore, because he's not holding enough accountability. And you leftists are getting in the way of what I voted for.
But CF, what you're saying is that on one side, we think that Somalians should be able to run daycares. And on the other side, you're saying that the administration should protect their PDF constituents and their rich friends. It's not the same thing.
What I'm saying is we should follow law and order. Billionaire pedophiles should be arrested. Somalians should be kicked out of our country.
Period.
Why? No, but if the Somalians are here legally, they shouldn't.
What's the fucking problem? What's your issue?
It's Somali. You can't just say
How do you have
Somalians
sympathy
should
for
be
one
kicked
and
out.
not the other?
Not Somalians.
You
What we're
shouldn't-
talking about are people
You shouldn't
that are
just
here
say
illegally.
Somalians should be kicked out of the country.
Most of the Somali people that are in this country, I would say most of them are probably here legally. Any of them,
That's
though,
not true.
that's not true that they're not here
Well, here's the
legally.
thing: is even if they're here legally, we don't want them here. So why do we keep them?
Well, I don't mind immigrants.
Who's
I do
we?
mind
Anybody with as somebody said it to me on the previous panel, anybody with more than 2 brain cells to rub together. Like,
All right.
why do you want Somalians to
I
live
know
next
some
door to you?
very
I mean,
nice.
come on.
I know some very nice Somali people
this is
that
not a
can live
debate.
right beside me.
Hold
That's
up.
fine.
Yeah,
The
guys.
problem is
Hold up.
Go ahead, Jonesy.
Wasn't CF trying to say something though? He didn't get to finish.
Oh no, I'm just done with all of it. I feel like the left is being disingenuous.
CF is right.
Yeah, I
He was
feel like
right.
the
It's
left is
not
being
CF.
disingenuous.
Bro, be quiet. Let him finish. Damn it. Anyways, continue, CF.
I'm agreeing with him.
Yeah,
Well,
I'm
be
not
quiet.
gonna be
You can
long.
agree. Just shut your ass up. Let him go.
I ain't gonna be long at all. I'm just gonna say that.
No, you're good. You could
you're
finish
fine.
what
Go ahead.
you could finish what you're talking.
I voted to make America great. I voted for accountability, law and order, and I feel that there can be more efficiency from ICE. We've been kicked out of 2 states. That's California and Minnesota. We had surges there. They don't only get illegal immigrants. They investigate fraud and lock up fraud people too. And so I feel that we should have got Bovino out of there way earlier. Tom Homan should have been put in before 2 people lost their life. And the fact that Trump didn't make that call, the fact that these people aren't doing this on time, we have to hold them accountable for it. And if you don't, if you don't do that, then I feel like you're doing the same thing that the Democrats did for Joe Biden when he was sleeping in the office and shit was going to shit. I'm not going to let that happen, especially when I voted for it.
My thing about this is
I agree.
I gotta follow what goes on in California because I'm not that educated. Mind you, they're a state over, but I gotta educate myself and see what's going on and all the corruption that's going on over there. It's just gonna be a big old.
It's pretty bad, Jonesy. You know, we'll have another talk about it another time. It's like Gavin, and this goes out to everyone. Like, you need Gavin Newsom. My gut feeling is that he'll probably be the very likely running for the presidential race for the next election. He's such a piece of shit. Like,
hopefully
no
not.
matter how you feel about Trump,
well, do you
no
know
matter how
he
you
won't
feel
be.
about like whatever Republican Democrat, you have to understand like he's such a corrupt piece of shit. It's unbelievable. And this whole thing where he's trying to basically act like Trump, like tough and mock him and play it's the most like under snaky, shitty, conniving. Like, he's a piece of shit. And you
Cringy
do not
as fuck.
like get AOC for God's sake.
Do you know why they're going to run her? I mean, run Gavin is because he's basically like the prison state guy. He knows how to run California like a prison. He's going to run America like a prison. That's the reason why.
There's a lot of negative things, SVS. So yeah, I would not be surprised. Dolce, do you want the big screen? I don't know what you're trying to show there. Was that your porn collection and you didn't mean to show us?
Yeah, he's on mute. Yeah.
No, I got muted. No, I mean, I'm just upset that we moved on from the conversation we were just having, but whatever.
All right, man.
Well, I mean, that was so played out, that conversation. Thank you, CF, for being another moderate, sane voice on this panel, and getting us back to a debate rather than an argument where everyone's just speaking over each other. I mean, this is the thing, guys, with your country. The average American, they do not care about these things you're talking about. And, you know, again, the liberals, they served up a second Trump presidency on a silver platter because they cannot get themselves together and organized and give us a sane point of view on how to run this country. I should send King Charles over there to smack your bottoms.
Jonah, you're a real wanker, is what I got to say, buddy.
What's interesting is
Isn't King Charles' brother a
Hold up, no, don't
pedophile?
don't disrespect my British.
I'm just
My
making
British
a
folks over
joke,
here.
guys. Lighten up.
Yeah,
Lighten
come
up.
on.
Well,
I got to use the
Did you
word
see?
wanker.
Did you see? I brought
I'm
up
just
King
joking,
Charles,
too.
and he goes right to the PDF stuff.
Just
because-
dry humor.
Did you guys see the?
okay, hold up,
Somehow
hold
the
up.
Brit doesn't.
Hold up. PDF
Dry
filing is
humor.
no. PDF filing or labeling someone as that is never funny, no matter what situation. Come on, bro. We're
Prince
grown-ups here.
Charles?
Okay,
We're
hold on.
grown-ups
Hold on.
here, though.
No, Prince Andrew.
Well,
Andrew.
really quick, I just want to say two things. The Prince Charles movie that he put out on
Andrew.
Prime is really weird. But secondly, we should all watch it. But the second thing is this, that is really interesting what you're saying, because people don't care in America, I guess. But I don't know. I lost my point because I was trying to talk. Sorry.
People don't
But,
care
yeah.
about what?
Well, he was saying that like
Law and
Americans don't care about the stuff, but I think it's also like, well, okay, I remember now. So let me give you an example. Like, here's the thing. Like, I don't know how many of you guys have kids, but here's the thing is like, I was talking to this guy who's 19 in Canada yesterday, and he told me that they teach like 5, 6, and 7-year-olds that you have to use everybody's pronouns and all this stuff.
Oh God.
And I didn't know it was that far gone, but I guess I shouldn't be that surprised. But I mean, this is what they're trying to do. And again, like, here's the thing is like, it's never about respecting people. It's always about indoctrination to the point where it's like, it's insanity, right? And you look at the young people now, and they're so, especially the young women, because of the way that they, interact with people socially, right? There's so much pressure on them to like conform to this nonsense that.
Why is your solution not to reform education and rather to provide authoritarian centralized power?
Because you guys won't let us, you guys will not let us reform education without centralized authoritarian power.
Well, you want to get rid of the Department of Education overall.
Yeah.
No.
At this point, I don't think we could do much worse than what we've done. I mean, honestly.
Yep.
Are you serious? I mean, the Department of Education pretty much fixed the literacy problem that we had in the U.S. in the 60s and the 70s.
And now nobody has kids.
Oh
and
my
nobody has
gosh,
a family,
that
and
is the
everybody's
60s, buddy. Hold up, buddy. That is the 60s and 70s. Our education level right now is so low, it is laughable. We are a laughable country because of how low our education is. And it's just, as a 24-year-old.
Yes.
As a 24.
Go ahead.
As a 24-year-old, I understand that because I'm in college right now and I see all the rhetoric they're trying to push towards. They're like, hey, we got college kids not knowing how to make a freaking paragraph, bro.
Yeah. I agree. But the solution isn't taking money away from public education.
Which nobody's doing.
Nobody took money away.
We've been rid of
if you want to disband the Department of Education,
correct,
and decentralize money, I mean,
the money is still dispersed the same. It's still, or it's not dispersed the same, but it's still there. It's still appropriated for education. The only thing that we don't have anymore is this big department that basically says that no child left behind is a good thing. You know, I grew up in an impoverished Black neighborhood, and literally we were in danger of losing our accreditation at our school. So for the ITBS, the Iowa Test of Basic Skills, they gave us the fucking answer key because they needed us to pass the test. Now, I didn't need the answer key, but they wanted us to do well. And this, you're going to hear more people say this. You know, this is going to come out more. This is what happened to impoverished schools all across America. And this is why our literacy rates are so low right now. We pass people who didn't learn a damn thing.
Mm-hmm.
So this is what the Department of Education has given us. It's given us basically money based on your academic level. Now this administration that I voted for, that I have some issues with, is saying that we're going to give you money just for being a child, just for being a person going to a school. That's what you get money for, not because of how smart you are, not because of your neighborhood. I think that's the fairest thing that we can do. And the Department of Education was a tool of systematic racism, if you want to be honest, since we're gonna play it like that, because it affected Black people
breakfast
terribly.
and lunch How is free lunch a tool of oppression?
It's not a tool, my guy. What do you?
No, but I'll tell you
I'm
how.
talking to
Because
CF. I mean-
because shaping the minds of the young is what people have always done when they want
How
to
does free lunch
control people.
But that's the thing. When we're talking about money allocated towards public school districts, right? What are we saying that we need to take away?
Why do hold on?
Take
But
away free lunch programs?
But here's the thing: is why do you want a bunch of blue-haired, insane people to teach your children? That's the real question, right?
What the fuck? I would
He's
love if some
into it,
no. Look, I would love if some conservatives would go back to academia, would go back to the arts, because all that the right look, let me finish. All that the right does is complain about the arts being skewed to the left. Academia is all about the left, and I think it's because the right has chosen to view that as a left wing.
No, the left
let me
introduced-
finish.
the left introduced
Please,
let me tell you. Hold on.
I'm begging.
Let me tell you. Wait. Let me tell you what you're saying. Let me tell you what you're saying. Let me tell you what you're saying. You're saying. Why are you? You're basically saying the equivalent of.
I would love
no. Let him finish.
conservatives.
We can do a minute apiece if Jonesy. We can do minutes if.
I would love for conservatives.
We need to go to minutes.
back.
We need to go.
I'm gonna hold up, Free. I'm gonna put what should I put for his time?
We can just do a minute. Do you not? Can you do it on your end, Jonesy?
I can.
I can do it in 30 seconds if you let me talk.
All right, go.
We have a minute.
I would love for there to be a conservative opinion artistically on the right, an opinion from the right in the arts, an opinion academically. But what we see is right wingers self-selecting, like we did with the Super Bowl halftime show, to create a subservient culture essentially that isn't relevant to greater America. And then they turn around and say that the Hollywood is controlled by the left and the arts and academia is controlled by the left, when the right chooses to not participate in that kind of thing. How about you guys come around and you participate in academia and you go to college and you push your beliefs within there, not push the beliefs, but I mean, participate in that sort of system. That's all I'm saying.
All right. I'm an artist and I'm conservative, I suppose, because I liked Trump when he came around. Okay. I was in 2016, I didn't vote for him because I wasn't voting. I hadn't voted in 2 elections because I had given up on this society. I had already seen the corruption. I already knew about the Bohemian Grove and the secret societies and the Epstein Island and the rituals and all that shit, right? But I was just a crazy person. And whatever. Anyway, I didn't believe.
I'm on the same side. I was there too, agreeing with you.
I didn't believe in Obama. I didn't believe in Clinton. I knew for a fact that they were part of this evil cabal that everyone's so mad about today, finally. Okay.
But Trump is involved in that too, and the right wing is as well. It's not right versus left.
Okay, but no one spoke. No one overtalked you, Free Dolce, so you don't overtalk.
Oh, I forgot to put a minute on you. Hold up.
Yeah, that's okay. Can do that for us. My God is off for a second. Go ahead, bud.
So when Trump got elected, it actually made me believe that the election was. When Trump got elected. All right, where's it?
I got it.
All right. Trump gets elected. I'm like, okay, wow, this is cool, but I'm an artist, and I live in a blue city. So everybody in my world, like, disowned me. They came after me. The feminists came after me because I was standing up, for women's sports or whatever, even though I'm also like, I hired trans people 10 years ago. Like, I'm not a hateful person. I love everybody. But the left rejects you if you don't go along with their thing. So there's plenty of artists who are right wing or conservative, but they get pushed out of Hollywood. They get blacklisted. They get blackballed. They get kicked out. They get called names. They get called fascist, etc. That's why it's not like who?
Dude,
what is that
Tizzy
one?
is 100% right, man.
What is that one girl?
examples of what you're
Oh my
talking
gosh, there was this one lady. What is her name? Roseanne. Roseanne was one of them.
Roseanne Barr.
She was being racist.
She was
wasn't
not.
being
Real quick-
racist.
Real
They
quick,
used that against
Jonesy, were you here when we had the furry? Furries. So we had a couple of
Lord,
furries.
is he back?
No, but actually one of them, they were both, well, the guy was very super nice, and the furry community, they dress up and everything. It's obviously a very tight-knit community, and this one guy was very pro-ice. This one chick, all she was doing was trying to find out who he was, and her whole prerogative was to find out who he was, and then basically like say, oh, this guy is pro-ice, like let's remove him, or like ostracize him from our group. And I got really pissed. I was like, I know exactly what the fuck you're doing. You're trying to say, and she's like, well, this is his beliefs. He should be proud. I was like, you know exactly what you're doing. You know that, this guy, and he was nothing but polite and respectful. He actually previously worked as in ICE or with the DHS. And it was disgusting. This chick, her whole thing was, oh, well, you're pro-ICE, so you're an enemy, and I'm going to make sure I'm going to ostracize you and kick you out of our groups and everything. So Tizzy is 100% right. I know that's, and I've worked in university settings. They're fucking left. They're vocal about it. Oh, fuck Trump. I mean, did you think at any point I was going to say, oh, by the way, I voted for Trump? Like, hell fucking no. I kept my mouth shut. I kept it fucking
Saving
shut.
Private Ryan, right, is a conservatively minded movie. Zero Dark 30 is a conservatively minded, massive Hollywood movie.
Okay, Tanner.
Okay? Hollywood is full of conservatives.
On a different,
okay?
I'm gonna put a W for that freaking meme over there. Yeah, I'm gonna send you some love.
What I'm saying is that every Hollywood, the Marvel movies, right, that want to use tanks in their films, those movies have to be backed and approved by the United States military.
Hold up.
When we talk about Hollywood being
Hollywood is far left.
arm of the left wing, it's not an arm of leftists. It's an arm of maybe a left skewed political institution. Right. And it's the same people that are represented in the Epstein files. Right. It's not about left versus right. It's about a system of power that is represented across the political spectrum and is really incorporative of, the rich and the powerful.
But my thing is
exploiting us.
Hold up. Free, but my thing
Once
with the
we
left,
finish with this topic, I'd like to introduce a new one.
Okay, so my thing about this whole inclusivity that the left like to portray, like what the host was saying, they want us to accept them so much, but yet when we have different ideas, then they're just like, no, you're racist. No, you're a schmutzy. No, you're this, and this. Like we can't even have opinions anymore.
Well, maybe it's you like are.
No. Hey, no. Hey, hold on. By the way,
I'd love to talk to you no matter what.
It goes down to the agenda of it only applies to the agenda, like when the liberals do it versus when the Republicans do it, or even conservatives versus Democrats, as if you want to say for the political correctness.
Like what?
When a Democrat is racist, they don't say shit. But when a Republican is, oh, you're this and you're that, and then they call you out and they try and bash you, they try and report.
Do you have an example?
You don't. Yeah, I do.
Biden. Look at Biden.
No, hold on. There's plenty of examples out there. Like
Biden is number one. He sat there and said something really messed up about the black community, and y'all didn't blink an eye.
For me, you ain't black.
I blinked an eye.
No. Hold on. Hey, hold on. Let me speak. Hold on. There's also more like the Democratic Party when they try and get the black voters to vote for them, but then when the Republicans try and vote for get the black voters, and then the Democrats think those black voters are, oh yeah, you're this against your own race, you're this against that.
Oh yep. Yep,
and
that
then,
goes.
and then they try and say bash them, but then when the Democrats do it and they don't call their own people out. They do this, but then they're the most racist people. Like my buddy is a Mexican. He's whitewashed, but when I was at a protest protesting against the protesters, he was racially profiled. And yes, you can say that because if he was on the Democratic side, oh, he'd be praised for this. He'd be like, oh yeah, this and this and that. But he's a Republican like me. But he was racially profiled. Oh, what about this about your people? You're going against your own people, this and that, because it was an ICE protest. And then they were going against him like hard nothing. And good thing I was there because I would even like, I don't give a shit.
All right, now.
Democrats
All right, hold up.
Some of the
Hold up.
Can I respond to what he said?
No. We got to let Jonah, because Jonah sat there and said after this, it was supposed to be his turn. We take turns here. Yes.
He's changing the topic. All I'm saying is that the Democrats are a massively divided party.
Yeah,
right?
they beat their own
they're
people.
much more
Absolutely agree.
divided than the Republicans are. So when it comes to someone,
yeah, Democrats are a lot more
whatever
divided.
side. That's the issue with being on the left right now, is that if you are a liberal and you come out and say whatever you want, you're going to get attacked by the right as well as the far, far extreme left.
I call bullshit.
But
I'm gonna say this.
No. He's not. He's
guys.
not entirely wrong with that because the left will tear their own party up. And I was just in a live.
It's our favorite thing. It's our favorite thing to
But
do.
The left are completely
Because y'all are
disarray.
communists. That's what communists do.
Well, the
Okay,
far
the
left.
left. No, hold on.
Certainly.
The left will tear each other apart. You can put them into a whole panel and on a live, and if they agree on something, oh, you're gonna hear a fucking argument no matter what. They're
Yes,
gonna
but-
tear each other. They're gonna tear each other apart left and right.
You realize,
no matter
like-
what. You
realize, like,
agree,
there's
they
a-
disagree
there's
on
a more-
something.
But
They
then how
disagree
does
on
that
something.
viewpoint? But then how does that viewpoint support the sort of oppression that you're saying that you experience? That you're oppressed for your viewpoints because the
look-
left doesn't want you to say what you want to say in public, when we can all acknowledge that the left as a whole
Well,
is
can I answer you that?
fucking-
Can I answer that? So the reason why, so like I'm all for patriotism. I want to put my flag all over like my vehicles and stuff like that. But if I do so, I'm gonna get it spray painted or something will happen because people don't like America.
Or if you have a Tesla.
There's no way
Charge
you
it up.
know that.
I don't like freaking Tesla.
Okay, my buddy literally had a Tesla and someone keyed it.
I like a
because
good
of
old
Elon.
454 gas motor.
Well, I had a friend with a Subaru
Um,
and she got it keyed too. So what the fuck
No,
are
but
you
it's-
talking
I
about?
thought she was a lesbian.
It's
That's just a lesbian thing.
but it's more likely that no, but it's more
conversation.
it's more
This is
likely
about
that
lesbians. Yeah,
it's
let's
more
move
likely
on to whatever the other guy wanted to say.
yeah.
Also, you guys, by the way, you realize Democrats disagree more than Republicans.
Real quick, we have to check you in. Yapkin, can I get your age who you voted for?
Yeah, I'm 26 and I voted for Kamala Harris.
Okay. Did we check in Tanner, Jonesy?
No, I'm 21 by the way, and I'm
I feel
in
like
California.
I feel like we had him before.
Yes, I've been on the
Yeah.
live before, but to recheck, I'm 21 and I'm in communist California. I voted for Trump.
Okay, thank you, Tanner. Okay, yeah, Jonah, you've been very quiet and respectful. Yeah, go ahead, Jonah. What's on your mind? You want to shift the topic?
Oh, thanks, guys. All right, I'm going to try this. I'm going to pose this question to you all. I'm not sure this group is mature enough to handle it, and you might make me regret it. But
I
let's,
love the
let's see how this
condescension
goes.
right at the beginning.
Jonah, do you go to many
Very
lives? Because I
British
honestly,
thing
I
to
mean,
do.
I've been to many lives.
Jonah,
Hey, can you guys shut the fuck up?
Hold up, hold
God,
up,
I
hold
can't
up.
even.
How about that?
It's like, why isn't this Oxford?
No wonder he said that. No wonder he prefaced with that.
Just
Jonah,
get
are you
on
from
with
the
it,
United
mate.
States?
Mate, just get on with it.
Don't do that. Don't be racist.
You guys are.
That's not
ridiculous.
racism. That's just called fucking another white man against another white man.
No, that is racism. Shut the fuck up.
No, he is from the UK. They are majority white unless he was.
Nah,
Indian.
but you don't speak.
It does. Yeah, you are. Yeah,
You're
going against-
you're a lefty. You're
No, but you're
calling
literally-
me
hold up, hold up.
racist.
No,
Jonah,
no, but-
Jonah, go ahead. Jonah, go ahead.
No, she's right. You're literally like if you're attacking someone because
You're
of their culture,
literally
that's not
racist.
Nah, shut the.
Kidding.
I'm a
So you're doing that like
Hey, as
mocking someone
someone
because
who
their accent
is
is a racist.
Irish, You
I personally don't give
goddamn
two shits.
shit.
I'm just
Okay,
saying
no,
that
but can we
it's
let hold up? Can we let Jonah go though? He was trying to say something. Go ahead,
Go ahead,
Jonah.
Jonah.
I don't I don't think they want me to.
Well, if you
Go
come out
ahead.
the gate
No, we
calling all
do.
of
Take a
us,
bite of your chips. Take the chip bite and go ahead.
So, Free, if you said that to
try
a
not to
if CF was
insult
here
us
and you'd say,
right
go,
at the
go take a
beginning.
bite of your fried chicken.
Let him
do you think
talk.
that would
Oh,
go
Let him
down
come
talk.
on.
You
I'm,
verse-
Or is
I
that
You guys
wasn't
got multiple times,
insulting
host.
you. It's
How
just
about
a
just
joke,
try to say it again
guys.
without the condescending attitude and just
I don't
ask
care
us a
about
question.
Kizzy, stop
feelings. Feelings
stop
don't
crying,
matter.
Kizzy.
Ah, you guys
Stop
are
crying. Go
so
ahead, Topo.
serious in here. So
Feelings don't
No,
serious.
but
matter.
no,
Jonah,
actually,
Jonah,
wait,
go.
who's the
hold
most
up.
serious?
Let him
Kizzy's
speak
just getting
though.
it
All right,
offended
everyone,
liberal.
let the Jonah speak now. Now we've all said our shit.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Jen.
Jonah, go
Okay.
ahead.
All right. So, what qualities or attributes would you like to see in whoever your next president is? I'm not asking a specific person. I'm talking about
Oh, I know.
what kind of qualities do you think the leader of the free world should have?
All right, we're gonna put a
I can,
timer
hold
on
on,
this.
hold on. One at a let's
No,
let's
no,
answer
hold
one
up,
at
hold
a
up. I'm
time.
the mod. We're gonna put
Thank you, Jen.
we're gonna start at the bottom from Yap, and then we'll put a minute
Hey.
timer on each and every one of you. All right.
That works.
All right,
Yes, let's do that one at a time because I would like to
Perfect. I
have a
don't
good
even
say
need
on
a
that
minute.
too.
Give me like 5 seconds, okay?
I
You
need
ready?
30 seconds.
there's no.
I don't even need 30 seconds. I just need like 5. Literally, like, I want the next president to not be a PDF file. Go ahead, Tanner.
Oh. All right. The
All
next
right,
one.
that's not really what I was asking.
like that.
Hold
No.
on, hey,
Well, you
now
said
it's my
what
turn.
That's impossible.
Now, hey, now it's
Wait.
my turn. Let's start this one at a time. Now he
can't.
answered. Now he answered. So,
It's Tanner's
my-
turn. It's Tanner's turn.
for me, America first. Yes, I'm gonna say what. There's nothing about the files. I'm not gonna say anything about that because it's totally different topic.
That'd be
America first,
inconvenient.
mainly for me. One who is mainly about American conservative values, Christian values, and one who does not does not have the balls to say shit whatever he thinks because you need a president who does not give a crap in this generation.
All right, Bagel, you could go next.
Yes, for the next president. I'm quite young, so I don't really have a big view on this, but I would like them to be very anti-war, very investing in one's own country. I would appreciate open borders and a fast-tracked immigration process. I would love them to not be part of the Epstein files. I would also appreciate if they invested in industry and increasing in manufacturing within our own country so that we can improve and not outsource a lot of our work towards other countries. I would also appreciate, I guess that's it. I mean, it's a pretty short list.
Can I ask a question?
My
Hold up.
expectations aren't very high.
You could wait. No, you can ask a question after we all went through. Okay.
I'm gonna forget it though.
Just write it. Write it down.
Yes.
Bear with me.
Write down.
That's okay.
All right. Free.
Yeah, I would like a president who supported Medicare and Social Security. I'd like a president who wanted to create a single payer healthcare system for all Americans. I'd like a president who wanted to drastically reform immigration to accommodate a comprehensive asylum system. And I would like a president who wasn't intrinsically involved in the Epstein conspiracy, or at least someone who wasn't a globalist spy or involved deeply with foreign assets, someone who doesn't take bribes, someone who doesn't use U.S. law enforcement to detain American citizens. What I would like is a president who isn't seeking to bend the Constitution to his own will. So that's what I'd like.
Okay. Tizzy, you're next.
All right. I'm going to start out by saying Trump 2028. That's what I'm looking for. I think if Trump transitions, he can be Donna, and all these liberals are going to have to be down for at least 2 terms.
That is true.
You can't dead name our president, and she's going to be the first woman president. No, I want to see.
Everyone's a winner.
I want to see someone who continues the Trump vibe. I don't know if any of you guys saw Rubio's recent speech in Europe, and I think he is embodying the right vibe where it's like, you know, we're the West, we're Western culture. We are going to be America first. We want all of our allies to be strong and love their nation and proud of themselves and proud of what we've built and preserve it, keep it safe, not fall victim to this like self-loathing hatred and depression that people are in. I think people on the left have this like hatred of like Western culture and, you know, our whole land is stolen and everything's racist and we should just let, you know, everybody else in the whole world come to our place that we made and they can just have it. And I don't care how bad it gets because they deserve it. I don't like that vibe. So whoever's coming up next, I want them to keep this vibe going. And if we can do that for 10 years, like our country, we're going to be rich. People are going to be healthier. People are going to be happier. And that's what we all want.
Oh, yeah. Anyways, next, Jonah. I mean, I know you're not.
Thank you.
I don't understand like the whole immigration with the Brits and all that stuff. But I mean, if you were to have a president, go ahead and answer. Go ahead and answer.
No, well, first of all, thank you. I really underestimated you all. Real simple. I mean, I would like someone who's got a bit of humility, who is accountable, respects democracy, you know, respects expertise, doesn't think that they just know everything because they say so. I think those are some good qualities for someone to have. And before we go to you, Jonesy, to give your answer, after we're done with this, host, I have a question for you just to follow up on something that you said. I'm just curious about.
Okay, so what I want in a good quality president is the visionary leadership. So has to be, or they have to be able to read the current situation and like the course of the future. So what goes on, integrity and ethical conduct, which of course you would need. You need to have morals. That's the if, ands, or buts. Effective communication. So the thing that I don't like about Trump is he posts too much stuff on the internet. He posts too much, and that's what drives me insane. I'm like, come on, guy, you need to be silent. That's what drives it the greatest. If you do it silent, no one will know what you're doing. Another thing is resilient and composed. You got to be calm, whether you're dealing with any situation. Like and you also have to have confidence. Like if you don't have confidence in what you're doing, you're not gonna be able to do what you do, I guess. And the last thing is you have to have a strong, faithful, and spiritual connection of something, whether it be, especially if you believe in God or something like that. That's what I'm looking for because I want to bring back to a Christian-like country. We need to bring that back.
No, that's really well said, Jonesy. So you hit on some of those really major points, and I agree with you on a lot of those. I did want to add, you know, the old saying, good times create weak people. And I think that's really, in the last 20 years or so since I've been in the States, I think, at least in my opinion, that's basically what happened. at some point it became either fashionable or cool or trendy to become a loser, to become a victim, to act like you're insulted, or to act like you're, constantly being attacked and you're the one who's the underdog. And, there was a time that wasn't the case. You wanted to be a winner. You wanted to be a fighter. You wanted to be, the person who gets ahead. And that was what I liked about Trump. There's a lot I don't like about him, but his attitude of, okay, all right, dude, his attitude of, not taking shit and, working hard, pushing. I see that a lot in JD Vance. I am actually I think it's very likely he'll be the nominee, and I'm looking forward to that. I do like the fact he's younger. A lot of the stuff you said, Jonesy, he's a bit more. He's not on TikTok constantly or on Twitter or whatever, and the fact he's younger as well is definitely more appealing. I think having that younger blood in the White House is, kind of like Trump. He's benefiting from Trump's experience and knowledge, but he's kind of young enough that he's doing his own thing. So I'm actually looking forward to JD Vance. I think he would be a good candidate for the next election.
Okay, Jonah, you had a question for the host? And then after that, we can have. And then after that, we can have an open panel.
Yeah, sorry, real quick. I just thought it was funny, host. You made some mention or a question to me saying must be new here or not been in many lives on TikTok. I just want you to expand on that. I thought that was funny. It is true. I am been on this app less than 24 hours. I think these. Whoa.
This explains everything.
What does that mean?
You can still be safe.
You're still nice.
There's still time for him.
Yeah. You're still nice, guy.
He's okay.
No,
He's
but I have to say real quick before host answers me, this has been the nicest panel of people that I've met on here so far.
Oh, that's wonderful.
So thank you for that, because I have had nothing but black women screaming at me for my opinions.
Welcome to America.
You know what? You're not wrong.
If we're the nicest people this guy's ever met, that's the most British thing I've ever heard, right?
Jonah, thank you so much. I actually really appreciate that. So, and this is for the other guys too. One of the reasons I kind of put together this panel, and I have a lot of good mods helping me out, was a big reaction to a lot of the rooms I'm in, and that's not only leftist rooms; it's the hardcore MAGA rooms. I've been kicked out of all of them, and I don't do anything particularly bad. I don't troll. I do a little bit in the past, but I'll go to these rooms and then they'll introduce you, and they're just echo chambers. They'll say, well, who did you vote for? And I'll say, well, this son, I voted for Trump. And they'll say, oh my God, you voted for a PDF and you're a piece of shit. Get out of my life. And they'll either kick you out or they'll gang up on you, etc. So I really tried to have this, and I'm not always successful. I mean, we're all human. I get pissed off and things happen, but for the most part, I try to have everyone say their piece. I've had everyone from communists to fascists to socialists. Don't even get me started. Yeah, don't even get me started on the communist, the niche communist, I'm a Maoism with a dash of Trotskyism. I don't even give a fuck. I let them come up and say their point, and I let them say their point as long as it isn't too goofy. But I appreciate that, man. That's really nice for you to say.
Yeah, and let me give you all an example, and maybe you all have encountered this as well. I went into one of these lives, I guess you call them, and the prompt was something like, trans women are, or transphobia. I'm trying to remember what it was. Something like transphobia does something to, black women or something like that. And I got up in the box and, they asked me, oh, what's your age, blah, blah, blah. Read the prompt and tell us what you think. And I, just to see what would happen, I agreed with the prompt, which was, the opinion they were trying to express. And they got mad at me for agreeing with them. They kicked me out.
Thank you, Josh.
They wanted me to get up there and have an opposing point of view, and when I didn't, they lost their minds.
Can't win, huh?
So I guess that I'm learning that's typical here, but yeah.
No,
It's
what gets me is when they always try to victim blame themselves and they're just like, you're white. I'm like, no, I'm Mexican. What do you mean? I got the worst of the worst. They're just like, oh, well, then you're against your people. I'm like, what do you mean? My people didn't do anything.
And Joe, I'll tell you also something from the English perspective. Prepared to go to a lot of these lives and have people to quote tell you to fuck off back where you came from. I get a lot of that.
Or you're not American because of your accent.
Yeah.
Which
Yes, I've had that already actually. As soon as I started talking, this was the same one I was just talking about actually. Before I even said anything, they just started laughing at me because they were not expecting me to sound like that.
no, and me personally, I love it when British and like
Josie
the
hates
Irish.
the English accent. She hates it.
No, I love it.
George,
I love it.
George, use in the comment.
I'm telling you,
request that, please.
No, I'm telling you from a woman's perspective, how y'all get us is with the Irish and the Brits, man. Your accent really gets us, and it makes us very feral. Like I'm telling you.
He's pretty into the accents, is what she
That's what I'm just like, oh, he has
Very
an
happy to have
accent.
you.
And I'm like, oh, I'm interested now.
The British are coming.
Hey, Georgie, hold on. I want to ask Bagel for a question. So
hold
why
up,
do you
hold up.
why do
Before, can we
Yes.
introduce her first? Can we introduce her first, and then y'all can continue?
Yeah.
Georgie,
No, you're all right. You crack on. You crack on.
Oh shit, she is English. No, it's fine, Georgie.
Yeah,
Can
no,
we just get your age
Georgie is
and-
very English. I was just in a panel with her.
Can we just get your age and who you voted for, please, Georgie?
Oh my gosh, how old am I? Well, I'm 38 this May.
Okay, just over 18 is fine, but
Yeah. Yeah.
And where are you on the political spectrum, Georgie? Left,
Well,
right?
now Restore Britain has come into the chat. Also, I'm virgin on that. I'm virgin on Rupert, I am. I must admit.
I have no idea what she said, but okay.
Hey, George, I know what she said. I know what she definitely said. But no. I want to ask Bagel a question. So even goes down to the simplest answer. So why do you guys think you have the best food when you guys have the worst alcoholics? I'd say on quote unquote. You guys say you have quote unquote the worst alcoholics for beer drinkers, but then most of you guys' food is French.
Are you talking about
Which
Well,
culture are you talking
is
about?
that a question you're asking
The
me?
majority of our food was invented in the World War times.
I was just, was that a question for me?
Which culture are you talking about, Bagel, that has with food?
He was talking about that's why the UK has the best food or something.
No, I'm saying
The
that
best food. Meats on toast. That's legend.
the United States.
Bagel,
I'm
Bagel,
saying-
hold on, Bagel. Are you American or English?
I'm Texan actually. I'm American.
Okay, so there we go. Then yes, we have the best food. I am not British.
I'm saying the United States has the best food because it's a multicultural country that has a lot of different
So where did the
cultures represented.
where did the French fry come from?
No, I'm saying we bring a lot of that like towards ourselves and we perfect it because
no, we conquered it. It's called we stole it from other cultures. So where did the French fry come from?
My favorite is faggots and cheese.
Sure, I'm saying.
bro. Tizzy, you gotta.
I'm saying
chill.
we're pulling a lot of food from a lot of different cultures at the same time, and we kind of combine it.
So you're not gonna
and
answer
we
my
kind of
question.
make it
So
the
where
best
did the
way
French
that
fry?
it is.
I'm gonna ask you the most simplest question. Where did the French fry come from?
Oh, probably California.
No, it came from a French guy who came from somewhere in the middle of Europe. It was
Take your time.
Yeah, no, sorry, I'm drinking tonight, so but I'm still
No,
knowledgeable.
it's funny because obviously America has the best
so
food.
but okay. So my main question is: so earlier, this is I'm still this on the top of my mind. Why do you think we should have open borders? And with
I think we should have open borders because we are all
Man,
human
we jumped to
beings.
so many topics. Damn. Hold up. Before y'all have
Yeah.
that conversation, let's introduce our person at the bottom. Host, you're up.
Oh yeah, thank you. Thank
Morally.
you. Morally unavailable. Can I get your age and who you voted for, please?
31, and I voted for Waffle.
No,
Was that a right?
No, like I wrote it on the
These
ballot.
two were in my last panel. I already told them to record.
Ohio the blue. Ohio waffle.
Waffle. Wait. There's an actual person named Waffle. I'm realizing. Or you're like rage baiting for real.
No, no, we're not. Actually, they were in my last panel. We were all talking crap and shit. So, but no. They're very much verified. So I would say,
Vote for Waffle is a vote for America.
Oh, look, and Bree's up there as well. Hello.
Okay, hey, Georgie and Morley, hold on. Bagel. So why do you think we should have open borders in America?
Because first of all,
as coming from someone from Texas, and I live in communist California, so go ahead and say your part.
Tanner, hold on.
From Texas,
you can hear your fucking autism.
First of
now.
all,
Morley, hold on.
Oh, damn, Morley.
Bagel, go ahead.
I mean,
you
there's
can hear his autism right now. That's all I said.
zero
They've been giving me shit my last panel, so I don't care.
Because the more he drinks, the more autistic he sounds.
Who crosses the border?
The youngest I am in the panel, the more shit I get.
Dude,
anyways,
you're not the youngest. Bree's younger than you.
China, come on now.
She's 21 too.
Okay, yeah, but she just turned 21, didn't she? Yeah, November.
I just turned 21 in last June.
Okay,
right,
so why are
she's
we
younger than you?
Wait, so why are we?
Okay, hey, this is not the one. This is a debate.
Can't even.
Let's go. Hey,
Sorry.
Bagel, go ahead.
I mean, I'm from Texas. Texas has a very large border with Mexico. I feel like we should have an open border. I feel like, okay, but Texas has a larger border than California.
Okay, but let him speak, Tanner. Damn it.
But I'm saying,
his
Don't let
autism
your
gets the best of him.
makes-
Hold up, no,
it
you
makes
gotta,
almost zero
you
difference
gotta
to
say
me.
tism. Just say tism and you'll be all right. Quit letting your tism
with the
pop
rhythm. Go ahead.
Yeah.
The United States of America has always been a melting pot. Texas has always been kind of Tex-Mex mixed with Mexico, and it kind of doesn't make sense. It doesn't really make sense to me to like restrict people from coming over and across the border for work or for family or for opportunity, because we're all kind of the same human species, and we kind of just like made these borders based on war and based on money and based on democracy and whatever. And we're kind of just we're restricting people from living their best
Bagel, I'll
lives
open up to
and
the
living the
panel.
safest lives and living.
Is it open panel yet?
Yeah. 1 second. So I'll open up before I open up to the panel, Bagel. I just want you to realize that people coming in unvetted can, number one, be violent criminals.
They could
number
be,
two,
but they could also not be, and most of the time they're not.
True, but they could
but also most of the time they are.
Most of the time they're not. They're not violent criminals. And you're kind of just classifying immigrants as criminals.
One at a time.
They all
damn it.
came here
The
illegally.
Bagel, they could be violent criminals. They could have some sort of diseases.
They could also not
that
be.
could be passed in.
Okay.
So you're right, but
Yeah,
a
you
great
never
way
know
would be to
unless you
vet
do the
them
full
and find
background
out
check.
first. Yes,
Here's
correct.
the
We
thing.
should.
They are criminals
Okay,
because they
panel,
all
go ahead.
came here illegally.
Wait, here's the thing, Bagel.
So we should kind of make that. We should make that
Bagel,
process.
we have
One at a time.
Hold up, one at a time.
But there
One
is
at
a
a
legal
time.
process, Bagel.
They might not be violent criminals, they might not be whatever, but you live in La La Land if you don't see the importance of having like a country.
Hey,
If
Bree's
you don't
in
have
here.
borders, you don't have countries.
Yeah,
It's
we
like,
have
you know,
laws.
we should all just
We
be able
have
to
laws
travel.
in this country. If you break the law, then
Wait a
But if you
minute.
don't have borders, if you have an open border, you don't have a country. Hello.
Exactly.
we don't need countries.
Yes,
All right.
we do.
Yes,
Yes,
we
we
do.
do.
The bagel.
That's not how
bagel.
it works. Because if
Why
you
would
don't
we
have a
never
country,
need
what do you
the
think is going to happen?
Bagel. The only way for us to have no borders would be for every other country, all 190 of them or whatever, to agree to also not have borders, right?
Correct.
So we're
You
going
think
to
they're
force
gonna
that upon them.
And
Or
the
is it
problem
like-
with the thinking is
we
it's
are all
La
the
La
same
Land.
people.
I know,
we
but
all
should-
bleed the same.
Do you think it would be cool if like 10 million Americans just decided to like move to I don't know, New Zealand and just take it over?
No, here's a good example.
Bagel, do you think we should do that? Like 10 million people, we just want to go live in New Zealand.
Get over.
I mean, if people need to, why would they migrate to New Zealand?
Wait, here's a so why is it a problem? Bagel, why do you find a problem when 10 million Americans in your own little this is your own world, no borders. 10
No
million
borders.
Americans, or just whatever, they want to go to New Zealand. There's no borders, right? They want to go to what once was New Zealand. Why is that a problem? Why is that a problem? Why is it only a problem
not
when it's
saying that's a
Americans that want to do it? You don't have a like logical view on this. You have a I'm just mad at the world, and I
May I
think
say
everybody.
something?
Obviously
like,
saying
I
that's
just
not a
want to
problem.
make everybody feel welcomed, and you fail to look at how illogical your belief is.
May I say something after what she said?
So, as an American, I'm saying
Hold
that
up, hold up.
America
Let me-
itself
Okay,
should
Jones, just
allow
focus for-
the
okay,
immigration
go.
process.
No,
Oh, so America's
that's
only
Jones,
country.
Jones is going to say something. Then you can.
okay. So my
I'm not
thing
saying
about
it's the America's the
hold up,
only
hold up,
country.
hold
Bagel,
up.
stop, dude.
my thing about that logic is you're sitting there talking about like letting them in, but yet when we go and protect our border, that's where y'all have a problem with. So like it baffles me with the security because you need security in order to like prosper
I don't
with
need
your land.
security.
Yes, you do.
You
Yes,
just
you
said
do.
America. Wait, Bagel, you just said that America doesn't need borders. Your problem is that you just seem to dislike America so much. You find everything America does to be a problem. You don't
America is a melting pot.
No, it's not, dude.
Yes, it is.
Dude,
It
that
has
is that
always
is just
been a melting
that has
pot,
been
and it
pushed by
always will be.
politicians. That was pushed by politicians. Hello.
Bree, hold on.
Since when?
Bree, here's a better
You
example.
haven't.
The
Democrats have been
1800s?
pushing that for years to try to get more lenient immigration so they can win more
No,
elections
they are
because
not.
Bagel and Bree,
immigrants
hold
usually
on.
vote Democratic.
Hey, Bagel,
No.
and Bree, here's a better
Yes.
example. So
That is not
if-
true.
Bagel,
Look it up, dumbass.
Bagel.
Sorry.
Bagel. Hold on. No, you're good. But no,
America has
here-
always been a melting pot.
Bagel,
Jesus,
here's a
Brett,
better.
You're gonna get us kicked out of here too.
Bagel, here's a better example.
Stupid, Alyssa.
You're pretty nice. Bree.
You're good.
You just
you're
called
good.
America a melting pot and then
I
said
know, but
politicians
like-
haven't been
Always been a
pushing it.
melting pot.
But
What are
you
you
can't.
talking
But you.
about?
But we
No,
have to
what
be
I'm
nice
saying is
here.
that whole thing that America's a melting pot that was pushed by politicians, Democratic politicians, Democrats, because immigrants and usually minority groups usually vote more Democrat, and so they want
You
more
are
lenient
so out of your
immigration.
ass.
It's
I
not.
think you're
Go
out of
look,
reality.
like
That
you
is
can
not
go.
true.
Okay, wait.
Yes,
hold
it
on.
is. Go
That is
look this up. Go do
Hold on,
your own
wait.
research because you
But
don't
I
do your
have.
own research if you
Hey,
think
This
that
brings
we
since
should
the
not have borders.
1800s. That
Bree, hold on
immigrants
a
are
second.
coming into
You
America
obviously don't
from
know
all
much
other
if you think
different
that there should be
countries.
no borders.
Okay,
Bree,
Bagel,
here's a
hold
better
on.
example. So if I ever stay my visa in
Tanner,
France,
shut the hell up for 2 seconds. Bagel, listen.
I get
Immigrants
shit
have
on this.
always
Have to.
built
First of all-
America. That's
first
the
of all, I
entire
have a-
point.
Hold on 1 second. I have a beagle
Yeah.
that is actually named Bagel, so I feel like I'm yelling at my dog. But also, like, I'm just saying, like you said that, or you tried to say that, like, we don't know if they're fucking criminals coming. Sorry, freaking criminals coming over here or whatever.
No, you could
But,
curse,
like,
man. You could curse on this.
America
we
needs
just
to make the
can't say what we
immigration
usually say
process
on,
easier.
But what I'm saying is like, there's a law saying that people can't come here illegally and when they do, that automatically makes them criminals.
Yeah. So morally, they could
Yes.
also be
So it should be
harboring some
easier.
sort of disease or infection.
Yeah, for sure.
They could be,
Yeah,
they
so
could
you
be
should be
T
able
groups.
to make
So
it
here in the
easier
UK,
for screening.
so you know, I mean, here
Can I
in
call
the
you something
UK,
other than Bagel? I feel like I'm
it's,
yelling at my little dog, Baggy.
it's a very, very
bacon. You can call him bacon.
it's becoming an
No.
issue here in the UK. You were saying about like the diseases prior.
Just call
I
it ECB.
mean, why do you think?
It's been
immigrants
announced
carry
now that the
disease?
UK there's a
They do.
because
They
they
carry a
usually
lot.
you got to think, Bagel. They don't the countries where they're at. They don't have like the best of the healthcare. They don't like carry.
How do you know
Don't have a
that?
birth certificate. Come on now.
It's a
Come on now.
statistic.
They're
Have you heard of
very
statistics?
deprived. They're Their
just
own government is
characterizing
breeding
immigrants
anyway.
as disease-ridden
No,
fucking
no,
animals.
because
And you're just racist
Wait, what are you
for saying
talking
that.
about? Bagel, what are you talking about? When
That is so
wait,
racist.
Georgie.
Oh my God,
You're
you are
saying
so
these people are carrying
I'm just glad.
disease.
Hold up. We
because
gotta
they're
bring
from
it in.
different
Wait,
countries.
Bagel.
It's just, Michael, that's just that.
Wait,
It's a
hold
no-no.
up.
You're
It
just
is so
throwing
Bring it
racist to
in.
say that.
Everybody,
it's not racist. No, it's
everybody
not
ring it in.
racist.
Everybody ring it in.
It's
Everybody
not
ring it in.
racist. That
Thank you,
now
Chuck.
is just
Oh, they
becoming a
carry
buzzword.
disease because they're
It's
from a
becoming
different
a buzzword
country.
Wait, you
now.
do
Carry a
understand when
disease.
we
You're out of
do.
reality.
That is
Bagel,
now
you are
becoming a
out of
buzzword.
reality.
I'm trying. You know what? Here in the UK, it's been announced that there is
My
a
God, the
high
UK is
level. Bagel, shut up.
Stop.
Right,
I got
there
you.
it's literally just been announced last night that there's a high rise of measles here in the UK. Also, as well, TB has come up. We didn't see these, for years and years ago, and all of a
You're
sudden
telling me
there's such
from
a high
Texas?
rise.
Shut up.
Bagel, wait, you do understand that when large groups of certain populations who are exposed to different diseases, germs, whatever, bacterias, when they move to a new place that might not have seen those for years or have never seen them, they're reintroducing them or introducing them into that society. That is a problem, yes. And you want to know where we hear that happening the most?
America,
When-
Texas?
No, when England came over and first kind of met the natives and kind of wiped out a bunch of them with disease.
Actually,
Yes,
no, better.
but again, like the
a
same
better
theory, that
example
same
is the
logic
Spanish.
follows when large
A better example
populations.
This is 2026. You're talking about 1600s.
Oh my God.
It's the
But
same
this is
thing,
like
dude.
this
It's
is
the same
happening
You're
thing.
how many
talking about
times
the
now in
1600s,
history when
acting like
large
it's
populations
2026.
from one area moved
You're
to
like,
another.
okay, these people from
Are you fucking
1600s
stupid,
are coming
Bagel?
over
Fine,
here.
here.
Coming over
Ignore
here
that
with
one. Ignore like
disease.
the
Too
most
many people
basic
talking,
one.
guys.
You
Too many
obviously
people
don't know
Oh, yeah,
much.
these
So I
people
picked an
from
example
Spain
that you
down,
would
are
have.
coming over here
Yeah,
with
but
disease.
do you understand how
They got
far behind
Wait.
in other countries, how their healthcare is? They're so far behind. They're
Yeah,
not up to
America is a
date with stuff.
disease-ridden country.
And Bagel, I had to pick an example that I knew you would know because obviously you don't know much. So yes, and it happens all the
What are
time.
you
when large
talking about?
He is out
No,
of
Bagel, you
reality.
just seem really
That's
uneducated.
why.
You are
1600s, it
acting
can
like
never happen today when
America,
large
at
groups
least
from a
Southern
different area
America,
move to
isn't
another area. They
outlawing
bring
a
along
vaccine.
diseases. That happens with humans and nature.
Measles.
Like, are you stupid?
Okay, hold up.
You live in La La Land and
Wait a minute.
refuse to just wake up.
Measles
Wait,
in
but with,
Texas is out.
but okay, but just because you have a vaccine doesn't mean you're going to sit there and get rid of that disease. Just a clarification.
Yes,
Well,
it
no,
is.
but what it means though, you're not going to be.
That's why the
not gonna be
measles
heading
are
to
spreading
hospital.
in
No,
Texas
It
right
doesn't
now.
cure it. It doesn't cure it. It's just you're less risk of getting super ill.
Exactly.
There are
Yeah,
kids
it's not curing things. It's
that are
just lessening it. Listen, listen.
Bagel,
Back
you
in
are out of
the
reality.
early 90s, the primary school. You got to think I'm an old woman, right? When I was at primary school,
I understand that.
we had to have the chicken pox vaccine because there was
Chicken pox,
such a high rise on chicken pox, back in the early 90s. And it was
I
just
remember
we
that,
all had to
Georgie.
have it just to strain it down a little bit. Okay. The problem. Hang on a second, Axel. Yeah, the problem is now is that when we have got this overcrowding of immigrants coming through, no one even knows. Hang on, Axel. No one even knows.
That's why
what
we
their
give
name is.
vaccines to
Yeah.
immigrants.
No.
Why are you
talking
not
about?
offensive?
You're
Sorry, hang on a
uneducated.
second. My boys are shouting
hold
for me.
on,
That's
hold
why
on,
I'm
What are you
talking to
talking
them.
about?
That's why we make
Vaccines are
the
not a
immigration
cure.
One at a
Vaccines are not a
Yes,
cure.
One
What the
at a
hell?
time. Calm down, y'all. Sorry, I'm not trying to use my big girl
No,
voice,
my
but one at a
God.
time.
yeah, guys, we need to rein it in.
Bagel, you're the problem here. It's not for free. My taxpayer dollars do not pay for immigrants who come across here.
Yeah, it pays for
illegally.
war.
We
It
have
pays for war. There's
hey,
$1.5
hey,
trillion.
hold on. I let you speak now. We have immigration laws. We have border laws. We have border patrol. We have shit that comes across this country. Mute him again. We have shit that every other country has. We are more strict against what we used to have than what other countries have now. Sorry that it does not abide by your agenda, but if I went to Germany,
Is it better now?
if I went to